Hi everybody, this is Browntul, and welcome to Brownie Val X. We're here in the playoff weekend after some great group gameplay. In the last weekend, Group A and Group B battled it out in a special round-robin format where the first-place team moved on to this weekend for the semifinal matches. And we also had the play-in games to determine which second or third-place team from each group will also move on. And here it is. We got two semifinal matches. The first one coming up next will be Goofy Goobers versus Hangetsu. And then the second semifinal for today will be the Tropical Wingmen versus Old Guys Club. And if you win this best of 3 series, you will move on to the grand finals. It's as easy as that. A single elimination best of 3 tournament for our 4 remaining teams. So we'll talk more about them in a little bit, but first I want to express my thanks to all our wonderful friends and fans that have supported Brownie Val over the last 3 years or so. For those that didn't join last weekend, you may not have heard of Brownie Val, and that is okay because we took a break for about a year when we were trying a bunch of other different things. A lot of self-growth for myself in particular. We did Super Brownie Rivals, we did VTuber Royale, we sent a lot of our staff over to KAZOKU's KAZO Cup and KAZO Clash. And now we're back because it feels like the time is right to return. It really feels like it's a golden opportunity for us to throw it back to what tournaments were like before, at least in this streamer space. All you people are signing up for these draft tournaments, which are fantastic, but there's been a lot of players that are wondering what it's like if they just choose who their players were. All the friends that they've made in the other tournaments, if you put them all together, what would that be like? And now that curiosity can be realized in a tournament like this. There's no draft, you bring in your team of 5 to 8 players, and you try to take the championship. There are no quirks here. So, we all clearly saw some great gameplay that is based off of a chemistry, that is based off of skill level, and now we have the last 4 teams, so that is truly fantastic, and I want to thank all the players that have played in the group stages for their tremendous effort and the fantastic gameplay that was truly box office. Now, this event would not be possible without our sponsors, and let's take a look at who our sponsors are, shall we?
Brownie Val X is sponsored by IRIAM, a VTuber live streaming app where VTubers and their fans can interact and have fun with each other. Download the IRIAM mobile app today in the United States and Canada. Brownie Val X is sponsored by drawwithkristi. Buy hand-illustrated vinyl stickers, enamel pins, charms, and more featuring Toffee and friends. All players, helpers, and fans can claim a free sticker to celebrate Toffee meeting our resident turtle. Please use the chat command to claim this commemorative sticker. No purchase necessary, available while supplies last. Brownie Val X is sponsored by Elysian Tower. Which floor boss will you visit next, adventurer? Watch Brownie Val X for a chance to win pre-recorded voice packs and personalized thank you notes from the Elysian Tower floor bosses. A winner will be drawn at the end of each weekend. Please use the chat command to learn how to enter the giveaway. No purchase necessary. Twitch messages must be enabled for you to win. Brownie Val X is sponsored by KAZOKU. Together, we're a family. Thanks for creating team videos for our Brownie Val X teams.
Okay, thank you very much, Surya, for telling us more about our sponsors for Brownie Val. Now, you may notice that there are some freebies and giveaways that you can enter. So the drawwithkristi giveaway is, or the freebie rather, it is a giveaway because we are literally giving away a sticker. Thanks to our friends at drawwithkristi for being our sponsor for the entire time Brownie Val has been in existence. Kristi has been gracious enough to let us have a collaborative sticker where Toffee the Brown Bear holds a boba cup featuring Browntul the Turtle as a sticker on the boba cup. So you definitely want the free sticker. Ships globally for free. All you gotta do is click on the link in the chat right now. Get that sticker. Promotion ends March 2nd. And we also have the Elysian Tower giveaway. We have the voice pack giveaway that the Elysian Tower bosses will be giving out to the winner of this weekend. Now, last weekend we had a winner. You saw in the chat there, Ari actually won that giveaway. So congratulations to Arielay for winning that first weekend giveaway. Now, y'all can still enter for the second weekend giveaway, and all your points transferred over from the last weekend. So enter up to 10 tickets. You have an opportunity to win voice packs and thank you notes from Renaza Thorn, Starry Muse, and Katsutoshi Norizuki. You also saw that KAZOKU was a sponsor on the list there. KAZOKU is sponsoring because they helped out with our team videos. So I want to thank KAZOKU for the hard work making the team videos that you will see in the future. Actually, in just a couple of moments when we talk about these upcoming matchups. And then we have IRIAM. Now, IRIAM is a streaming platform that is pretty untraditional. So let's learn a little bit more from a pre-recorded BrowntulStar on what IRIAM is. Do you like VTubers? Do you like turtles? Do you like saying awa awa? Awa 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 awa? Well, I do a lot, and that's why I stream on IRIAM. Check this out. As a streamer on IRIAM, I can either bring my own model or select one of the pre-made ones. Isn't that so cool? And then all I need is my mobile phone to start streaming right away. You can be a streamer, yes! Look at all these interactions. All my fans can send hearts to me because they love turtles. Whoa! Thanks for the heart. And look at all my other friends too. They love all the hearts that I'm sending.
Oh my god! Mwah! Thank you so much!
And you really cannot believe what happens when I stream on IRIAM. Awa, 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 awa.
Download IRIAM right now on the iOS App Store or Google Play Store to sign up for the debut support program today.
Okay, thank you pre-recorded BrowntulStar for letting us know how to watch BrowntulStar on IRIAM. You can do so right now by downloading the IRIAM app on the iOS App Store or Google Play Store in the US, Canada, and Japan. Now, IRIAM is actually going to be a big part of this tournament. You'll see a couple of halftime performances. For the first semifinal, we will have Star Kitagawa featuring Dovely Columbide. And then for the second semifinal, we will have Mei Mei featuring Renko. So you don't want to miss that. The halftime shows will play in between games 1 and 2 of each semifinal series. And you're actually looking at some IRIAM production right now. I'm an IRIAM streamer, so as the streamer myself, I guess you're watching IRIAM right now. So thank you, IRIAM friends that came from there. We also have the overlays created by Ash Blossom Girl, who is a early access streamer. And the flyers that you saw on social media were created by Bond Library and early access streamer Lavi Bakaneko. So there's a lot of IRIAM influence, and I want to thank all the IRIAM volunteers and the sponsor for helping us with this tournament. Okay, now that the sponsors are done, let's go ahead and look ahead at what our matchup is going to be for this next game. So here's the schedule. You can look it up on the challenge bracket as well on our event website. And the first match is going to be Goofy Goobers versus Hangetsu. Now, Goofy Goobers, they had a pretty good first stage in Group B. They are very consistent. You see the score lines on there. And they had been tested very early on against the returning champions, Old Guys Club, which you'll see in the second half of our show today. 13-9 was that score, and then 13-7, 13-8. There were some close matches, but the Goofy Goobers were very good at adjusting in between, especially at the halftime break, where they would really discuss what are some things they can adjust when they go from attack to defense or the defense to attack. They tend to pull away in that second half, so they got some good adjustments that they're doing in-game for those, but they gotta do some research on Hangetsu, because they're the only team that has no connection to this tournament series or any of the spin-offs. They are a brand new team, but in terms of outside of Brownie Val, they have been playing for a while. They even have a very talented coach that has been helping them get through the group. But it looked a little shaky after the first two games. It felt like they were going to pull away with it, and then they faced off against Tropical Wingmen, which you will see also in the second part of our show today. They ended up winning 13-5, and things were a little bit uneasy. You know, was Hangetsu going to pull it off? But they did win their playing game. It was a very close game, and they pulled away in the second half, and they have made it to this part of the program. So, on Gutsu, obviously they've done a lot of VOD review with their coach, Goofy Goobers. They also do a lot of VOD review themselves. There's a brand new team that they're looking at. Who can VOD review better, I think, is the question and answer that we have to figure out for those two teams. And another way that you can do your research is by watching the team videos presented by KAZOKU. Here comes Hangetsu taking on Goofy Goobers.
Wow, those were some great videos. I'm so hyped. Well, I hope you're all hyped as well. For those who are joining us, it's the caster desk. It's us. You don't know this voice quite yet from weekend one. It is I, Neon, that orange guy on the left side, and joining me, the wonderful, ever so awesome Sleepy Boy. Sleepy Boy, how are you doing today?
I'm doing all right. I'm pretty excited to be able to commentate this matchup. I think it's going to be a pretty exciting one. I'm expecting both of these teams to be putting up a pretty good fight. I'm looking at their trackers; they seem pretty equal in terms of what I think they're both capable of. So I'm really hoping we might even see a 3-map series here with how close it might end up being.
Yeah, we'll find out. Goofy Goobers topping up Group B, as you can see on your screen, and Hengetsu winning the play-in, but also playing relatively, I would say, mostly consistent through Group A, winning the play-in 13-8 in that final play-in game. So, as we head into it, the expected lineups that we're going to be seeing today with Hangetsu and the Goofy Goobers, you can see on your screen. Some of these names will not exactly line up with their in-game name, but we'll try our best to make sure that you understand which one of those names is going to be associated with what their in-game name is. So as far as these lineups go, I know Alex Meister is probably a name to be looking out for on the Goofy Goobers, and then on Hangetsu we have, I think, Jaquavius and Jiren. There's going to be some names that for me to be looking out for going into this matchup. I mean, going on to Split here, Sleepy Boy, what do you feel like should be some expected comps that we might be going onto this map, or what do you like about this map in particular?
I mean, Split's a very interesting map in my opinion in terms of the meta that we've kind of seen some teams start to pull out recently. It's a inherently pretty defense sided map. Those entries into the sites are pretty big choke points, so the defense can take pretty good advantage of that. But because of that, we've seen a lot of teams go for double duelist compositions. That's been a pretty big staple of Split for a long time. Even when most teams were pulling out double initiator compositions, we now see a continuation of that double duelist. But we also see double controller come in a decent amount as well. So sometimes you see double duelist, double controller, which makes for a pretty aggressive composition, and it can kind of flip it to be a little bit more attack sided. So it's pretty interesting with Split how it can kind of seem attack sided depending on the play style or the agent comps of either team. So I'm hoping we maybe see that double duelist come out. Would probably be preferable. You can also get away with double initiator too. You just kind of want some more of that aggressive util because when you're on attack, you are going to have a really hard time entering into site if you don't have good initiating util to utilize. And then of course, I'm hoping that we see maybe some double controller, but really I'm just looking for a good fight. I think Split's a map that typically tends to be pretty sided towards defense or offense, and then it can end up flipping the other way. Split's kind of an OT map as well. We see a lot of overtimes on Split, so it's going to be close.
No, absolutely. When it comes to OT, personally speaking, from experience as a caster and observer myself, I think I can attest to that anecdotally. Split, I think, has gotten not only overtimes for me, I think multiple overtimes when it comes to Split. And especially for a map that's two-sided, I think a mid control is going to be really crucial here. Let's see, like the double controllers, what kind of wall agents they decide to pick. I know Sage is a pretty classic staple. Vice, not so much on this map with the different angles to not necessarily cut off as well as you could with the Razor Vines. But what's going to be interesting, like you mentioned for this Split, is just how these teams want to approach it as we go forward into the first game, because we have Hangetsu starting off on defense and the Goofy Goober starting on attack. Let's see if their comps are gonna lean towards comfort on what they feel like overall in the game, or if they'll lean towards what they know what they're going to be playing on the first half of Split. So, I mean, I think the teams are going to be relatively ready. We're going to be starting up game one here soon. So, Sleepy, oh my goodness, into the best of three. Not a sprint, more of not necessarily a marathon either. It's not a best of five, but like that middle ground.
Yeah,
for sure.
But we do get into the agent select here, and it is looking kind of interesting to start off. We do see that double duelist being hovered by the defense here, but they're actually not even hovering a controller. Over on the other side, we do see that Sage, as you mentioned, having that wall can be really impactful, especially just to get a lot of mid control early. They're also looking like they might be hovering that veto is going to be interesting. I'm definitely curious as to how it ends up. especially for that side of Hongetsu, because I mean they're not even hovering a controller, and I feel like Split's a map you kind of need a controller on, in my opinion. So I'm assuming right now they may be discussing roles. They're not sure yet. I'd be a little surprised if it was a triple initiator, double duelist composition. That would be probably the most aggressive comp I've ever seen, and especially starting on defense.
Yeah, like also you mentioned they would be starting on defense, but meanwhile on the side of Goofy Goobers, as you mentioned, the Sage on the attacking side, like for the mid control, for the potential cutoffs, can use it as like a semi smoke for a passing lane to cut off, maybe half an angle there. There is a lot of verticality to this map as well when it comes to clearing out heaven, clearing out any forms of ramps on this map as well. So it's going to be interesting as we see them lock in on the defense. Waylay, Chamber, Omen, Fade, and the Sky. So there we go. There's going to be the double initiator with the single duelist there.
Yeah, I don't hate that. I do think, obviously, especially, again, we're not talking about like the highest level of play here or anything like that. So I think also just going with some of what you're comfortable with is also not the worst idea either. And I think that their composition can definitely work. We do see some teams, I've seen some Game Changers teams like to pull out the Chamber. If you're comfortable on Chamber can be a really powerful agent. So I kind of understand that. I over on the other side, we're also just running with a single duelist as well, but they're running double Sentinel, Goofy Goobers is, which is kind of interesting. Again, I mentioned the defense sided nature of the map, so you don't really need two duelists in order to lock it down, especially because when you're on attack, it's pretty difficult to flank on this map. So that's why some teams don't even go for Sentinel on this map. And when you do go for Sentinel, Sage works because you don't necessarily need trips. So to have two Sentinels here is going to be interesting, especially on this attack side, to see how it ends up working out. But I am looking forward to what'll probably be a bit of mid aggression.
Yeah, as we see the attacking side of Hongetsu so far, trying to get that early mid control, as we've already mentioned. They're going to hit up and make contact with Jiren there up in heaven. They're going to find another Fade player as well. The Prowler is going to be there as they get smoked off. And now that 5 push through heaven is going to be crucial here. As Kessler is going to find one, Elinar and Aldo each going to find one. Wow, what a hold. Just crossfire against crossfire. Too many angles so far for the offense to clear out. Slowed it down quite a bit, and now it's just up to Slick in heaven here. And now 1v4, hard ask, especially on a pistol. But we'll see. Classic is a free gun after all. Find one. There's going to be the rendezvous from the Chamber, and Kessler swings out from the double box, starting off strong with a 3K thus far.
Yeah, that was, you're on a pistol, let's just run it down mid, and it didn't quite end up working. I think it could have. They just weren't able to kind of win the fights that they took. Obviously, Goofy Goobers just did a really good job of locking it down, and or not Goofy Goobers. My bad. Hongetsu did a really good job of locking it down on that B side. Got the kills that they needed. They weren't getting traded off either, so that was a really good opportunity for them to just stay locked in. And now, of course, they're going to go on an anti-eco. They're going to have better weapons to work with. That should be a round win for them.
Oh, there's the outlier by Kessler, continuing off where they ended the previous round. One shot to the body with light armor, no armor. That outlaws basically an op. And now 4 players on the attacking side, stuck in A, finds another shot for Kessler, finds a third. Another 3K for them, taken down to just a blinking health bar. But meanwhile, there is going to be Jiren up in heaven with an outlaw themselves. And Slick, once again, last person left alive. Doesn't really have guns to pick up. But can they find anything after that ult orb?
I mean, at least you get the old torb up. You can get a little bit closer.
It looks like, look at this crossfire. All the lasers, mission impossible thus far. And there, once again, we see Aldo swinging out.
Pleases me.
And a flawless for the defense of Hongetsu.
Yeah, I mentioned before we got into Split kind of the choke points that this map has, and that B garage entrance is one of the biggest choke points on the map. The other one's probably that mid entrance, but I mean, you're kind of just rushing through, hoping that you're able to make something happen, and then there's just an outlaw. There's just an outlaw there, ready to take you down. And you know, there's only so much you can do when Kessler's just mowing you down like that, at least to start, and then of course the crossfire can be set up. And so they did as much as they could. And we'll see now that they've got better weapons. They're on a full buy. Goofy Goobers should be able to make some damage happen.
Oh, there's Alex Meister making his mark once they have a gun in their hand. Bulldog. And now they have full control sight of A. So they're going to get their first plants off. And we'll see with a member advantage how they're going to play that post plant, as they are going to be mostly spread out. Nothing too aggressive thus far.
It looks like Goofy Goobers... Actually, not Goofy Goobers. I keep doing that. Hangetsu. Want to retake from CT here. There's 4 coming in. They're actually all going to come from heaven, it looks like. They're going to send one towards screen.
A lot of time has ticked off, so they haven't even cleared out any position confirmed. No information, so at this point they do have to speed it up. And there's going to be Sparrow G picking up one so far as they spray through the screens as well. John's going to find one. There's going to be Sparrow G finding another one. Slick finds it. Now it's a 1v2 in favor of the offense. Will they be able to find their exits out at the very least? Slick is going to run out. I think everyone should fall. No. Cody's going to walk away as the only surviving member of the attack.
I mean, that was a pretty good aggression there. They're able to take space very effectively. They get that spike down. Unfortunately, just a lot of that space had been given up. So then when the retake started to come through, good damage was done by Hangetsu. They were able to get quite a few of those players down on that offense. And I definitely think that ended up doing a little bit more damage to Goofy Goobers than they would have liked. So they're not actually going to be able to buy this round despite coming off of a round win, whereas Hangetsu is going to be on mostly a buy. They do have a Bulldog and a Guardian. It's not a complete full buy, but they're definitely going to have better weapons than the 4 pistols on the other side.
Yeah, even with that half buy with the pistols, 4 of them are going to be buying that full armor as well. So they're going to see if they can get those trades with the hero rifle. They do get some good, nice little chip damage on to Jiren there. So that's going to confirm at least 2 players towards mid, but the defense staying steady with that, with their positions, not over-rotating.
Here.
Holding their angles. It does look like they really want to try to push up mid here, which is about to happen.
Yeah, they hear the interceptor in mid as well, so that's going to confirm at least the veto players there. Oh, Kessler finds the one onto Alex. So finds when they hear the multi-steps in male. They're going to find one. There is going to be the C's as well as they find out and get covered out by their teammates. Great trades for the defense, but Slick with the Sheriff in hand finds a headshot. Oh, and there is going to be Sparrow G finding the spray down with the Phantom. And another round win for Hangetsu.
Yeah, I think some of that just came down to the weaker weaponry. Again, you're on pistols, running it down mid. It's kind of what they did on their pistol round as well. And I don't hate it. I don't hate it from Goofy Goobers. It's just, you know, you're up against stronger weaponry in this scenario. It's going to be difficult. Obviously, now that we're moving into what will probably be the first mostly full buy from both sides, we should see a little bit of a more equal bout. We'll probably be able to see what it's going to look like on these buy rounds. I do kind of like the defensive hold that we've seen Hangetsu go for. I think these 2 on A can lock it down pretty effectively. We'll see if that's going to be the case this time as well.
Oh, John, light speeding up to heaven, is going to find contact into John, immediately taken out as they try to clear out all the angles. Dark cover is going to be used. That's going to be the dog getting taken out as well, confirming that there are going to be a push onto A, as it's going to be a 4v4 hit on this site.
You will not
Jiren
kill my
with the
ally.
Bucky in hand. They are going to commit for the res. Try to clear out the angles here. Elinyar also playing up close and personal. They see one player, but it's going to be how close can they get the first kill. They find one. Oh, no way. 2 for 1 bargain sale for Jiren there. Slick finds one on to ramp. A main, I should say. And there is the 3rd for Jiren. Now the Hans is going to confirm. I believe they heard both 2 different rifles being shot there. Cody also on a sliver of HP. 1 bullet should take them down as they have full spike control here.
Left.
They see the gun as well. They clean up 4. There's going to be Jiren on for an ace. If they can find it, they will not. But Aldo is there to clean it up. And a nice, again, strong defense for Hangetsu.
Yeah, I mean, the defense-sidedness that this map tends to hold is in those choke points, and we saw it play out there in Heaven. Obviously, a really nice first pick there from Sparrow G in that Heaven position onto ramp. Definitely helps out. And then, of course, I mean, you've got the chamber waiting with the Bucky, nearly an ace. But of course could not find that final kill. It doesn't matter. I mean, it's a good round from Hangetsu. And again, I think that hold's looking pretty good from them. They've got 2 on A, they've got 1 watching mid, and it's a quick rotation from that mid over towards Heaven to help out. And that's exactly what Jiren was able to do there. And so we'll see. History will repeat itself.
Blinded.
Yeah, now again on that light buy, about 3 bandits in hand for the attacking side. Not really armor across the board as well. You can see some flankers. There's going to be, oh, in mid, that is going to be Jiren with the outlaw once again.
Spike
Economy.
down, attacker spawn.
And on the flank as well, it's going to be Kessler. So they're pinched in and Spike is confirmed. So let's see how the defense shifts, knowing how they have information that mid control as well as Spike
Nice and slow
down in
now.
CT.
Doing
Kessler
a
is just going to be the one person hold so far. Oh, they can't jump over that wall. That's going to be blocked off. Can't do that into area A. But now Jiren is here, helped to cover out with the op in hand, not even
Teleport's
the
ready.
outlaw.
They found my trap.
Ninja Quavius finding John as well. So now stuck between a rock and a hard place. Cody and Slick
30
trying to find any
left.
action here and come through A. Another 2v2, so 1v2 I should say, as Kessler finds up Slick, and now they're going to be pushing Cody. They're going to ult away, or I should say it's ult away, TP away, and a flawless for the defense.
Yeah, I think I really like the way Hangetsu played that. Again, they went for that 2-1-2 setup where they've got 2 on B, 1 holding mid, and then 2 on A. This time, though, the reason it kind of worked out a little bit better, even obviously, you know, they had the superior weaponry, but they also took very proactive space. We saw Kessler pushing up quite a bit out of that B main, and then that flank came through very quickly. And we did see it find a little bit of value. Obviously, the operator mid is also going to make it pretty difficult, and we've seen, you know, Jiren so far be very, very powerful. Honestly, Jiren and Kessler, this kind of duo, both of them already with 10 kills, you know, not really letting anybody else have a chance, is definitely really locking it down for Hangetsu. And I think that the way they've played their defense so far is good to take advantage of those choke points. Plus, being proactive, pushing out of those entrances, like we just saw from Kessler, does give your team a lot of info, right? Like, they're all the way in that attacker spawn, so they know that the defense, or sorry, the attackers aren't going to be rotating. They know where they are, especially with that operator or anybody else who's locking down mid. Then you know they're not mid either, so then the rest of your defense can focus on just defending A, and then you can get a little bit of a pinch going. And again, that worked so well because they were against weak buy as well, but that kind of proactive defense where you're pushing out, you're getting good info, getting good space, is a pretty good fundamental value in general. And as we see us move into these full buys from both sides, we may see that same kind of play style, being proactive, taking space, and that would definitely continue to work out for Hangetsu.
Yeah, I want to see if the defense is, or the offense is going to change up the pace here. Let's see if they end up speeding up. I think they are playing for, they have more of a default tempo here when they are being stacked up. So not really playing to a fast tempo per se. But now that with that default split, they are going to be slowing it down once again here.
And I don't hate this defaulting. Again, they saw how the defense just went for very aggressive plays last round. So I don't blame them for maybe preparing to maybe take some of these fights. They've seen them push out a B main. They might expect a mid push as well. So I kind of like this defaulting. Unfortunately for them, Hangetsu is just not doing that this time. They're waiting to be pushed into. I will say this A side is pretty weak. And as it does look like the attacker is going to start. Oh, a nice shot there.
Your trail.
Oh my god, Eleanor. Oh my god, and there is going to be, the Seeker is going to be used onto B side. So that's going to confirm at least the 2 players onto B. And now with full control sight of A as well, they pushed up aggressively. Seeker is used as a great little bait to get the defenders
30
completely off
seconds
B.
left.
Or off A, I should say. Ooh, John using the divergent paths already. There's going to be one player they're going to find. Nothing so far, but so far as a stall tactic at the very least, knowing that they did find contact there in screams. There is going to be the Veto ultimate as well. Going to be stalling it out as much as they can. So again, for the defense here, they have to play with some urgency as soon as that ult runs off, as well as that interceptor. There's going to be a return of the divergent paths from the offense, and now they're going to be pushing up. Karma, Cody's going to find one. Alex Meister finds the trade, and is going to clean up to the double kill as well. So nice attack round after the timeout for Goofy Goobers.
Yeah, that kind of defaulty slow play definitely caught Hangetsu off guard. They were moving around a little bit, and then obviously those Seekers over on B, that kind of had a double effect where it gave a lot of info over to Goofy Goobers. They then knew where most of those defenders were. Plus, that also baited some of those defenders over towards that B side and opened up that A site. And then I did like the attempt at using the convergent paths from Kessler, but the usage of that evolution there, the Veto ultimate, prevented them from getting hit by it, and then Karma could kind of just lock it down without getting impacted by the ult.
Yeah, we'll see the economy of the defense still holding strong. Tour de force also used by Jiren as well, so they don't need a full rifle in hand. But already finding a pick on towards A main as well, but they're going to be walking into the tour de force. Trade is perfect for Elysian at the very least. And now as they push towards this B split into heaven as well. Aldo with an Odin in hand. Meanwhile, as they push on towards A, Kessler finds one. They find Elysian in the corner as well. Shadow step across back towards mid, so they know that there's going to be a little bit of switch. Oh, Kessler finding another, so they're on for 2 this round and on for 3. So Kessler holding strong through B main. Seeker is going to confirm their position towards that B lobby, and they now know once again with the Prowler. 25 HP, a single bullet to the body should end it. Hunt is going to be there. Nice shot for Elysian so far. 1v2 is clutchable.
30 seconds left.
Paranoia is going to hit one so far. They have to clear out every angle here. Doesn't get it, and Kessler for a 4K.
Yeah, very nice round there. I will say, you know, there was a pick found in A main for the attackers that could have been a potential rotation over for A, over towards A. I do like, you know, what we saw on round 7, where they, you know, the round win that we saw from Goofy Goobers, where they were able to, you know, kind of default a little bit. Then they kind of made their opponents a little paranoid. They didn't quite know where the attack was going to be coming from, and then that allowed the bait to come through pretty effectively. I think maybe going for another defaulty type play could work out for Goofy Goobers. We've seen it work out before. Obviously, they're on an eco here, so they're going to have a weaker buy, but they are attempting it here, and I do think it could find value if they're able to get a good bait on one side of the map.
Find out with Sheriffs in hand and maybe a Bulldog. There's going to be the light speed right into the hands of Aldo with an Odin. Alex Meister trying to find something on the Kessler. Again, that Kessler's been such a force holding on B side, whether it is on side or even pushing up aggressively, as we've seen in previous rounds. But like you mentioned, that default, they're pacing, slowing it down, seeing if they can bait out the defense into doing something aggressive. But so far, I think the defense of Hangetsu getting a good read on them.
Yeah, no real rotates coming through, I will say.
There's going to be Kessler finding one, and from up above, Jiren is going to watch out from their teammates. A Guardian Angel from Heaven. With 2 down the attacking side.
That's good proactive defense right there. That Trailblazer coming out of A main just gives so much info now to the defense, and you can see them preparing for the hit over here.
30 seconds
Sparrow
left.
G making contact, gets hit up in the leg through the wall. There's going to be a player up on site as well. So we'll see. Interceptor is going to go down. They don't clear it out. Backs to the offense, and now when the final swing happens, Sparrow G cleans it up nicely.
Look, I mentioned it earlier, it is a defense-sided map. But it is, you know, that doesn't change the fact that it is definitely looking like a bit of a struggle for Goofy Goobers. I do think, you know, when we switch sides, they'll have a bit more of a chance here. They're running double Sentinel. That's going to be a hard comp to make work on this attacking side. This is going to be the side that they're going to struggle on a little bit more. I don't think it's looked too bad. Again, I think that default could have worked out a little better. If they had better weapons, they could have taken fights a little bit better. I did like Hangetsu, you know, they weren't getting baited. They were able to re-clear A main, and then they spotted players there as well. I think for the most part, they've been working pretty well, this defense.
Trailblazer being used. They do have the Nightfall available if the defense wants to play aggressive here. As you see, Cody has it prepared, ready to pull it on a moment's notice. But bomb is on towards A main. 3 players in that side as well. Again, they're just trying to find some information. As the guiding light from Sparrow will confirm at least some players. Now they're going to be making through contact that through ramp as well. They're going to smoke. Let's see if they play with some pace here and try to clear out all the angles they can. But there is going to be the sky for sky matchup as Alex finds one. And Elenyar is going to be rezzed up by Slick as well. Seeker's going to be used. All going up towards heaven, knowing that they are just going to be coming through CT.
This is going to be a difficult retake in a 3v5. They do have the Nightfall, which could definitely help, but that wall and screens does have to be broken, so their position's going to be noted here.
Oh, John takes out Gyner as well. Op, not the best gun for a retake. But John now playing up aggressively on that heaven box as well. Gets sprayed through by Aldo. And it looks like they're going to save their guns for another round.
And I think that's the right move. You're down 2 players. You already lost 1 on that retake. I don't hate this. Plus, you know, you had to make the decision, do we expend the Nightfall or not? And I do think it's the right decision to save it there. There's just not really one good spot to use it when you're trying to retake on A. So I definitely support the decision to save there. And of course, you already have the lead going into the next half if you are Hangetsu. So there's not too much to worry about if you are them. That was a really good site take. From Goofy Goobers. I think they did a really good job there of taking space effectively on A. Obviously, finding those 2 entry kills for Alex are huge. Able to get those picks there. Plus, it got the Seekers online, which just gave them even more space. And that was just a really good site take. I think there's not much else to say there. The defense at that point was in a tough spot. Retaking on A can be very difficult, especially when you're down players, and that's exactly what we saw there.
Yeah. As we see, as they're going to play with some pace again towards this A side. John is going to be the first person running into the hands. He's rebotting up. And now it's just going to be a plant smoked off, but with a player down, I feel like defense here has to find something in terms of which side they want to flood players from.
They do have that Nightfall still.
Elenyar on the flake. Trying to watch it. The timing is unlucky for them as they fall to Jacobius there. Omen counterpart. There's going to be the Nightfall invested. Paranoia going to be thrown through the wall as well. Cody's going to be hit by the stun from them. And there is going to be the rest of the defense flooding onto the site. Castler picks up that one. And a nice effort retake for Hangetsu.
Yeah, I mean, Hangetsu across the board, they're all able to hold their own when they need to. We've seen that multiple times. You know, we're seeing that as well, that operators still continuing to find impact. It's a very difficult push for these attackers. Again, I point out that Double Sentinel, they are running a solo duelist and solo initiator comp. That does make it really difficult to attack. You know, you don't have good recon util either. This guy does obviously have the guiding light and the Trailblazer, which can provide some recon, but it's not like pinpoint like you might have with a Fade Haunt or with some of that Sova util, right? You don't get as much recon util as you might recon util as you might want. And we do see that making it a little bit difficult. So they split up here in this A mid split. I think it could be good for them.
Yeah, John right now playing pretty much almost alone up in B heaven. Looks like they are trying to go for this fake here, trying to sell any action as, once again, defense not really reacting to it this far. Jaquavius and Jiren each finding a kill on the different sides. So assuming that it might be a default here, each still winning out on the contact points.
Yeah, I think that push into B heaven may have been a little misplaced from John. I'm not really sure what kind of value they were trying to get out of that, because after you cleared it, nobody's there. The rest of your team's still over on A, and they started pushing out on A, so it looked like they wanted to try to hit into A, so the positioning in B heaven was not super useful there. And did end up punishing them.
Oh, they hear the player attacking. There's going to be Alex Metzer trying to find something aggressive, making some noise, but nice
30
little
seconds
noise.
left.
It's going to be more than enough for Cody to be swinging out. Oh, Alex finds a headshot on Jaquavius. They know one more player is there at the very least. Will they get to plant off? 20 seconds left to go in the round. Interceptor and the wall is going to give them some little peace of mind as they try to get the plant off.
10 seconds left.
Oh, there's going to be
Spike planted.
the divergent pass from Kessler. It's going to believe it will hit that Sage player on site. They're going to light speed onto it. And it's going to be beautiful from Kessler as well as Sparrow G cleaning up Cody. So ending the half 9-3. 9-3 curse. It's double Senti on defense. We'll find out how it goes in going to second half.
Yeah, I do think that this is, you know, I
Switching
talked about
sides.
how it can flip flop very quickly. This is an overtime map, and the reason that happens is because, you know, typically a composition or the way that a team plays lends its hand very well to one side of the map here on Split, and then when you switch sides, it can suddenly look like it's a very different map. All of a sudden, it looks like one team locked in. They're the team that may have picked it, right? That's kind of how it starts to look. So I do think that we could switch sides here and see a bit of a comeback start to happen. That round didn't look too bad. I think a lot of the ideas were good from the attackers. I did, you know, point out, I'm not sure the push into B Heaven was the right choice there. Obviously, not going to matter now. They've got this double Sentinel comp that they can work with. Goofy Goobers does. And I think it's going to be pretty powerful. They're actually running both Sentinels towards that B side of the map. And so as that is where the push is kind of headed towards, it's definitely going to be a difficult push for Hangetsu.
Yeah, they do have the interceptor right next out of B main as well as that Sage wall. So even if they do find a cutoff, their util could be taken out just as quickly.
They actually
So
just don't want to deal with that wall at all.
Yeah, not give them any information, so let's see what kind of contact, as Elinar does find one, at the very least. Paranoia is going to be there and going to re-smoke it out with that dark cover. But this 5-person towards B, it's going to be interesting. How quickly do they want to do it? Like we mentioned already. They haven't thrown out much recon as well for that information, so they do, I believe if they have full util, it's going to be great. Elinar on the backside as they're going to find one. Right-click Classic finds a second one. Meanwhile, Aldo is going to find an entry onto Cody. Up in heaven, Alex Meister up there through stairs as well, so the spike is going to be falling as John and Slick each find a kill apiece, and defenders of Goofy Goobers starting up the second half
No
strong.
one's gonna give you what you
One
want.
big benefit to Sage here, I kind of mentioned it going into it. Usually you see that wall go out on mid, but they ended up using it in B main here. And what that Sage wall does is it provides a lot of security because, first of all, you know, it's, you know, kind of like a trip in a way where you can tell if they're breaking it or not. And it obviously blocks off space. So it has this double effect of like, you'll know if they're there because they'll have to break the wall. Plus, you don't have to worry about it while that wall is up. And it provides a lot of security like most trips do, but especially so because you know that their vision is blocked off as well for the attackers. And so that B site, that B main entrance, they knew nobody was hitting it, so all of the defenders could aggress towards that mid entrance, and that's exactly where they positioned themselves, and they were able to make it work.
All right, and now they're playing with speed onto this A side. There's going to be one player, Alex Meister, on site, is going to
down
find
A.
Aldo, and they're going to trade out with Kessler with the Classic. So even with these guns, they're trying to find some space, at least get the plants off, and they will. So now, knowing that both Sentinels were playing on B in that previous round, they decide to hit A fast here. Great call.
There.
Cody blinking health bars across the board for the offense. They're going to try to swing out with the Spectre, finds one. There's going to be Ellinger. They know the second player is there, catches them on a
Last player
reload.
standing.
Slick is going to find one as well, so only one person left in Sparrow G. Doesn't get the right click, and there's going to be Ellinger, 3K with the Bulldog.
Negating.
Yeah, I think the superior weaponry is just going to be a little too much to deal with there. I really want to highlight that Sage again because that wall went up in mid this time around, like I mentioned it typically does. And so the defense suddenly had a lot of control of the map because the attackers didn't make any effort to break the wall in mid, so the defense could just focus on locking it down on that B site or that A site. And so when it came down to retaking over on A, they were all really put together. They weren't having to worry about a flank coming from mid, and so it just gave them a lot of security in that retake. One thing that it's very important to do when your opponent has a Sage on the defensive split is figure out where that Sage is and try to break that wall because it prevents a lot of that security that the defense wants to get from it.
And we'll see if the offense of Hongetsu continues to play around it versus avoiding it, like you mentioned. If that adjustment will be made. So there's going to be the light speed up into heaven. Elenyar is going to be finding that one onto Kessler. And now with the guns in hand, they are going to be losing. I believe, not sure what gun Kessler had. Cody finds contact onto Jaquavius. Jaquavius, good timing, space made, space controlled up in heaven.
Yeah, and obviously that TP past that wall in mid was a big factor in the ability to get that kill. Because you've got 2 Sentinels on B, you're definitely not expecting them to be able to push that deep into towards CT, at least not that quickly.
Absolutely, Jaquavius making the use of it. They used that wall as a bit of a counter bait there, counter information that no one would be up there. But now, 4v4 retake, all these players coming out of B heaven. Let's see if they fly out or their wings will be clipped. There is going to be Jiren finding that one onto Elenyar thus far. They're going to be swinging out. They're going to find a second one. And just a swing out and a mow down from heaven. Wings clipped and they fall down.
Yeah, a really, really good attack there from Hongetsu. Just, again, able to get past that Sage wall. And again, they were really only leaving one player to kind of anchor over towards that. Cody was kind of alone towards B. Again, double Sentinel util blocking off mid and also that B main entrance. You're not expecting anyone to get past. So really good proactive play there from Jaquavius on that lurk. Found really good value. And also it was a good call from whoever made it to, hey, you know, Jaquavius made it past that wall. Let's just try to rotate over towards B. So they were able to attack very, very quickly after finding that initial pick.
Cover going up.
Yeah, 10 rounds on the board so far for Hongetsu, looking real strong thus far in the offense. Now they picked up their first offense win as well. And they're going to light speed onto the site. That is going to be Aldo finding onto John. So unable to stop it thus far. And another defender will fall as they sliver away with a single point of HP. Oh my goodness. Again,
Spike
not even
planted.
fully traded out. Unfortunate for the defense. And now they're going to be missing up in heaven. There's going to be 2 Omen players going back to back. They don't even know that they are there as Kessler finally falls.
Jaquavius just standing here.
How did he... There's no way he just missed the shadow stepped up there and just walked, right? I didn't... There's no way, right?
I'm not...
Oh my god! Jaquavius, the look away. He's got that position, finally pushed up, and the timing is unfortunate. And now he's gonna find one at the very least. Gonna find Slick there. There's gonna be Cody once again hugging for safety in their spawn. Gonna swing out one more time. 1 HP is the dream. Unfortunately, Cody will end that dream right there, right then. But 11th round on the board for Hongetsu. Time is ticking for Goofy Goobers here in game 1.
Yeah, they made that decision to save their Goofy Goobers did. I don't hate that decision. Obviously, given the low eco anyway, and of course the round differential getting quite a bit bigger of a gap, and of course now 1 round away and then 2 rounds away from a win for Hongetsu. 1 round away from match point and then 2 rounds away from a win. So as they enter what looks like it's going to be a half buy for Goofy Goobers, again, I think if they can make a lurk work, or sorry, if they can make sure they're stopping any lurks, which we do have coming out here, and just kind of find some of those early picks, that can be a big factor.
Oh, John spots 1 player go jump into heaven. Alex Meister and Elenyar each going to find and clear that out from a ramp. Jaquavius finds a trade onto B side, that is, so not even on that A push. Once again, Jaquavius on these lurks finding so much value.
Watch them run.
Oh man, even uses from the shadow, grab that spike that was dropped, giving defenders that much less time
Shadows
to react to the plant.
Shadows traveling.
And now we also see a lurker of up through mid. See that how that is going to be taken out as they find it, and that's going to be the attacking side finding it over and over and put themselves onto game point.
Yeah,
Match
I mean
point.
this first map has definitely looked pretty one-sided, especially for Hangetsu here. I think Goofy Goobers, obviously they found those initial first 2 picks was pretty good, but again that lurker from that lurk that came out from Jaquavius found value once again. I mean, you take out Vito over on B, that's one of the key sentinels over towards that B side of the map. Suddenly you've just opened up a big portion of the map. I will say here, Hangetsu is looking like they want to push in towards B main. That could be really, really big here for Goofy Goobers. They've got, again, both of these sentinels towards this B side of the map. This should be a good hold. They should be able to stall out well and get the defenders over here. There are 2 lurkers over near A, though. You do have to be a bit worried about that and hope you don't get too baited out here by seeing their presence.
Oh, the interceptor, I believe, has already been activated. Oh, maybe not quite yet. I could be wrong. Once again, they know that these sentinels, they hear it on towards B, and they are really making that quick call shift over to A. And they also have to give an idea that with that wall mid, that Sage player is most likely playing Heaven. So with that, just those sound cues, that slight information, already switch it up to this 1-4 split. Great recognition. Guiding Light is going to hit Alex Meister, but they don't quite know where they are. They're going to find it. Here's the tap of the ult orb. Going to clean that up nicely onto Kessler. That's going to be their top fragger, but there is their new top fragger in Jiren.
I've got your trail.
Secret is going to be used as well as a Nightfall onto the side, so they're just going to clear every angle and get as much information. Oh, the Secret from behind onto John. Didn't know he was there because it didn't come from up above. Jaquavius and Aldo each finding a kill as well, and now it's up to Karma. It's up to Cody, only with a Bucky in hand. 1v4 with the game 1 on the line.
You want to play? Let's play.
To make matters worse, Tour de Force activated. Last potential round for them. Find a gun upgrade. They should hear that, and that should confirm how every sightline is going to be looking towards this A main. They find the first kill in Cody, but there is Jaquavius swinging from Heaven, and winning game 1 is going to be Hangetsu.
Yeah, and that was Goofy Goober's map pick as well, so that's a huge win for Hangetsu as they take that first map lead. Again, I think a lot of their ideas just look really strong there. Biggest factor there, they were all really holding their own. Each one of them finding kills. 4 out of the 5 of the players for Hangetsu have an ACS over 230. That's a huge, huge advantage to have for your team. All of them able to find their kills when they need to, and it gives you so much more security on either side when you know that your team is going to be able to lock it down. And that's what we saw happen there. So for Hangetsu, huge map 1 win, especially to get their opponent's map pick. But for Goofy Goobers, not all hope is lost. I do think they showed a lot of good ideas. I think a bounce back is definitely possible.
Oh, absolutely. I think that's the other thing about playing a best of 3 series, not just best of 1. You know, you've seen what your opponents can pull out. You've seen what they could potentially be doing in terms of comp. Obviously, it goes from map to map, and we'll see how they make an adjustment. I mean, every game is a new game if you want to look at it that way, and start from zero, start from scratch. But we'll see as how adjustments, not only just from Goofy Goobers on the losing side of game 1, but even for Hangetsu winning game 1, like what kind of adjustments, how do they want to push their aggression? Do they want to continue playing to this current style thus far? And have they gotten the correct read onto Goofy Goobers into game 1 going into game 2? So it's going to be interesting as we see them go and how these teams will evolve going into the rest of the games. Well, with that said, Sleepy Boy, I mean, going into the next map, it is going to be bind. Some adjustments will be made. I think a lot more controllers are going to be crucial for that map as well. I mean, do you expect some similar comps going into that game?
We could definitely see they both tend to like, or seem to like, the double initiator. Actually, we did only see one initiator for one of the teams, but I do think double initiator is probably an option. We didn't see double duelist come out on this map like I was kind of expecting, but double duelist can also work on bind if that's something that they want to go for. You're probably not going to see a double sentinel comp come out. You don't see that a lot on bind. Bind's a pretty different map from split, which is why I do think Goofy Goobers can get back into this. I think they've got a good opportunity. We could see double controller. That's a comp you sometimes see on bind with a Viper Brim or a Viper Omen. But yeah, I do think both I think Goofy Goobers definitely have a good chance to get back into it just with how different the map is. Of course, it is Hangetsu's map pick, though, so you do have to be very careful. And we'll see how the teams do end up switching it up.
All right. Well, with that switch up, we're going to give them some times to reset and reevaluate. But before we go into that, we're going to be taking a small break. But even before that, we're going to hand it back over to Brown for a few words. Brown, all yours. Welcome back, everyone, to Brownie Val X semifinal 1, weekend 2. What other can I say? Game 2. Here we are. But what a halftime show from Star Kitagawa. Man, it's definitely going to be a night to remember for some of these players, some of these teams, if they can punch their ticket to the grand finals. So coming into game 2, if you missed game 1, there's going to be the result of it. It's going to be Hangetsu taking game 1 13-5. I know we talked about it after the last game already, Sleepy, and going into game 2, going on to bind. I mean, it's going to be an answer from Goofy Goobers to bounce back going into this game 2, right?
Yeah, and it's going to be difficult as well because this is Hangetsu's map pick, but I will say Split's a very weird map. I think that Split can make certain teams just look really bad, even if they're not actually a bad team. I think I've seen that a decent amount of times. You see a lot of teams at the highest level of play ban Split a lot because they don't like it. They haven't figured it out because it can be so flip-floppy. So going into bind, I think a little bit more of an established map. I think Goofy Goobers do have more of an opportunity here. I think that the double sentinel composition that they went for was pretty awkward to work with. We saw it struggle for them on attack. And then as much as it kind of worked for them on defense, it was countered pretty effectively after the first few rounds. So I'm hoping that we see a little bit more of an aggressive come out from them this time. Maybe that double duelist I had mentioned, or just double initiator where they can get a little bit more recon on their attack. Because I think that's something that they struggled with. Running double sentinel, it's difficult to get as good of info as they may have needed on that second half. So for them, I do hope that's something that we can see as we do move into the agent select. For Hangetsu, I think just kind of play the same game that they've been playing, lock it down, read their opponent, counterplay where you see them playing, and hopefully for both teams, they're able to keep it close in this one.
Yeah, and similar to game 1 as well, Hangetsu opting to start on defense first. So it looks like they, even though previously in the first game where Goofy Goobers decide to go on attack here, we'll see how that swaps in because they want to play for that aggression once again. Now we see a potential for that double duelist potential, I should say, as only one duelist locked in for Elysian there on the race thus far. And as we see the Sentinels as well, it looks like why am I spacing out so hard? Oh man, remind me, Sleepy. Oh, why am I forgetting this agent's name? Killjoy. There you go. Yeah, there you go. Killjoy be hovered for at least both teams at the moment, now being swapped off.
Yeah, I do like the double initiator now coming out. We're seeing it coming out for Goofy Goobers. Again, I mentioned I wanted to see more of that recon util. That's what Fade can provide that a Sky can't. You can get a little bit more of that pinpoint accuracy with that Fade util. That Haunt can reveal exact location. You've got the Prowlers to follow it up. So I am liking that double initiator comp. I think it could work out a little bit better for Goofy Goobers. Over on the other side, they're running that double duelist. You do see this a decent amount on bind. You don't always see it be like a Neon Raze. Sometimes you'll see, a Yoru and a Waylay, that kind of situation. But I don't think that Raze and Neon is too bad here. And again, a lot of this tournament is kind of going with what you're comfortable with. And that's what we're seeing come out here. And then solo initiator being Fade is pretty decent. We see a lot of chamber on this map as well. So I do think the decision to go chamber here again is not a bad decision, and I think that obviously we saw that operator be pretty effective on that chamber in the previous map, so I would expect it to have a similar effect here. I am definitely thinking that this could be a little bit better for Goofy Goobers. Again, I like their composition a little bit more coming into this map. And they're starting on attack. That double initiator is going to get an opportunity to show itself. It doesn't all come down to this pistol, but getting this pistol for Goofy Goobers could immediately give them that momentum, start to make it look a little bit better for them. Coming off of what wasn't the best map one for them, being able to get their heads in the game, get off on the right foot, that kind of situation. We should see them look a little bit better. If they can get this pistol, they can get that momentum going.
Yeah, we'll see. Personally, I'm looking forward to these Raise Rockets, the showstoppers. I've been holding a casting call since last week. We only got one bind game that I got to cast this week. There wasn't even a raise, but I'm ready for a special. We'll find out if that happens next time. So remind me if a showstopper ends up landing this game. So far, Sleepy. But as we see, bit of a split here towards A. Two defenders, the Raise and the Fade. Thus far, going to be two players holding off, as they have a single player also playing in CT for a potential pivot on the rotates on contact.
Cover going out.
Yeah, here they go. They're going to float out to the side. There's going to be Jaquavius trying to swing out of heaven, get some little chip damage thus far. Aldo also in lamps, uncleared thus far as well.
Planted.
A Spike, they're going to give it up for free. It's going to be a 5v5 bloody retake. There's going to be the Paranoia, is going to land, it's going to stall for some time as well. Utility still on both teams to be used. I think their defense is finally ready here for the attack. There's going to be a flanker as well. It's going to be Jiren up in heaven. He's going to catch it, and Alex Meister finds one, trying to get him cleaned up as well. Kessler finds one on the Cody, and now it's going to be a 2v3. Alex Meister finds two, finds three onto the defense as well. Kessler finds one, and Alex Meister en route for an ace, 31 HP. There is going to be not just the Tava bomb, but the hold the bomb. No, they don't get it to half. So they know the player is, and there is gonna be Jiren on the back. Oh, that's Sparrow G cleaning it up.
There's not enough time.
Oh!
And it's not an ace, but still gonna be the clutch for Alex. And it's a big win there. I said that pistol, if Goofy Goobers can get it, they get off on the right foot. And that's exactly what we see them get, is that pistol round. I think that retake was a little bit weird coming out from Hangetsu. One thing I want to point out is Jiren was on that B side of the map for a really long time. Probably about 5 to 10 seconds after that spike went down, Jiren was still over on B site trying to figure out if they wanted to go through TP or go through CT. And I think that slowed down the retake a little bit. And of course, when it's a pistol round, you got to go fast, you got to go aggressive. And unfortunately for Hangetsu, it did not end up working out for them.
Oh, meanwhile, contact early in this round through showers. Alinyar with the Spectre, outranging the classic of Jaquavius. And now it's just a matter of, do they want to continue? They got the pick on towards A. As they clean up the ult orb, and they're going to be trying to push out of heaven as well. But that Nebula smoke, once again, trying to stall out for as much time as they can, with the third defender finally coming into play into heaven. There's going to be the satchel out. They're going to be shot in the back. Elinyar finds one, but it doesn't matter. Run and gun with the Spectre is more than enough from both Alex and Elinyar. And once again, we see the flanking Jiren trying to find something. Will they clear out the corners as John takes out Sparrow G? Oh, the corner. Cody finds it in a flawless 4 Goofy Goobers.
Anti eco, superior weaponry, and it does work out for Goofy Goobers, and they get to keep all of their guns coming into this round, so this bonus is going to look pretty powerful from them as well. It is going to be a full buy from their opponents, though. Hangetsu will still have better weaponry. They are going to have a full buy working. Everybody's going to have guns. There's even an Odin in the hands of Stern, and of course it's that Fade, that's that Recon Initiator, could definitely do some damage from Hangetsu. But so far, I think it's looked pretty good from Goofy Goobers. They had a good game plan. They took space pretty well. They understood they had better weaponry. Let's fight for that orb in showers, and it did go their way. So as it looks like they just want to hit A here, we'll see if the weaker weaponry is not going to matter.
Hans is going to confirm, but looks like the attacking side of Goofy Goobers does not care if they've been spotted. They will find the space. Double paint shells is going to be thrown into lamp, so no one's going to be holding the space for the time being. The defense once again collapsing from the angles of heaven and showers. Oh, the spray from across the site. I don't believe it was smoked off. So the defense now up 2 players. With a judge in hand. Kessler finds another one as they jump on. Find on the flank through market. And now
One enemy remaining.
Spike is down through the teleporter from A towards B, that short side. As LNR is now pinched in, they have it with only a bandit and a judge, but Jaquavius with the final kill and a flawless of their own.
Yeah, given the fact that all of those guns were carried through into this round, coming into this bonus, I was not expecting it to be a flawless round for Hangetsu. But what definitely helped was that proactive defense from Kessler, pushing in, pushing out of that hookah, being in a position. So once that TP was taken, you could immediately turn around, and they attempted a quick rotate over to B, which is shut down. Plus, Kessler, again, taking so much space. We saw it from Kessler on split as well. Taking so much space when you know that there's so many attackers towards one side of the map, just gives your team that much more security. And especially on a map like Bind, where you don't really have to worry about a mid as much, it means that Kessler can just get so much info by themselves, and that gave so much security to the defense to just lock down that A side of the map.
Yeah, now that it's finally failed onto A side, they will opt towards go towards that B. There is going to be the haunt right on top of Kessler. Nightfall is going to be invested. Paint shells into the tube, not going to find any damage, but there, wow, what a nano swarm coming out perfectly onto Slinky. Didn't even know it was there because he was hit by that Nightfall, I believe.
I don't even think he realized he was getting damage.
Yeah, was hit with the decay. Now, John finding the flanking Jiren with the attackers now up. 2 players. Aquavius does one to bring it closer to even as they find one now. Actually brought it down to the 2v2, and there's going to be Aldo finding one with the Odin long range. Jaquavius knows that the last player is there. They're going to have to cover up for their teammate. It's already at half. John has to swing, lands a shot, but unfortunately Jaquavius lands it first. And a 3K for them, and evens up the round count 2-2.
Yeah, that's a big round as well, because that, of course, was going to be the first full buy for both sides. You know, had Hangetsu lost that round, it probably wouldn't even have been that bad for them. They probably would have been able to buy just because their previous round had been flawless. But it works out for them on top of that. So their eco is very, very stable right now. That was just a really good retake. I think they pinched very effectively. Again, it came down to Goofy Goobers just not being able to lock down all of those angles. They weren't quite prepared for a push out of elbow that came out from Jaquavius, and it did end up biting them in the back. So we'll see if the weaker buy pushing into A is going to find much luck.
Oh, Jaquavius finding a kill with the boom bot, as well as Jiren there with the tour de force popped early in the round. Jaquavius somehow finding another one with a pistol.
Oh my.
Jiren once again, tour de force, finding its mark, finding its value, this time off onto short. Cody, only with a sheriff in hand, does have the spike and manages to slip past through the defense thus far. Kessler, finding that space, but once again, just lets Cody walk by unknowingly.
But I don't think Cody's going to expect the flank to come through. So he should have a good jump here. Oh.
You know, fortunate to get the plant off, though, despite the fact of how that round ends up being. Oh, hearing so many TPs as well. Nebula going to be there to cut off that CT entrance just in case. Bomb isn't going to be fine for them, so they are just going to be looking at the potential angles of what they could be, since Kessler already pushed out along. Nice, so again, flawless. I believe that is, what, 2 flawlesses back-to-back? 3 in a row, perhaps?
I think it was the 3rd round was flawless, and now the 5th round was flawless. So there was a round in between where damage was done, but yeah, Hangetsu is looking really strong right now regardless. I do think Goofy Goobers, you know, maybe slowing down a little bit, defaulting a little bit could be helpful for them. A lot of these rounds have ended very quickly in terms of, maybe not ended very quickly, but the rounds have felt over pretty quickly because they've just lost players early in fights and showers or in short. So I think just playing a little slower, also testing into B like they're doing right now could be good because they haven't really shown much presence in B in any of the previous rounds. So now that they have guns, could make it work. And also, they don't know it, but it has the benefit of avoiding that operator in showers.
Kessler once again trying to be cleared out. So much util trying to get them out of this position as they try to push out through A short there. Jaquavius is going to be there. Alex Meister going to find another kill. I believe that is going to be looking from that cubby onto B site. So Alex is going to be there, slow peeking through Garden. On point, there's going to be the Nano Swarm and the Haunt distracted as they look away towards the other eye. Now 2v5. So far, Seeker's going to be invested as well. Going to confirm Jiren is going to be on that CT angle. believe the other one was going to go towards Jaquavius as well, so they know where both the defenders are.
There's a showstopper in play, maybe, if Jaquavius wanted it, but in a 2v4, unless you know where these attackers are, it's probably not worth it.
Yeah, so 5v5 should, or 2v5 I should say, I don't know why I said 5, but I believe if they do have the guns, I know Chiron with an op was most likely going to be saving that. Yeah, no exit frags to be had. Unfortunately, Jaquavius will give up a gun for it in the end.
I'm not sure what that was. Don't know what the decision making was there from Jaquavius. So maybe trying to just maybe find a kill on an exit, but I mean, you had money, I guess, so why not? But it is a huge win for Goofy Goobers. Again, they slowed it down. They approached first that B side of the map, and it was the weaker site. Unfortunately for them, they are about to push into an operator. If they can counter it, if they can use some util for anti-op, like a paint shells down long, that could be a huge play, push the chamber back. And that would allow them to take some space. But of course, you need to know kind of where that chamber is playing in order to use anti-op util like that. So, oh, that's good.
Kessler, aggressive position, doesn't find it. Meanwhile, on the other side, it's going to be Elinyar finding the kill in the backside as well. Oh, there is going to be the showstopper invested. Going to be slowed down by the chamber util. Now, op in hand. Oh, he's going to be trying to find the boombot. So they know at least a player is there. John is going to be going for the plant here. And now it's just going to be a 4v5. One player not, or two players not on full HP. But they have so much util to stall out for time here. This is going to be crucial. Nightfall is going to be invested for the defense. Attacking defense showstopper will find its mark as Aldo finds one with the Odin prior to that. And now smoked off with the Nebula. They're going to play aggressive. Jaquavius. Wow, what a shot was that? Was that through the smoke? What even was that? John finds one as well onto Aldo. So both these players playing through long. They have to cover out for their teammate. It's already at half. They're going to hold it once again. They will not get it in time as Jaquavius finds another 3K. And the defuse. Oh my goodness. Wow, what a retake effort for Hangetsu.
I don't know. Maybe we need to check the PC there. That was a one-shot head tap through the smoke. Fired one bullet and found the head. I'm not sure. that was kind of a crazy kill from Jaquavius, but I did like that round going into from Goofy Goobers. Again, I talked about needing to play anti-op, and they did. The Prowler down long did push that chamber off of that angle, and it allowed them to get that spike down. You mentioned they did have a lot of stall util to work with. It just came down to a really, really good retake. The showstopper definitely made a factor as well, or was a factor as well. Ooh, that Prowler's not going to get the op off of long this time.
That's my smell. Only knowing that Kessler's there. Chiron's still on that off angle, off to that TP side. Doesn't see it, does see the shoulder, but too little, too late. As Chiron lands a shot.
And now they slow down. It is a bit of a default coming into it from Goofy Goobers. They do have guns to work with. It is a full buy from them, so there's a lot of potential here. It looks like now they want to take it over towards B, which obviously you can see is the right move. There are 3 on A, but again, that operator's still here over on that B side of the map. And although John is here, they haven't really made much leeway in terms of taking space. So it's going to basically be kind of just a good old-fashioned push here, but with 4 players instead of 5. They don't have a whole lot of info to work with. And they did lose their fade, so it's just a sky for their recon util.
Yeah, even if they do decide to push out of hookah, they do have the trademark there to slow them down if they do try and clear out. They typically wouldn't use paint shells for that cleared angle. They're going to rendezvous back into elbow. So they are able to get the plant off. 20 seconds lots of time, but they still have one defender left on site. As Kessler finds Cody trying to transition into elbow and follow their teammate into John. John wasn't confirmed quite there quite yet, but there's going to be, just swings across the site. Nice little flick from them, and now it's Slick, knowing what the last player with Odin in hand is going to find it. Double kill for them. Lives on a 1 HP. And evens up the round once again.
Yeah, I think this B site is definitely going to be a strong point for Goofy Goobers. They've seemed to figure it out pretty well. I think as long as that operator gets pushed off of that angle, you're going to, have a good chance at being able to entry. I think one kind of difficulty for the set of Goofy Goobers that's kind of been hurting them a little bit, and may have been hurting them in the previous map as well, is Alex is definitely their best player, right? He's immortal. He's the only person in this lobby right now that is immortal. He's definitely going to be the player that you have to worry about if you're on the defense. So Alex has been pushing first. He's kind of been putting himself in the line of fire a lot, but he's on fade, right? So you lose a lot of that util when he falls, like we saw in the previous round. But what's important is being able to follow it up, and that's exactly what we saw Goofy Goobers be able to do. So I'm hoping here, again, with that Nightfall, and they also have a lockdown, this A site should be a good push for Goofy Goobers. There is an overdrive on the other side, but I do think for Goofy Goobers, this should be at least spiked down here on A.
Yeah, as you mentioned in previous sets, watching the Goofy Goobers in weekend 1, Alex did have the benefit of having that double duelist be there and make the space for them on those rounds. As we see them push onto A site here, Nanoswarm is going to do some damage. Nightfall isn't going to hit anyone, I believe, so a little bit of an off angle as Elysian and Alex each find a piece. They haven't cleared out that cubby. Elysian with the back to the enemy thus far. Jovivius finds a 1. Jiren is going to find another. So now 3v3 with the plant down. And now look at this collapse from the defense here. Kessler on the swing. John is going to get it, being half blind. Seeker's going to be invested as well for the attackers to confirm where these defenders are. They take out one. The other one is going to be in showers.
Last player standing.
Cody lands it beautifully onto Jaquavius, and Jiren doesn't know this quite yet, but there is going to be a flanker in John. Finally confirms it, but wins out anyways. 86 HP, taps the bomb, so they again confirm the angle. Oh, but the 3K thus far. Do they have enough time? The Nanoswarm is not online. Is there enough time? I don't believe that there is. 0.43 left on the clock. A great effort, but just not enough.
And I mean, for Goofy Goobers, this is exactly what they need. They're getting momentum built here. They're getting rounds on the board, and coming off of losing their own map pick to be able to start winning their opponent's map pick. This is really, really big for Goofy Goobers right now. Plus, in that previous round, coming into this one, they did not have to use that lockdown. So they have it as an option now. Their opponent is now on an eco, so they may not even have to use it this round. So there's some really big momentum on the side of Goofy Goobers to be gained here. Over on the side of Hangetsu, they're just going to have to eco here. There's a Marshall, there's a Bucky, but the rest are on pistols, and so it's probably going to be a round win for Goofy Goobers, unless Hangetsu makes a miracle happen here with this weaker weaponry.
Well, speaking of miracles, we see Jiren up close with the Bucky. Again, making that eco worth its weight in gold right now. And now with a player down, and know they have the Bucky up close. Paint Shells is available to clear out the angle, of course, but offense with a player down. I believe they're gonna. I don't know if they're struggling here or they're just trying to get a timing pick on this split towards A.
Things are just slowed down right now. The attack isn't really prepped for any particular hit. Obviously, they're very aware of that chamber and that Bucky, and it looked like maybe they're just looking for a trade pick over there, but not going to be found. So they're taking it back over to B, but no space has been gained really yet for them. So they are going to have to clear out these defenders that are here. Fortunately for them, Kessler's on weaker weaponry.
Oh, sees a shoulder.
30 seconds
just
left.
enough for John to land it through the wall. Yeah, and like you said, that rotate wasn't committed for A. Now fully clean towards B, and now the post-plant lockdown is going to be huge. They don't have any util to clear that out as well. Nanoswarm should be good to cut off the exit route, if not do damage to that player as well. So one player will be locked down, and the other three try to push through CT. So it's bought so much time once again for the attacking side of Goofy Goobers.
Yeah, that lockdown might have been a little overkill. Although,
we'll see if it was overkill as Jiren picks up that one thus far. Elysian goes down, but Slick has, if they have anything to say about it, finds one, and they're en route for the ace, and they win 5 HP clutch. Do they have enough time for the defuse? More than enough this time around. Oh my goodness, Jiren, ace clutch.
And I mean, they get that lockdown out of the way. I thought it was a little bit overkill given the weaker weaponry on the other side. And it may or may not have been overkill. It didn't matter. Gyron was just out there anyway with a Phantom. And I mean, that is a huge win to get the momentum moving back in the favor of Hangetsu there. Plus, they've got 3 ults online now. That tour de force, we could see that operator holding an angle, and it looks like it will be over towards B. They still have that overdrive, and now they've got a cosmic divide as well. So even if the spike goes down, a retake could look really, really good. You do see Kessler playing with a Bucky, probably playing to use that overdrive. And that's, I mean, a huge position right now for Hangetsu to be in.
Yeah. Like you said, it was an eco. The loss of the lockdown, just huge investment there for Goofy Goobers.
Yeah.
Like now, this round is basically a must-win if they want to come out on top of this half. If they don't, they might lose the following with no eco behind it. As they continue to push out, Haunt is going to find one. I know Alex Meister is in the corner. Not much else to be done as Pharaoh G cleans it up. Kessler up close with the Bucky. If they find one, they might go for a potential reset, but Eleanor is there. Small Peeker's advantage. Oh, double clear out for the util. Cosmic Divide is going to use. Showstopper is going to be invested as well. Will find their corner. Rest in peace, my teammates. I got hit by a bazooka. There we go. That's a call out I've been looking for all weekend. But as we see, Gyron once again with the Phantom in hand finds a first. You can't put your foot off the gas if you know Gyron is still alive. And with 30 HP, that may be the dream right now. 3v2 for the defense. Jaquavius a showstopper of their own.
One enemy remaining.
But it isn't needed. They find the last player. Oh, it doesn't, as they jump over, looking like Super Mario over a bullet bill. As Gyron picks up the 3K. Oh my goodness.
What a retake. I was a little bit worried that that Cosmic Divide had been expended
Last round in
as the attack was coming into the site, so it didn't really find any value. I was a little bit worried. I think Cosmic Divide is a really good retake piece of utility when you're on defense. I don't think it should be used to kind of stop a push from coming through unless you know where these players are ahead of time. But it didn't matter. It seems like the ultimates and how they've been played doesn't really matter, right? That showstopper missed, didn't matter, still found the kill there to secure it for Hangetsu. So a lot of these ultimates haven't even ended up making an impact, it seems. Which it's a little bit different than what you typically see. So as the buy is going to be a little bit half of a half buy here from Goofy Goobers as they try to take the last shot of the half to make it a 6-6 half going into the next side.
Yeah, and then as you mentioned, I believe the only investment of ult was going to be that Cosmic Divide. Defense still has a Nightfall, now the Nightfall available, Overdrive, and the Tour de Force. Yeah,
and I mean, the attackers might be able to get John that Seeker's ultimate, but that's really all they might have. Probably don't want to get from the shadows up. And of course, to get those Seekers, it's probably going to have to be a kill because that orb's been taken in showers, so... It's going to be a very difficult round, and especially with this weak buy, it's a force buy. They only have, I mean, they have 3 rifles, but one of them is a Guardian, and then 2 other players are on Sheriff, so it's going to be difficult here.
Yeah, half the round is over. 45 seconds left on the clock. I believe they are all ready to pull the trigger. As Eleanor trying to be the first point of contact, does chunk him out through the boxes. That's going to be that race player of Jaquavius, marked and going down to a red blinking health bar once again. Now there's going to be Eleanor finding it. John cleans up that one. It's going to be Gyron and Carmen each fighting a piece. There's going to be Aldo swinging out of heaven with the Odin as well. So 2v3 for the defense. Economy does not matter thus far as they do have the player advantage. So trying to find, gets spotted. Tries to spam through, but Eleanor and Alex clean it up. We're starting this game off with a 6-6 half.
Switching sides.
Yeah, I mean, that overdrive immediately got shut down from Kessler. That was a huge shutdown to get. I mean, for Cody, you got 2 with a Sheriff. That's going to be a huge factor as well. So for Goofy Goobers, they're still in it. Even though it looked like they were making a run, that might lead to a round differential that's in their favor coming into this second half. Being able to keep it 6-6 is huge. Again, it's their opponent's map pick. you know, we are seeing a double duelist composition come out from their opponent. Hangetsu definitely has a little bit more of an aggressive composition. That double duelist with a chamber as their sentinel, that gives you quite a bit of aggressive utility to work with. So this is definitely the half that they want to be on. Over on the other side, of course, double initiator with a killjoy sentinel. I do think that this defensive half should not look too bad from Goofy Goobers either. This is, I think, going to be the harder half for both teams.
Oh, this paint shell's gonna find so much value! 3K paint shells! My paint shells don't do that! Oh my god, Elysian combo with, I believe, the fade from Alex Meister. Oh my goodness.
Massive seize play, and I mean, you're just stuck now. If you are Hangetsu, what do you even do? There was no opportunity for a trade. You didn't even see anyone.
Oh my goodness. It's just like a Home Alone trap. It's like suddenly you're stuck and you're getting hit by like things you don't even know were there. Oh. And now it's just a matter of can Jiren or Jaquavius find any value? Can they find any kills at this point? It's not, if they can get a plant, it would be an amazing feat thus far, I would say.
Satchel out. Satchel out.
There they go, pushing out of short. Is going to tag up on their way in. Alex Meister finding that one, finally getting rewarded for their teamwork earlier. And a flawless for the defense of Goofy Goobers.
Yeah, I actually think that Seize and Paint Shells combo had been attempted to be used a few times by Goofy Goobers when they were on attack over on B. They would throw that Seize and then either a Nanoswarm or a Paint Shells into the backside of B, but it hadn't really found value ever. And this is the first time that we see it find value. And of course, this is just, it was just the wrong place at the wrong time for Hangetsu. You know, they're like, oh, do we push B? Do we push A? They decided to go through A short, and it was just the wrong answer. And a beautiful pistol round win does give the anti-eco the gun advantage over to Goofy Goobers now.
Catch them. No charges.
Seize again wants to use to see if they find some more value. No way! There's no way they get it again! And they will! 2 rounds in a row, but this time Alex swings before all the paint shells can go off. Oh, wow. This fade raise combo paying off on defense. Just so amazingly. The recognition, the comms. I wonder how they're feeling thus far on the Goofy Goober side.
I mean, if you're on Hangetsu, you gotta be scratching your head. How do we keep falling for this? And you do see a lot of those plays when there's a deadlock on this map. You don't see a lot of that when it's a fade and a raise, because you often want to be at first using that fade for some recon, so you don't go for those plays. But obviously it's been working out here.
Yeah, headhunter in hand or Jiren will find that head, hunt them down. Beautiful shot onto Elysian. Now Sparrow G, a little bit of space in short, but Alex is there. Yeah, so now they're going to come up to that anchoring player of KJ on a B side here. Solo hold. They should hear the footsteps. 10 seconds left on the clock. If they get spotted out, it is going to stop the plant, I believe. Just in time. No, it will not. The Nanoswarm up on top. Going to buy just enough, that half-second difference. As Alex finds a 3K and see if they can clean it up. And 4 on the round for them. Ooh, great anti-eco for Goofy Goobers.
Yeah, I mean, the play just worked again. That fade raise combo just worked again. It looks like, hey, we're reading a B hit. They want to set it up for a B hit, but unfortunately, I don't think that, or unfortunately for Goofy Goobers, I don't think that Hangetsu's gonna play right into another fade raise combo. I do quickly wanna highlight just how good Jiren has been on this map. 20-7 right now on that chamber, and obviously a lot of that was on the defense when you can go for those plays and then TP out, but still, so far, very good play for Jiren. And now that they're on attack, we'll see if Hangetsu can give Jiren some value, especially on this round. They have a full buy going. This combo, though.
We see the arms of Alex Meister. They're going to throw it anyways. It won't. The C's won't land. So a great trade in favor of Jiren there, as you mentioned. Top fragger for Hangetsu. Alex Meister going to be walking out in the open, get some damage on the Kessler. Haunt is going to be used, and now I think that's going to be the trigger for them to go faster through this B site. Satchel is going to be used for Kessler to jump out as well, and Aldo finds that one, Elysian, but those were the players that were hit up and lit through hookah on that initial engagement. Double Nebula Smoke is there for the offense. Cut off the defenders from swinging out as Jiren once again pushing up, finding Cody, and now Slick is going to be the last person in elbow. Another star is going to be placed. Spectre in hand is spotted by Aldo and cleaned up by Sparrow G, and now a flawless return. Great answer for Hangetsu.
Make their fear your
Yeah, we did see in that first half, they had that, that third round and that fifth round were both flawlesses from them. And that third round of that first half was a bye against a bonus. And that's what we just saw, where they were able to make it flawless. And then they definitely got some momentum building. Of course, the half did end 6-6 regardless, but they did get some good momentum building for them. So it's now down to if Goofy Goobers can kind of bounce back and shut down any of that momentum that's going to be tried to be built here. Of course, that Raze Fade found some really good value in those first 2 rounds, but it's probably not going to find much value now. Of course, Hangetsu going to be very aware that that might be an opportunity, so they're slowing it down quite a bit here. They're looking maybe for where they can even find these players to maybe catch them off guard.
Yeah, we'll see if they continue. Oh my gosh, what a shot from John. Unable to land the second as Sparrow G trades out. But like you mentioned, we'll see if Elysian and Alex continue to play those butt buddy type of fade and raise combos throughout this entire defense half. It's like, it's like a sub sentinel here with that combo. And now just going to be playing slowly pinched with Elysian on the flank and market. There should be contact here. There is, as they find it.
Spike down.
They slide in,
B.
slide out, as they know the spike is fallen in market.
That's some of that proactive defense that we had seen from Hangetsu, actually.
30 seconds left.
Bring it back to a 3v3. Like you said, that proactive defense is definitely something to do when if you are able to get that space lurking out. And now there's going to be the jump out onto the side of Jaquavius. Satchels and on top of the tube finds Cody. All gets chunked to 33 HP with the nanoswarm, so great value there at the very least. Doesn't stop the plant.
Left. Spike planted.
Counter sliver HP. Sparrow G trying to find Slick as well. They know they have the bandit in hand. One body shot through the wall. Elysian finds one. Showstopper is going to be used. Will they find its mark? It will. But Jaquavius finding their raised counterpart. Last person standing wins the round.
And that was a round that Hangetsu could have afforded to lose. Goofy Goobers could not. That was a round they invested a lot of money into, and because they didn't win it, they're going to have to take another bit of a half buy in eco here. This is exactly what happened in that first half. They won the pistol, they won the round after, but then you saw Hangetsu get their buy round against the bonus, and then they took the round after that where it was a buy from both sides, and then they flawlessed that 5th round of the first half to continue that momentum, and we may see that happen again here, again with that gun advantage. It's going to be very hard to play around here, so we'll see. As I do really like Hangetsu's approach, where they've been playing really, really slow. As we see John back up there, they've been playing really, really slow off of those first 2 rounds. Getting caught in that trap. They've been waiting to figure out where these defenders are, and then they've been speeding up. And I kind of like that approach. Here we go. There is going to be that commit towards that B site now. The KJ utility is going to buy just a little bit of time. Jaquavius gets hit on the way in. A little bit of spray, a little bit of the turret. As Kessler finds one up, pushing through elbow. Paranoia is going to hit. Meanwhile, on the flank, Elysian is going to come up with the shorty as well. Cody finding value with the Bucky on the opposite side through CT. Nightfall, you saw, is he going to be invested. The plant's going to go on to back site. Now 3v3 still. Guns advantage, not necessarily there as much anymore. As Sparrow G finds one, finds two. Jaquavius cleans it up. A little bit messy, but they still come out with 3 members alive at the end of it. Yeah, they don't flawless the 5th round this time, but they do still get another 3-round win streak, just as they did in that first half. So for Hangetsu now, it's just about getting that momentum to continue working for them, something that they could not do in that first half. Off of winning these 3 rounds, they now have that Tour de Force online, they have the Showstopper online, and they have a Cosmic Divide online. So there is a lot of utility that they can use here to help take site And I do think that we'll probably see it come out here, knowing that they're against a buy. They're going to want to play aggressive. They're going to want to use that util.
Yeah, not to mention Kessler. You've mentioned the 3 ultimates that are already ready. Kessler 1 off from the Neon Overdrive as well. If they want to play for that, is an option for them if they wish to do so. Yeah, but they hear the KJ ult, the turret up in hookah as Elinar finds one onto Jaquavius nice and early. That aggressive defense, that proactive defense, once again, I think that's going to give them the green light to go on to be here. Kessler finds one onto John, so they don't need the ult orb there. They're going to go ahead and pull the trigger. Fast lane is going to be used, trying to clear out that cubby. There's still one more player. They know Paranoia is going to be thrown out from the backside as Cody finds that one. Going to shadow step. Oh, doesn't go over the corner. Gets stuck on the box. Unfortunate placement there.
Spike planted.
This retake's going to take a second as well. Some of these players still pretty far back in CT, so...
You know, Haunt isn't going to find any information, so at least they're not playing out in the open.
Let's play.
Tour de Force is now invested, as you heard. They're going to be playing on that one. There's going to be Jiren right there, as you mentioned, right on cue. From Garden, who can smell the flowers. They'll be sending flowers to their opponent's grave. Finds another one. 3K for them. TP's out. Right. Oh my God. So cheeky with the classic in hand. Gives up all those life for it, but a 4K for Jiren on the round.
And I mean, Jiren's 26-9 right now. Definitely, Jiren is a big factor in this run Hangetsu's having right now. As much as Goofy Goobers do seem to be holding it together effectively a lot of these rounds, you just kind of get dismantled sometimes, and they do want to call a timeout to figure it out, and I do kind of agree with that. Right, we've seen a lot of slow play. Hangetsu, of course, after those first 2 rounds, got very, very wary of potential trap plays, so they've been playing much slower just to start it off, and then they speed up, and it seems like the defense just isn't prepared to slow them down at all. They don't have anything in mind as far as stalling them out, so that spike gets down very quickly, and kills are found pretty quickly from the attackers as well. That's a big thing. They're also not able to shut them down, but especially that spike gets down very quickly, and then the defense has a lot of pressure when they're trying to retake. So for these defenders, I think one of 2 things needs to happen, where either they're going to want to play more for a retake scenario, which I'd say you can do over towards A. You don't want to play for retake on B usually, unless you have ultimates, which they don't have here. So probably just play a little bit further back if you want over on that towards that A site, so that way you can, you know, rotate over to B a little bit faster to help defend it when those aggressive fast takes start coming through on a B. And then, of course, if you need to retake on A, you can do that. It's a little easier to do on A, just, you know, continuing to play together. Those defenders, especially on this B site, as it has been a B hit a lot of these past few rounds from Hangetsu, the defenders have not been able to trade each other off very effectively. I think that's another factor as well. You know, you can find an early kill, but then the attackers just immediately return fire and then some. So slowing them down, getting some of those early picks, maybe being willing to play for retake on A, those could all help them get back into this.
Yeah, we'll see. I was going to mention that. I was like, do they want to go for a retake? Like you mentioned, the stall just isn't there. Haunt is going to find them in the little cubby so far. Util thrown in. There's going to be Alex Meister and Eleanor try to do something cheeky through the teleporter with their combo once again, but it will not find their mark. And now the offense is full control. They have the showstopper now after the kills with Jaquavius as well. Gonna follow their buddy. Are they gonna find it? They will once again. Oh my goodness. Rest in peace, my teammates. They got hit by a bazooka. Double kill. Kaboom. Kablow.
We do have that overdrive and the Nightfall both online right now. 3 ults have been expended pretty recently from Hangetsu, but they still have 2 online. There are now, however, some ults coming up for Goofy Goobers. That Seekers is online, as well as that from the Shadows. Now, obviously, that round was going to be a bit of a difficult round anyway. It was an eco round coming out from Goofy Goobers, so they don't have to feel too bad about losing it. Obviously, if they could have done more damage, that would have been good. They don't have to feel too bad here. I really like this here, pushing up and getting this Killjoy util in towards Hookah. It slows down the push quite a bit. Although that nanostorm may have been a little early.
Yeah. So there's going to be the boom bot. Is he going to clear the knot until that very last stop? Oh, Slick is going to be blinded on the top of that as well as Darwin pushes out. Cody already, one more bullet is going to end their life for the round, but John is there to cover out. Jiren ends it to find John as well. Overdrive is going to be committed, but Aldo is going to be there to kill our Cody anyways. The overdrive spam through the smoke isn't going to be enough as Elinar finally cleans it up.
Spike planted.
And now 2v3 retake. Elysian and Alex Meister, the combos. Not going to be available unless they get another kill. Oh, Rendezvous just in time from Jiren there. Now, bomb is planted on default. Alex does get spotted by Jiren. They could spot each other. Continue to push out. Nice little headshot, but not enough. There's going to be Jiren finding one. Elysian finding a trade towards Long, but Sparrow G finding it out as well.
Match point.
Yeah. And it's now match point for Hangetsu here, and series point, booking a ticket to the finals, as there is going to be From the Shadows, Seekers, and Showstopper all online for the side of Goofy Goobers, but their buy is going to be weak. It's a force buy. They only have like one good rifle, and it's the Vandal on the Elysian, but everyone else kind of on an awkward buy here. So it's going to be difficult. Again, they just can't slow down these attackers. They want to play aggressive here on B. We'll see if it's going to work.
Oh, Alex Meister making the aggression pay off. Seeker's going to be used as well, trying to find these players on through short, on through fountain. And now the instant rotate, they realize that there's aggression, but Sparrow G unable to rotate fast enough as the kills, trying to find them, continue to come through. It's going to be a trade. Now 3v3 Plants is down.
Gone here.
Yeah,
And now
really good.
position swapped here.
Yeah, really good proactive decision to go over towards A. And it's evened out right now.
Showstopper, but there are no satchels there. Spam with the Odin through the smoke of lamps. They're going to try to find it. Spam is going to be go on the default. No one going to be there. It's going to be a trade. Aldo finding that one. And now Prowler is going to confirm the position of John. 1v2. It's not the position you want to be in as they spam through. And that will be the final nail in the coffin as Hangetsu punched their ticket to the grand finals.
And that was quite a match. It was definitely closer than Split, but really quickly. 437 ACS, 31-9 for Jiren, who had an unbelievable map 2 there, absolutely mowing down the competition. Elysian also put up a pretty decent stat line, 296 ACS with a 21-17, but Jiren getting over 30 kills, that is going to be pretty hard to beat, and the defense to start off that first half was somewhat penetrable. It ends tied 6-6, but once you switch sides, just so much aggression coming out from Hangetsu, and there was no answer from Goofy Goobers to slow it down. They just could not figure out what they needed to do to stop them. And Hangetsu, after a pretty dominant split, they come into bind, and they look really good, especially on that attacking half.
Yeah, on that attack, they just seemed unstoppable. You know, outside from that first pistol and that eco, they just ran away with it. After that, it's like the guns were just, the bullets were landing, the position, like you said, the pacing was unmatched for them. It was unrelenting for the side of Hangetsu there. So with that said, as they punch their ticket to the grand finals, as we see the final scoreline here on for the playoffs, Goofy Goobers winning both game 1 and game 2 respectively. And now as we prep for them, I should say, going into them, we're going to be interviewing a member of Hangetsu right now. We're going to be joined by, let me double check. It's Jaquavius. Jaquavius, how are you doing today?
Pretty good. That was a really good game that we just had.
All right. Well, first off, congrats, Jaquavius. Congrats on the win and punching your ticket to the grand finals tomorrow. Going into this game, after weekend 1, what was the team feeling going into this set?
Overall, we felt pretty good. We felt just a little bit. I think we felt a little bit worn out just last week, just because we kind of didn't expect Tropical Wingman to kind of pull it out like that. So we kind of, throughout this whole weekend, we kind of reworked our things that we kind of messed up, and then we kind of just locked in. I think that's kind of the main thing that we did.
All right. And well, now that you've won this set 2-0 in pretty handled fashion, I mean, what was the team comms? Was there any pressure lifted off your shoulders, or are you just excited to go with your team to the grand finals?
Honestly, this game we kind of switched up just a little bit. I told them to just trust the calls, and I just had them mainly specifically locked into their duels, I have seen a bunch of my team just became all of a sudden like new aimers I've never seen like out of them so far. So me personally, I think the step up where it was is perfectly great, you know?
Yeah, Sleepy, anything from you? Go ahead.
I did want to ask, that second half started with two back-to-back trap plays coming out from your opponent with the fade and the raise combo. Was there any conversation following what was it like following that first round and then having it happen again that second round?
So that very first round, we had a play that we we're gonna do. It just happened so that we just saw that happen, and honestly, the VC honestly got dead silent. But the thing about it is that we just straight up laughed it off. So honestly, keeping that mental game up there was probably the main thing that kept us through. They did catch us twice, so the third time we knew it was going to happen, so we kind of bait that one out. So honestly, I think the key was to adapt there, and honestly, pretty good. I think we kind of worked our way off of it.
Oh, wow. Anything else, CP?
I think that's it from me. I mean, you guys looked very, very good. Jiren had a very good series in general. That second map, especially. Yeah, you guys played like you wanted to be in that grand finals.
Honestly, yeah. I told him that this round. I told him just just play like gun game like last week. I don't know what he was doing. He was pulling out guns like he was playing Minecraft or something. So, yeah. I couldn't be any more proud of him. Honestly, he stepped it up this time, just like any time that we needed it, and the mental's great. I don't think there's anything I could tell them how to fix anything at all.
Sounds good. Well, Jaquavius, once again, congrats on the game. Prepping into tomorrow, is it going to be just more of the same, more looking for those aim duels? I know you don't want to leak too much strat going into the grand finals, but what's the prep going to be looking like after today's set and going into tomorrow?
Me personally, I hope we face Tropical Wingman tomorrow. I feel like, me personally, I want them again. Having them study us kind of like made me feel like, you know what, I want to run it back since it's the best of 5. I think I got something for them, so.
Ooh, I like it. Fighting words, wants to recall, and we now know who Hangetsu wants for the grand finals. But if you want to see that, stick around if they will make it and punch their ticket to the grand finals in the semifinal 2 later today. Well, Jaquavius, thanks. You appreciate your time. But before you go, do you have any final words, shout outs, or things you want to say to the chat, to the audience, anyone that's listening on stream? The floor is yours.
I want to shout out to my boys all up in the Trade Plaza server. Honestly, we kind of just figured that we just wanted to do this for fun until the boys kind of really got serious. Made me do a lot of work, but honestly, there's no other team over IGL for. I'm also shout out my personal coach, Mindy, Cross Unity. Honestly, watching her for over these past few years in Game Changers honestly brought some sort of competitive drive out of me, and this is kind of like where we flipped the script, I don't think without the right mentor, I wouldn't be where I'm at right now. So, huge shout out to her as well.
All right. Well, Jaquavius, we appreciate your time and congrats on the win and good luck on the grand finals tomorrow.
Thank you so much.
All right, Sleepy. Well, we've heard from them. They sound pretty excited. They sound pretty happy. And at this point, they know who they personally want for one reason or another going into the grand finals, and they're going to be rooting for Tropical Wingman. We'll see if they can, once again, into semi-final 2. So, but with that, we also have a second interview coming off from the Goofy Goobers. One of the Goofy Goobers' top players as well throughout that series, throughout weekend 1 as well. Joining us on the interview this time around, it is going to be Alex Meister. Alex, unfortunate for the loss today, but how are you feeling so far?
Yeah, I feel a lot better than I did 5 minutes ago. So, but no, I'm really good, feeling good.
Oh, well, unfortunately, the result isn't what you wanted going into weekend 2, but going into this set, into this semifinals, what was the team prep looking like going into today?
Yeah, I mean, we knew this was going to be a tough game just from kind of looking at the scores from last weekend and some of the VOD reviewing. So we knew it was going to be a tough game overall. But, we prepped as much as at least we thought we could. But everyone, like I said, the split game was rough, but I was really happy with our bind game and how close it was. Against a really good team that has, that's a premier team that plays together, I'd say a lot, and has a, good coach.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Sleepy, anything?
I mean, obviously, coming from off of a map loss, especially, split didn't go great. What was kind of the vibes like? How were you guys feeling going into that second map?
Yeah, I think anytime you lose a map, the vibes are a little always down. But a good break kind of brought it back. Hey, it's a new game. It's 0-0. That's map 1 out of 3 games possibly. So we kind of just say, hey, we let that game go out. I'd say it's better to get destroyed than have it lose a close game mentally. So you can kind of get over it quicker at least. But no, every going to the second game, I mean, honestly, it was positive vibes. We all felt great, especially after the tether nade to open up the game. So
Speaking of that tether nade, that C's paint shells combo, you got it 2 rounds in a row. I know you guys wanted it for a third time going into that second half. I mean, for you, obviously, it seems like a play that you would practice over and over again. But how was it feeling getting it multiple times in the same game?
Oh man, honestly, we tried it in the hookah. I think probably me and Ellen Yar were in hookah. Like, man, hopefully we get a third time. But their chamber did a good job in baiting it. It happens 2 times. I mean, hey, you gotta be lucky to get the third time.
Sleepy, anything else for you?
No, I mean, I think that's it. Obviously, it was a really well fought series. Yeah, I mean, I think those trap plays were pretty impressive. I think I saw kind of similar plays you guys tried on the attack as well, and they didn't really land. I think in general you guys looked really good, and I mean, it may not have ended the way you guys wanted, but I think there's a lot to be proud of, especially like you mentioned, you're going up against a premier team. That's gonna be tough.
Yeah, definitely.
All right, Alex. Well, one final question for you. I mean, like going into this, playing with your team, I mean, now that it's all said and done, at least for the Goofy Goobers, for you, I mean, how proud do you feel about like being a part of this team, being part of another tournament with your squad?
Oh, dude, I honestly, like I said, we getting out of week 1 the way we did, we felt really, really good. Very positive. But like I said, the teammates, they're amazing. They're all my friends. We're a group of friends, so we've all played together here and there. But like I said, we had a great time. Coming into this week, we knew that even if we did lose first round, we thought we put up a good fight. Have good positive vibes in the end of it, and we all made plays when we needed to, or at least tried to.
Well, I'm glad you still, as a group of friends, you guys were able to get to the semifinals and still showcase what y'all were made of going to that final set. Well, Alex, appreciate you having you on. For you, any final shout outs, things you want to say to the audience, to the chat, anyone listening to the audience, shout outs, plugs, anything, floor is yours.
Yeah, I'm gonna shout out all my teammates here. Ellen Yar is the GOAT, creating, VOD reviewing for us, making some notes of us, helping us out. John, he's my way-to-day GOAT, Cody, he's the neon GOAT on Corrode and good smokes player. And Swick Wick is a really good KJ, and she's the GOAT too. Honestly, everyone's the GOAT.
All right, goated team, that's for sure. Well, once again, Alex, we appreciate your time.
Thank you.
We appreciate all the content you and your team have given to us for the tournament. It was an absolute joy to watch you guys play this tournament.
Appreciate it. Everyone have a good day.
All right, you too, man. Well, Sleepy, that wraps it up for semi-final 1. 2-0 for the Goofy, for Hangetsu, I should say. As you can see, once again, the scores for the playoffs. We'll see who they will be playing against semi-final 2 that will be played later today. I mean, like the books, they're wrapped up on that one. I don't think there's much else to say. Is there anything else left to say for that one, Sleepy?
I mean, it's going to be interesting to see. Hangetsu clearly wants a specific opponent, so we know one team is going to be hoping they're going to be rooting for one team on the other side. So that's going to be interesting to see. I don't think you see that a lot of the time, hoping for a particular opponent. But yeah, I think that's it. I mean, obviously, shout out to the production, of course. Shout out to Neon for casting with me. Yeah.
Yeah. So once again, if with semifinal one done, that is gonna be a wrap from me and Sleepy on the cast. I don't think you'll be seeing us for tomorrow. I believe. I believe not. So that's gonna be a call from us for the weekend. So once again, shout out to Brown for having us on B casters for today, and for myself from last week as well. If you want to find me, you can find me on my link. Once again, I shoutcast. If you need another shoutcaster freelancer, hit me up. Play by play, League of Legends, Valorant, Marvel Rivals, Smash Brothers. Your everyday life, you need a voiceover. Hit me up. But yeah, Sleepy, anything from you? Plug yourself, my man.
Yeah, no, all I have is you can check out my Twitter or my Twitch, SleepyBoy10, and that's all I really got. Thanks for watching, and of course shout out to Brown, shout out to Amber observing today, did an amazing job as well.
Well, once again, thank you everyone for having us, and that means that's going to be a wrap from us. Brown, back to you, man.
Okay, thank you, fellas, and we also give a big shout out to Amber, who is our observer. The two casters you heard earlier, Neon, Sleepy Boy, our halftime show with Star Kitagawa featuring Dovely, Columbide. Absolutely fantastic, and congratulations once again to Hangetsu. Moving on to the grand finals on Sunday. Very, very good. Now, Goofy Goobers, obviously, they played very well in their group as well. We thank them. Tropical Wingmen and Old Guys Club, they will play at 4 p.m. Pacific. And so you will see what is coming up in that segment right after this. Hi everybody, this is Browntul, and welcome to Brownie Val X. How exciting has our broadcast been so far? Have you all been very excited for what you've seen? Some great round action, both in our semifinal rounds and in that special all-random one-site custom that we had between Team IRIAM and Team Brownie Val. That was just absolutely box office. Let's remind everyone where we are at right now. Well, first of all, how the semifinals work. It's a best of 3 semifinal bracket, and we just saw the first one happen earlier. It was a 2-0 victory for Hangetsu. Congratulations to them. We got one more best of 3 to do coming up next, and we also have a halftime show from our IRIAM founding streamer Mei Mei featuring Renko. So stay tuned for that after game 1 of this second semifinal series. Now let's take a look now at the schedule, and there you see the score lines and how that is going. Honestly, my thoughts on Hangetsu, and I'm not being held hostage by anyone in this call right now, is the fact that they most definitely showed up with a game plan. They understood that they were facing a team that was so strong and very consistent in their group, in the Goofy Goobers, and that first map was just so dominant by them. It was a little bit tough on the second one. The Goofy Goobers had a couple of strategic plans that they used. The Raze Fade combo was obviously the highlight there on Bind. But at the end, Hangetsu just pulled it away. They had a 6-6 tie in that half and figured things out and put the momentum on their side. So we'll see Hangetsu on Sunday, and they will face the winner of this next semifinal series between Tropical Wingmen, the first place team from Group A, versus Old Guys Club, the play-in team from Group B. And let's look back at how that is going, at least from the scouting report. So the Tropical Wingmen, they were the only team to play against someone in which the score was double digits on both sides. The group play was 13 to single digits everywhere, except for that first game, and you really don't know what would have happened if they lost that game against the Gritty Goblins. It was a 13-11 victory, truly inspirational gameplay, and then they just figured things out as they went with the second and third matches against Pink Corgi and also against Hangetsu. You heard in that interview, Jaquavius was saying, we want Tropical Wingmen. It's based off that game right there. 13-5 was the victory in that match for the Tropical Wingmen. They want the revenge match. But in order for that to happen, the Tropical Wingmen have to go through Old Guys Club. Now, if you are a fan of Brownie Val, you know that the Old Guys Club previously played as Young and Turns. They are the returning champions. They return mostly the same roster. And it wasn't looking too hot earlier. They actually lost to Goofy Goobers 13-9 in their first game, and everyone was like, "Oh no, what can this mean? Are they truly old now?" But they brought it back 13-4, 13-6, 13-3. At that point, they were the team that we reminded reminded us what they were. They just dominated as they went through Bunny Custard Fan Club and the Yappers, and to go into the play-in with such dominance and with such assertiveness, they were able to make it into this playoff round. So what does this all mean, really? Well, you can't sleep on the Old Guys Club. They are the returning champions. Despite that one loss they had in the group stage, they are still someone to look out for. These are people that come from other games where aiming is key, and they have a couple of players on the team. I would name Surya as one of those players that can really integrate bring the harmony, I would say, between those shooting games and the strategy games that you have with the abilities. Choco Wingmen, though, they have a person called Blue Jay Soon who has 100-page Google Docs for every team. And I wish I was exaggerating. Oh, maybe I am exaggerating. Apparently, there are a lot of pages in those Google Docs for all the planning that he has done, and you can't sleep on the rest of the team either. They've done all their research. They know what to expect with the scouting report, not just from this past weekend, but also in the last tournament back in 2024. They combine it all together with all the new strategies, these new metas that you can see in this game. It's going to be an exciting best of 3 match. Now, don't forget, you can enter a couple of giveaways and you can claim a free sticker. We'll start with the sticker. drawwithkristi is partnering with Brownie Val to give away an exclusive sticker, and it's the first sticker where BrowntulStar is on it. BrowntulStar being stuck on a boba cup being held by Toffee the Brown Bear. So you should get it because it's free and it has free shipping. So please claim it immediately because the promo ends March 2nd. We want to thank drawwithkristi for this special collaboration. And then the Elysian Tower, the voice pack giveaway. I see y'all entering your tickets from last weekend. You can still enter for this second chance opportunity. One more package is coming your way from Renaza Thorn, Starry Muse, and Kazutoshi Norizuki. And all you gotta do is enter the giveaway with exclamation point enter up to 10 tickets. 1 ticket per 10 minutes. Learn more with the voice pack giveaway command. Of course, IRIAM is a application that you use for streaming for VTubers, low latency streaming on your mobile device. We want to thank IRIAM for the prize pool and for helping us out with the tournament. And you're going to see Mei, who's from IRIAM, perform in a moment. And we got the team videos, and the team videos are presented by KAZOKU, edited with care by KAZOKU. And here it comes. It is the Old Guys Club versus Tropical Wingmen, coming very, very soon.
And welcome back, everybody, to day 1 of weekend 2 for our Brownie Val X tournament. Thank everybody for tuning in. I hope you guys are having a wonderful day and enjoying some awesome Valorant. I'm joined by the amazing, the wonderful, the only Lubu. How are you doing today, Lubu?
Doing good. I got my sparkling water LaCroix here ready to go.
Fancy.
Strawberry peach. It's a nice little, nice for this Saturday evening. Ready to see some Valorant for our second semifinals.
Yeah, absolutely. Me too. That last match, really quickly, was an absolutely crazy match. No bias or anything. I thought Hangetsu played absolutely amazing there. What are your thoughts on that last match that we just had?
Yeah, I mean, not even just the match, but the entire series, right? I mean, Hangetsu was absolutely dominant, right? I mean, both games, I think, the closest they actually the opposing team got was 13-8, if I recall. So I mean, it's a dominant fashion either way. And like I think what we heard from Brown for the little pregame show was they came up with a game plan, executed the game plan, everything went nominally the way I think that they would have hoped for. So definitely going to be excited to see them in the grand finals, and we'll see off of this semifinals if it's going to be Tropical Wingman that's going to be joining them, or if it's going to be Old Guys Club. So we should be in for a good semifinals.
Yeah, for sure. And like you mentioned, this is going to be an intense match between Tropical Wingman and Old Guys Club. And as we pull up the map choices for this series, we are starting off with Haven, going into Crowd, and hopefully we get to map 3 and go to Abyss. I would love to see an Abyss come out for this series. I don't know about you, but Abyss, in my opinion, is such a fun map to watch. So I'm crossing my fingers that we can get to map 3 there. What are your thoughts on these map picks so far, Lubu?
Yeah, so I'm a known hater of Haven, but that's just from my comp experience. Not so much. I'm also a Counter-Strike guy, so like I'm a purist. I like 2-site maps. I don't. 3-site maps are just sacrilegious. They're just evil. But as a whole, I do like the change that they added to Haven for this patch, where they added the destructible wall outside of the mid window to stop Odin spam, because they don't like Brock basically with the Odin spam and everything like that. I think that's majorly the reason, but they'll still let him spam A main and everything like that, but mid, no, you don't get that window spam anymore. So I think it's a decent change. But I mean, I think Haven's also going to be a map where you're probably going to see the personality of both teams sort of start to shine out, right? Because it's such a really quick rotate map. You can lurk, and maybe there is a team on the a player on the attack that will be lurking just to like get a rotation going, but it's something to where, since there are so many avenues that each member of the defense has to look, the first blood's going to decide immediately like how the round's going to play out, right? So teams on attack, if they're decisive, I'm sure we're going to see some really great gameplay, assuming that they're decisive and whatnot. And hey, if they're hesitant, then they'll be exposed really quickly. As for the second map, which is Corrode, I know generally speaking, I think Corrode's a mixed map among the general Valorant population about whether or not they like or hate it. It's really like either you love it or you hate it. I don't think there's any in between. I don't think anyone's gonna be like, it's a fair map. Either like it or hate it. I personally like it because I do like the general. It gives me that same impression of Haven, where it's like, okay, you can do quick rotates, right? Just because you see people outside of B main does not mean that they will be there like literally in 3 seconds. They can be already in spawn going to rotate to A. So it's in many ways it's actually a lot like Haven. It's just it's only 2 sites. So I'll be curious to see what the Senti pick is for that. But obviously right now it's Haven.
Yeah, we are going into Haven, and so we will start seeing some of these picks come in for both sides of these teams, for Tropical Wingman and Old Guys Club. Now, I did a little bit of digging and I did a little bit of research. And I feel like these teams are quite literally head-to-head in every single avenue. Every single player on this team can shoot. Not only can they shoot, their teamwork looks really clean, and their decision-making is very quick. So I'm wondering if they're going to have a mirror match comp, or if they're going to have maybe 2 completely different comps. As of right now, it looks very different. I mean, we got the 5 duelist hover, but yeah, guys, I don't think that's going to happen, right?
Yeah, I would expect them to not do that, yeah. But
I mean, it'll be fun if they did.
Initiator. It would be, but Yeah, I'm curious to see the initiator and the Senti picks, right? Because if a team decides to go Senti, we could see them go like a VCT comp where they go double controller. You know, I wouldn't be necessarily too shocked, but yeah, Senti pick and initiator pick would be very interesting. I know a very popular I don't know if we'll see old guys Club Rocket, but I do know a very popular double initi pick for Haven would be Breach Sova. Sova, I think, is like generally speaking in terms of again just like comp, it's probably like the safest pick because you get all that info and everything like that. But pair that with a Breach who can just stun off of the info, it's a really really powerful thing. But it looks like they're gonna go with Breach Fade, which is also pretty solid as well. Would have liked to see the Sova, but I mean, Fade's absolutely fine for Haven, so it'll be curious. I will say, Deadlock as the Senti will be very interesting once they're on the attack, because, you know, since the trips don't technically, I mean, yeah, you're going to trip for flank, probably, but, you know, a walker can just walk by and not even trigger the trip, so they got to be very, very careful about lurks.
Yeah, absolutely. We're seeing the Breach come out from both sides of this team, so I am curious how they're going to utilize this Breach for both the defense and the attack side. And like you mentioned, the Deadlock pick, I feel like is more of a niche pick. I will say, though, that Teddy on the Deadlock, absolute demon. Like, some of the things that they're doing on the Deadlock, I don't know how they're getting away with it. It's kind of crazy to see what they do with the Deadlock utility. So I'm not too worried, but we'll see how this works out.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to be setting up for all 5. Oh, no. Well, okay. It looks like all 5 going for this C main here for this hit, so see how this plays out.
Yeah, and then more of a default setup for our defense.
Shocking!
Stun coming through.
I'm out of here.
C side's just free, I guess. We're just taking C, guys.
Yeah, that's... Huh.
All right, and now we go into a post fight here. It's a 5v5.
No shots either. They're just... Everyone's just playing really, really quiet. This is really interesting.
This is the quietest pistol I've ever seen.
I'm flabbergasted. They're not even pushing for the retake. Oh, there we go. A little bit.
Oh, the
spam. Oh, Zorus. Zorus on the backside. Zorus on the backside, really, really low. But okay, and then everyone's just gonna get headshots back and galore. Pocket Enjoyer getting a double kill. What on?
Okay, so we just saw. In 10 seconds, it went from no one's shooting anything to the most quick retake known to man, which ended up working, you know, really, really well in the favor. But I don't know, like, I'm so curious to hear what the comms would be like for that situation, because it seemed like everyone was ready to set to go, and it was just a case for at least for Tropical Wingman. Now it's just like, where are they going to be coming from? And then, you know, all of a sudden you see like just everyone sort of spitter out from the side of Old Guys Club within 3 seconds, and then just back-to-back kills galore. It's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, the pros to Tropical Wingman's team comp is that they have a Neon and a Breach to take the sides quickly. But, hold on, I'm gonna pause on that thought really quickly here. Zeros almost gets the kill on Apollo there. Apollo's now stunned. Help Apollo out, please, anybody. And Aya's there to get 2 while the exec is happening, but does get treated out by Case. And now Robin holding the backside angle towards A-Link. Surya trying to break the KG Molly, but is not able to break it in time. And now we're in a 3v3 post-play and retake. Flash coming out. Breach versus Breach battle right here. And Surya gets the better end of that. And finally gets the kill on Robin there.
Yeah, so I do like what Tropical Wingman decided to do there, right? Which is, you know, hey, on your eco round, take B fast, right? You know, bare minimum, just like at least get the spike down for the extra credit. Post plant, and then, you know, at worst you can get a couple kills as well and do a little bit of eco damage. Kind of saw that there. I will say that the one scary thing about the way that I think Tropical Wingman's trying to play it though is that in the post plant, they got, for Old Guys Club, they got a lot of retake potential, right? You have double initiate on the retake, a lot of stuns, a lot of info. You know, God forbid that, you know, you just run into a double stun somehow too with like the deadlock trip as well, so.
Yeah, exactly. And I just want to go back to the thought really quickly here. Never mind, I gotta pause my thought again because they're executing C one more time here.
Oh!
Aya dying to Zuros. Great stun coming out from Case. And Seaside is absolutely clear. 4 people are now starting to rotate for the side of Old Guys Club. And I wonder if they're gonna fight for anything here. They are just kind of playing on Cyan towards C-Long. And now the retake is starting to come out. Teddy spots one. It's just a mirage of trades happening here. Somehow this 5v4 turned into a 2v2.
Last
and
player
Alvis
standing.
now in a 1v2. Half HP. Oh, not able to secure that final round. Or, sorry, that kill onto Zuros. And a round.
4K for Zorus.
Yeah, I mean, Zuros did a great job entering there onto site.
Yeah, something that that Old Guys Club is doing that I don't necessarily agree with is they're putting, at least for the first 3 rounds, now they're learning, but they're putting the Deadlock util on the A, which is a little bit wonky because I saw where the Deadlock trips were being placed, and they're not in spots that you can necessarily take advantage of. Instead of, you know, even if it is a bit, you know, vanilla, just putting like the Senti on the C side, I think for against this comp it actually works out better in their favor. So now we see the Deadlock on the C side. There we go.
We see the Deadlock util being triggered by Zuros. Teddy, are you able to anchor this site? Syria's here to help. Spam coming through. Great wall to deny the backside take there. Gets the first pick on his Zuros. Pops the Deadlock ult here. Does trap one.
Ooh.
Another site being... Oh no, Teddy, why did you swing that? Robin stuck on site. Guys, help him. Stuck on site. And now it is a 2v3. Numbers advantage still on the side of Tropical Wingman. The rotates are coming through towards A side. They do have the breach ult online for case if they want to secure the round here. But look at what Aya is. Playing in Garage. Maybe trying to flank. Oh, just breaks the KJ turret.
This is a great read by Alvin, but... And he hears them all, but I mean, we'll see if they actually clear him. I can't imagine they will.
No, I don't think they will.
No. Oh, he's about to get 2.
Guys, turn around!
Spike down A.
And now Yume.
Here.
In a 1v2.
30 seconds left.
30 seconds left. Bomb is open. Aya. And Alvis holding a good crossfire. And a gray 1-tap coming out from Alvis. 4K on the jet there. What a great anchor.
Yeah, I was gonna say that. So the one thing about Haven, right, is that when you decide to rotate as a team, the one issue with rotating as a team is that if you don't have that person that is like lurking in the mid to be able to hear forward rotates from the opposing side, is that you run into that same issue that we just saw there, where it's like if you're gonna go on the site, you can't just assume that the site's clear just because you're rotating fast, right? Again, if there's a good read on the opposing side, they'll rotate even faster, right? And that's what we saw with Alvis getting perfect positioning, and then a little bit of laziness on the side of I'm Tropical Wingman, and then all of a sudden you see the results.
Yeah, and now as we're heading into the 5th round here, we're getting a slower attack side setup. Just kind of walking into space to see what they can get early. Maybe break some util or catch someone off guard, playing in a bad spot. Meanwhile, Teddy has the A line. Can kill Robin here, does get the 1-tap. Great kill onto Robin, and Teddy does wall off A main, denies that A space. But Surya gets caught off guard completely. He gets 1-tapped, and oh my god, Aya gets 2 on the fade!
Where are you?
Seaside is free, but look at the rotates coming through. The flood could be potential here. Oh, great movement coming up from Yume. And Case gets the kill on the Alvis. Yume gets the kill on the Aya. Now it's a 2v2 somehow. Turn around!
Remaining. Spike down.
Oh no! And the bomb is down. Teddy gets the final kill on Yume. Ooh, that was a little scary.
Yeah, and that all started with the fact that Mike Bean got that kill on the A side, right, on the lurking Omen, which of all the people to be lurking, I don't know if you want your controller to be the one lurking, because if that happens, like we just saw, yes, they were able to get on the C site. There's no smokes though, right? So you have no cover for post plant or even during the plant, and then we saw the retake happen really, really quick. So I think if you're team Tropical Wingman, you probably need to slow down a little bit and just try to go for the pick. You're seeing really, really quick rotates come out from the side of Old Guys Club. You gotta try to take advantage of it.
Yeah. Fast take towards Garage. Front grass. Zuros walking into Garage again, seeing if they can get an early pick here. Do they check this box? Hurt to your right!
How do you not?
Oh no, and that is so unfortunate. And now somehow 3 people are dead on the side. Oh no. Of Tropical Wingman. But Robin does get the kill on Alvis there. Punishes the aggression. They do have the breach ult online for case if they want to secure this round towards A side. But look at the deadlock utility. The sensors are gonna be massive for the site anchor. Teddy play their one and done spot here. Trigger. Sensor is triggered.
Player standing.
And kills Robin through the smokes and kills Case as well. Wow, great utility coming out from Teddy there.
Yeah, everything that Tropical Women is attempting to do, Old Guys Club just has a good read on it, right? I mean, we saw the... I mean, I will say it's a little bit of a misplay on the side of Tropical Wingman with the execute into the garage, right? Not clearing the behind the box, which should be like the first thing that the entry is doing, is just making sure that there's, you know, either A, not util behind the box, and B, if there's not an actual person behind the box. So that's a little bit of a misplay there. But I mean, even still, we saw the rotate running right into the deadlock util. And here's the crazy thing that, you know, the one issue now that if you're on the attack is that now that you don't have a solid read on what the defense wants to do, the Sentinel can just keep swapping these sites like this that you're seeing right here. Although,
oh no,
didn't land unfortunately. But
oh, the utility was great. The stun was also amazing too, but the spam was just not clean through the smoke here. And 5 people. Oh my goodness, Teddy not able to secure any kills onto 3 people that were out and about C long and ends up giving their life for it. The 5 people are still hovering around C long here for the side of Tropical Wingman. Rotates are starting to come towards A side and B for Old Guys Club. Maybe they're thinking that there's an insert somewhere or they want to re-clear something.
I think they're trying to sell the fake that they're rotating the A, but they're actually just going to see if they can, you know, catch out a rotating member of Gold Eyes Club. But oh, he's not clear.
Oh no, the timing! Pulled out the knife there, hoping they could get timing, but Surya just playing that wonky off angle, catches pager off. And now the Neon ult being popped for Zeros, gets the clean kill on the Surya, and now Seaside is absolutely free. Gets blinded by their own teammate, but that's okay. Site is now secured. And they do have 3 ults online if they want to use any of these to secure the round. I feel like this is a very winnable round though for Old Guys Club. You still have a gun advantage. Popping the Fatal to see if they can catch anybody with the utility. 2 people stuck on default. Zero. Wait. Zeros?
1 enemy remaining.
Oh, you already know what the last one is.
And the spam is just not clean from Robin here. Gets a kill with the ghost though, 5 HP.
What? No. Okay, analysis right there. No. How do you? Oh no. Okay. So that was actually a pretty good retake on the side of Old Guys Club initially, right? It was relatively clean. You even got, you know, Tropical Wingman to the point where they're killing their own teammates, even if by accident. And you know Omen is really low. You also know where Omen is because of the pray and spray through the smoke. And it was just that.
That was absolute cinema.
Yeah, that is. Ooh.
My goodness. As we go into this next round, Seaside is being taken for free once again. I'm not sure what's going on with Old Guys Club. I guess they're trying to see a read, or they might have a read that they might, Tropical Wingman might go towards B or A, but like, once again, no one's on Seaside. Now we are in a 5v5 retake / post plant for both teams here. Several round-winning ults online. And Surya throws the breach ult, gets 3 people. Counter breach ult coming back on the CT side, gets 3 people. It's the battle of the breaches once again. Full blind. Surya gets the kill on the Zeros. Turret touching play on the flank. Alvis, someone getting the kill in the face with a classic. Now the KJ ult. Being popped for Yume here. Catches Paula trying to get the kill towards C-Long.
Yeah, I don't think the wall is going to do exactly what you're hoping for there.
Good try, Teddy, but that was just util nightmare. Ult after ult after ults. What can he do?
Oh.
Kill Robin, I guess.
Yeah, I was gonna say though, nice counter ulti there that we saw for it's like an AC/DC song. Just see thunder after thunder, right? For what we were seeing from both breaches, but it worked out actually really well, right? Because
yeah,
The breach stun on a retake, yeah, it's really scary. What's better than that? You know, a
bigger
counter breach
stun.
Yeah, a bigger stun to deny the immediate retake and whatnot. So that was really smart on the side of Tropical Wingman. So I mean, because of that now, like what, it's only a 2-round differential. What should be a little bit bigger, but they're making them pay. They're making Old Guys Club pay for sure.
Yeah, they're making them pay for it. As you said, B side is now being attacked instead of the C side here. We are gonna see a different site being planted on. And I like this positioning coming out from Yume, holding on side to A lobby. It's Senti versus Senti battle. Yume wins that one against Teddy. 2 people trying to take garage control. Pedro kills Case. But Pedro is there. Excuse me, Paulo.
One down.
Oh, nasty shot from Alphys onto Zuros there, but can't find the second person. Robin does kill.
Player standing.
They're defusing. They're sticking. Oh my goodness, and Paulo's there to back up Aya as Aya gets the defuse through. And now the round score is 6-3 for the side of Old Guys Club.
Yeah, so that was actually, now we saw a misplay from Old Guys Club earlier with the 1v3 from Robin, and now we see actually a misplay coming out from the side of Tropical Wingman, where you saw that after the post plant happened, the members on site actually decided to flank the 2 members of Old Guys Club in garage, and because of that, you gave site back for free, to where all of a sudden now, like, you have to deal with that post plant issue with the smoke. So a little bit of misplay. If they had just stayed on site, I think that wouldn't have happened.
Oh no, Surya gets the kill again in the same spot as round 2 or 3 from what I remember, and the wall from Teddy here denies the garage push. Bucky coming through, spot 3 people.
Listening.
Get this gun out of the game. Stun. Into garage here. Teddy wanting to get aggressive.
My ultimate is not
Getting a
ready.
little spicy. Might swing out a garage here. Doesn't see anybody, and look where Alphys is. Gets absolutely one tap by Robin though. But where are the 2 people from Tropical Wingman going? They're a little populated here. Oh no, that's the bomb.
Spike down A.
Aya gets the kill onto Case there, drops the bomb out in the open, and now Robin has to win this 1v3.
Ace.
Oh, doesn't even get the first one, and Paulo secures the round with that kill on Robin there.
Yeah, I think the reason why when you saw the last 2 remaining members of Tropical Wingman, that they were so split up, I think the only reason why is because the plan is that you're gonna fake the A, and then you're gonna have the breach already in spawn, like ready to rotate, because then maybe they end up going C. The only issue is that, like, where, you know, the breach was holding for like the flank and whatnot, I mean, he didn't really, his crosshair wasn't really set on for any one particular angle, as you see there in the replay too.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's a little bit of a misplay there.
I'm not feeling this garage take.
No,
the side
not at all.
of Tropical Wingman. I feel like there's just not enough utility being provided to take the garage space. I mean, Zeros is pretty much just dying for it, essentially, without any value coming out. So I like the C side takes a lot more. Just the site execs themselves seem a lot cleaner rather than trying to poke and prod these more, I guess, neutral spaces.
Yeah, well, I was gonna say you can take the garage. It's just I think they're taking it not correctly. Where, you know, just go with like off of a breach flash, and then, you know, you can have Neon just clear the corner. Literally, this issue will be taken away if you clear the corner. If you're really worried about, hey, what if they have a shotgun? Then, you know, Sova Dart. If you really need to, right? And but they shouldn't need to have to do that. But ooh, but now Deadlock's stuck.
Yeah, stuck in. Oh no, the shock dart. Any angle right there. Teddy does die to the shock dart coming out from Pedro, but look at this rotation. They are going towards the C side now. Meanwhile, Old Guys Club feeling a little indecisive. Not sure if it's going to be an A or a C hit here, but
left.
2 people are coming towards C side. Alphys and Surya somehow running away. And now C side is once again open for free. Zero sees the first person, Alphys CT. And look at the spot from Robin here. Looking for any mid rotations. Zeros catches Alphys off guard. Good swing. Counter breach utility. Robin gets the kill onto Paulo there. Yume! Oh no, doesn't get the kill onto Aya.
Last player standing.
And now, Aya stuck on logs. 1v3. Knows where Robin is. seeing if they can catch them off guard with the wide swing here. Gets the one tap on them. Fatal towards C
Fade,
long.
so they can't hear.
Catches one. Catches two. Knows both of them are there here. They are low.
So was spotted. Yeah.
Pedro's there to cover case for the aggressive push down on C long. And another round secured for Tropical Wingman. Scoreline is now 7-4 for Old Guys Club.
Yeah, so what you're seeing Tropical Wingman do really, really good here as sort of a way to compensate for, previous rounds is they are getting the right read that Old Guys Club in particular, they're over-rotating, I would say, a little bit too quick, right? Just off of the fact that, A, your Senti goes down, and, yeah, that is probably, if you're a defender, that's the second scariest, person to, lose is your Senti outside of your controller. But, yeah, but because of that, you see the shift of bodies just move towards the A, and because of that, C is just wide open, so it's one of those things where you got to be absolutely careful about that first pick.
Slow start to this round here.
Bad move.
But Surya decides to just take an aggressive peek outside of Garage, and Zuros absolutely destroys them there. And now Teddy picking up the slack in Garage, trying to hold this.
There we go.
Breach blind, but no aggression following afterwards. Alvis posted up in A lobby with a judge. If they reclear this, they gotta reclear this with some good util, because that judge can be lethal.
Barrier deployed.
I like this wall coming out from Teddy. Denies the C-long push. Hopefully he can stall long enough for their teammates to rotate towards C. Yume now being inserted in front Garage. The rotates are now starting to come through for Old Guys Club towards that C side, but look where Tropical Wingmen are going. I think they might want to go back A here. I feel like they want to.
They're absolutely thinking about it. They're thinking about it. But now they're worried too, right? Because, yeah, they don't know about the fact that if there is either someone on that A main lurk, or maybe, they're assuming the jet could even be, sewer with an op. They don't know, right? So that's one thing that absolutely, I think, they're really, really worried about. Yeah, okay, see, they're faking the smoke, but because of Alvis's positioning, he knows, no, this is not an A hit.
Yeah. Paulo does spot the exit coming through with the jump peek. Teddy does get the kill on Zeros, but Pedro's there to kill Paulo. Teddy is in the trenches here. Gets 3, almost gets the 4. No time though.
Good trade.
Spike down, C.
And now Spike is just absolutely lost on C long. Alvis can get this final kill to make even round kill. It's okay though. The scoreline is 8-4 for Old Guys Club, and now moving on to the next half here. Who is a spicy first half? I'm not gonna lie.
It is, and honestly, it should be actually. I think the scoreline doesn't really dictate what's been happening. It's actually been a relatively close game, despite it being 8-4 in the favor of Old Guys Club. But I mean, off of that last round, I think you kind of saw that Old Guys Club, despite losing the breach in the opening seconds of that last round, you are seeing them being able to both teams actually adapting pretty well off of what's been going on from both sides, what they're seeing, and then how they're deciding to counter up their strategies because of it. So, but we'll see how this unique comp works for the attack.
Super aggressive A main take here coming out from Zeros, but unfortunately does not get any value off of it, and actually loses their life for it. 8 exit coming through. Look what Aya is on Fade, just running up C side by themselves here as the team is taking A. I don't think I've ever seen a lurking Fade before, but hey, if it works, it works, And now, post plant coming through. I like this.
That's a good shock dart.
What? Shock dart killed Teddy here. Pedro, you are a demon. And now it is a 4v4 retake. Not much utility from both sides of the team here. So this retake is just going to be a brawly retake. Omen Blind coming through on default side. Everyone is either in short or long. But look at this timing in short here. Alvis gets the kill out of Pedro.
Last player standing.
And the right click coming up from Aya. Hazen nasty with the bandit, but unfortunately does die to the classic from Paulo. And a pistol round secured for Old Guys Club.
Yeah, so something that Old Guys Club tried to do there, that I think Tropical Wingman didn't really punish enough, is that when you saw that what is it for the lurk on the C coming out from Chicken on that C main, you already know they're planning A, so you know that there's one person that's going to be late, not only late onto that the A site for the late Either that or, maybe he decides to like, flank through B. But point is, there's a good like 10-second window where you have, it's not even a numbers advantage because, you already lost a member, but it's an even matchup, right? So you should just take that when you already know like, hey, there's one offsite and not even close to the site take.
Yeah, absolutely. I guess the window was closed when they were trying to retake A site there on the pistol. But moving on to the next round here. Pedro is up A long. We'll see 5 people in their faces. Gets the first kill. Almost gets the second, but the dog does catch onto them, and Surya does get the trade with the Spectre. And Bomb is now hustling towards this A side. Zeros, you got the button here. What can you do with this? Sitting in the smoke. Gets absolutely spammed out by 3 people in the smoke. That's so unfortunate there. Oh no, and now we have a 3-man retake with just classics. I would just die to the bomb here at this point.
Yeah, I would about to say, on one hand, it's good that, we saw that Pedro got the first kill, but it's also the Sova that died immediately, right? So you don't have the recon dart for the retake. This is going to be a tall ask if they want to retake this.
Oh, Robin.
This is going to start, though.
Aya. Not too bad.
One enemy remaining.
And that's the tall task part right there. oh, Alvin.
Oh.
Sorry, Alvis. Ooh, okay.
Hey, Case got theirs,
Yeah,
that's all you can hope for.
Yeah, a little bit eco damage, but again, that's I think what we're seeing here from Tropical Wingman. They want to go for the ballsy play, right? The risky play that hey, it's either like in TFT terms, it's either you're either first or you're 8th, right? I'm going for a first or an 8th, and so this is one of those things where it's like when we're pushing these really aggressive and really unique, defensive style, like play styles and everything like that. More often than not, it's not really working out in their favor, right? So they're playing a little bit too, I guess, a little bit too crazy. You would like to see, them just slow it down just a tad, and then focus on the retake if you really need to.
Yep. Garage be taken by 3 people. Looks like a very simple C-split. And Yume gets absolutely beamed by a stinger. Wasn't this gun nerfed, by the way?
Yeah, I think multiple times.
And it still hits. 4v5 retake for Tropical Wingman. But look at all this deadlock utility being set up for the post play. Garage gonna be impossible to. You have the wall, you have the sensors. And Case gets the first kill on the Teddy, but Paulo's there for the trade. Gets the second too with the Spectre.
One enemy remaining.
And Aya on this incredible lurk timing. Oh no! If that happened, oh my god, I would have thrown my monitor off the wall. Whew.
I was gonna say that's one of those things where on their neon can just zip by and just slide and get a 3K, but then but when I try to do the neon, it's like Zora, it's like I just slide and then headshot, dead.
You get running head tap by someone jumping.
Running head tap. Yep, and that's just so much fun. But I will say though that Tropical Wingman, they're in a really dicey spot. You're down 7. The buy is horrible. You have to say they're playing for OT here, which gonna be down 7. Hopefully they can get an econ round here, but okay, I jinxed it.
Zero's just getting punished insanely early by these aggressive fights that they're taking, but Robin does get the trade on the Teddy here. Counter breach utility happening in mid side, and now Yume trying to hold on to Garage, maybe play off their turret here. Walk up onto B side. I like this insert from Alvis here, holding for any B or mid aggression while their teammates are slowly inching towards the ace side. Pedro, you're gonna have to go crazy here with the sheriff. Spots 1. Now he's getting back on his site.
Ooh.
Oh, but Alvis does get the kill on the Robin. Now there are no smokes for denial.
And they know KJ Mollies were popped on C, so they know that, like, yes, there's still the alarm bot, but C's, if they wanted to rotate, they could.
Yeah, and now Surya is slowly walking up A short here. Could catch Pedro off guard. Pedro, do you get a nasty one-tap? Interesting, I feel like...
Yeah, they're calling the rotate. I think they're calling for the
30
rotate.
seconds
They're faking
left.
this and they're going to go for the rotate. Yeah, you see that right now.
Yeah, this is a great
This
call.
is convincing. This is convincing, yeah.
Look at where Alvis is. I mean, Seaside is absolutely free, calling for the rotates to come through for their teammates
Oh, yeah.
to go to
Oh, yeah.
Seaside.
Even the fade eye, too, to really just be like, wait, what's going on?
Yeah, and the fake is so good.
And now look at Alvis's positioning. He's got all of CT,
10 seconds
and he's
left.
gonna know from this audio retake here, right, that they're gonna be B. He doesn't, and he's gonna have a flank on him too. Oh,
I
this
mean-
is gonna be insane. Yeah, look. Doesn't matter that Honda dies. It doesn't matter.
Yume does one tap Surya here.
One enemy
Yep.
remaining.
Doesn't expect Alvis in spawn. Gets a 3K right now. Can you make it a 4K? Show me a nasty one tap. Oh. Wait, try again. I'll take it. I'll take it. Nasty 4K from Alvis there. 24-11, by the way, in this lobby. And now the
Match
scoreline
point.
for Old Guys Club is 12-4. Match point.
Yeah, so what we saw there with the Old Guys Club, that's something that I was talking about in the Agent Select, right? Is that you have that lurk that is able to call for the rotate if need be, right? You saw Alvis there lurking outside of B, and the important thing that he did with the lurk too, that for any of my future solo queue teammates out there for comp, is that he didn't peek because he knows that his team needs to make the noise first to cause some sort of audio distraction to make them, for the defenders to be like, oh shoot, they're going A. And then cause the rotations to happen to where they're caught off guard by the peak, eventual peak from Alvis. So that's something that, for sure, really, really well does for him.
Oh my goodness, Ace!
Yoy.
Where did you go? Absolutely got erased. But look at this fast flank coming out from Zurus here. Catches Aya off guard. Sova ult coming through to deny the bomb being planted, but bomb does go down anyways. And now several battles going on in different parts of the map here. Alvis not able to get the kill on Robin. Zurus does kill Surya.
One enemy remaining.
Teddy's there for the trade, and now
My territory.
Robin is in a 1v2. Deadlock ult is missed. And now it's the battle of the shooters here. Oh no! 6 bullets.
I think we're going to game 2. I think we're going to game 2. We're going to
Oh
game
no,
2.
the sense. Oh
Attackers
no!
win.
That was a great try from Robin, but round secured and map secured. Coming out for Old Guys Club, 13-4. What an absolute domination coming out from Old Guys Club.
Yeah, I mean, it was a close game at the half, right? Because again, 8-4, I think it really felt more like a 7-5, maybe even a 6-6. And then Old Guys Club was like, okay, no, stop. Let's take it away with it. And then I don't think, let me make sure. I'm just making sure. Yeah, Old Guys Club didn't drop a single round on attack, which is crazy.
That's impressive.
Yeah, especially too, considering the fact that, I will say that it felt like one of those things where every round that Old Guys Club started to get punished on the attack, it didn't feel like in the follow-up round, the subsequent rounds, that Tropical Wingman were able to capitalize on it because they opted to go for a pretty aggressive defensive, play. We saw multiple times that we saw Zorus try to take space immediately just to get that really, really quick pick, right? And then just cause a little bit of chaos, I guess, among for the comms for Old Guys Club. The only downside with that is that if that doesn't start to work off, they're going to be ready for the fact that, hey, Neon is just absolutely bloodthirsty and it's just constantly pushing out aggressively. We can just play time and then just play for the fact that, hey, we know the Neon's going to push out. We can just punish it, right? And then get rid of her. And then next thing you know, it's already an immediate numbers advantage. That's the first thing. And then because of that, too, when you lose that first that player on the defense, like we saw time and time again, right? Over rotations come out because you kind of have to, in a sense, right? You need to shift the majority of your players towards the site that just got some action going, and then because of that too, the lurks can come out. We saw Alvis, right, on that it was round 16, round 16, that he was able to get the lurk up and then was rewarded with a 4K, right? So stuff like that, going into game 2, what Tropical Wingman need to do and realizes, hey, it's great to play aggressive, and that absolutely is a thing, but if the aggression doesn't, if it's not working, we need to be willing to immediately be like, okay, hold on, let's just calm down, right? Because it's not working. We can't afford to just keep losing these guys to first bloods immediately. We absolutely need to just, play slow, eventually, even if it's not how you want to play. Sometimes you just, you have to. And we saw that, right? We absolutely saw that. But it's crazy too, because I guess it's a little bit deceiving. If you look at the first blood, score lines for both teams. It's actually even. It's 9-9 for both. Only differences though is again how you got those first bloods. We saw that sometimes it was Royce or Pedro, right, for the side of Tropical Wingman. They got the first blood on eco rounds and then immediately they got traded. So it's one of those things where you absolutely need to make sure, like, hey, how do we want to get the kill, and then if we do get the kill, you know, how do we want to play the rest of the round out? So it's a step-by-step process, and I think by the time that we see game 2, you know, they'll come in with a different game plan.
Yeah, step-by-step process, and like you mentioned, hopefully we'll see some of those steps being taken for game 2 on Corrode. But before we get to that, we're gonna send it back to Browntul for some important messages.
Thank you, Meme, for that wonderful halftime performance. And welcome back, everyone, to Game 2, match point for the second semifinals for the Brownie Battle tournament. I'm your co-caster here, Lou Boo, with the lovely Cross Unity. And Cross, we got treated to a pretty exciting Game 1. It felt really close at the half, and then, you know, we saw Old Guys Club come away with it. So coming into Game 2, which we do know it's going to be on Corrode, what are you expecting from both teams?
I just want some good Valorant. That's all I can ask. I mean, I think both of these teams have the potential to take this map away from from each other. So I just want to see some good fundamentals, some good macros, and some nasty shooting coming out from both teams. So that's all I'm asking for.
Yeah, and just to remind the audience too, right? This is match point, so winner takes all here, right? If you know, the winner of this series moves on to the grand finals, and right now, right, it's the case where if Old Guys Club, you know, does win this, they got to go. If Tropical Wingman does win this, so okay, my bad, it's not actually winner takes all, but if Tropical Wingman does win this, we go to game 3, which will be decided on Abyss. One important thing to note from a team standpoint is that we do have a replacement coming in for Old Guys Club. Kiana will be switched out with Teddy, so that will be, you know, maybe because of that we see a little bit of a team comp switch up there on the side of Old Guys Club. But that's the only substitution that we have to note, as we should be getting way into this agent select shortly. But in that time, Cross, from game 1, we heard my thoughts about Corrode. What about your thoughts on the map as a whole?
I personally really enjoy Corrode, both as a player myself and also as an analyst. I think this map is designed very beautifully. I want to see some early mid takes coming out from both sides of the team. I feel like mid on this map is super beneficial. It runs very similar to Ascent and Split, where splitting a site is very beneficial for the attackers, versus for your defense. If you can deny that mid space, then obviously you can't split on you guys, right? So having that mid space early is going to be really crucial for both sides and for both teams there. So I'm excited to see what kind of comps they're going to bring out to fight for that mid space.
All right, and as we get ready into agent select here, we'll see what both teams end up going. Immediately, we see Albus locking in the Waylay for the side of Old Guys Club. So that is very, very quick. So Waylay, that's not even a hint. Yep. Ooh, on the side of Tropical Wingman, though, a couple of agents that during the break you were talking about hoping to see across. One of them, Zoras, maybe going for the veto pick.
I better see that locked in right now. That would be such a spicy pick. I know 100 Thieves runs the veto on this map for Cryo, and the way he plays it is just so good. He runs very similar to a chamber, but also provides extra utility to anchor the site a little bit more than just a chamber trip would by itself. So this will be a really fun lock-in, along with the Harbor Viper and the Omen. I don't think it's going to happen, though, sadly.
I was say, you don't have an end. You probably want one sort of initiating duelist entry, something like that. That'd be nice, but we do see a couple of additional locks here coming for the side of Old Guys Club. You see Kiana locking in the chamber, which is, I think, a very classic Corrode pick, you know, from a comp standpoint. Fade also is a really popular pick as well. We'll see if they, if Soraya actually locks in the breach to make it a double initiator comp. Very similar to what we saw from map 1, but from the side of Tropical Wingman, Locke's coming in right now. No veto, no harbor, nope, nothing like that. Instead, we see relatively, from both teams actually, I think this is nominally speaking a pretty standard, picks across the board. Couple of variations, the double initiator, but generally speaking, any additional comments, Ross?
I mean, I'm really looking at the sentinels for both sides of the team. We have a Vice on the defense for Tropical Wingman versus the Chamber for Old Guys Club, right? Both of them bring their own values, right? Chamber is an aggressive sentinel, and you can get some aggressive lurks going through, versus a Vice is able to provide more of a traditional sentinel style where you can anchor sides, deny exits from happening there. So there's pros and cons to both sentis being picked. I'm also looking at the breach coming out for Surya. I know that their comfort is breach. Thinking back to that patch where all the initiators did get nerfed pretty heavily, I'm curious to see how the breach will provide value, especially on the attack side for the post plant, since you won't have any utility for it. So my eyes are going to be on Surya and the sentis, essentially.
Well, as we get underway with Game 2 of the Brownie Battle Tourney Semifinals 2, you see immediately Zoras just decides to kill Soraya with no regard for her safety and just head taps her. Gone, poof, waylaid TP's out. So that's the first pick within, I think, 2 seconds of the round starting, which is absolutely crazy. But in the meanwhile, though, as well, you see a couple of members from the side of Tropical Wingman taking that space mid. But hey, Viseball has been tripped, as you do see Yume holding it down for the moment. Alvis goes down, but you do see the trade back coming out immediately from Kiana. And it looks like Spike will be planted without much regard, and we'll see the retake coming on the way.
I mean, Yume was able to get their one on site, right? They were able to get one and dive for it, so that's a W right there. And the utility coming from elbow. Oh no!
Little bit of a misplay there from the waylay stun, and because of that, they both die actually. So Zoras and
one enemy remaining.
Ooh, and Pocket Enjoyer though gets rid of Pillsbury Drowboy, so it's just Robin in a 1v2. We've seen a clutch in the map 1, so maybe we see something again.
Smoke the bomb. I like this play. Dog doesn't catch him though.
It's halved. It's halved. They know it's halved. Oh, okay. Wow. Wait. I think I think Yana just decided to. I don't know if she actually saw Robin's maybe like the edge of his gun, but either way, great triple kill coming off from Kiana. So the chamber pick already having that value.
Yeah, I really like that Zeros, I guess, felt the rage from that last game and decided I'm just gonna fight A main and get the early pick on Asuria there. And that was a really good early pick. You deny a lot of the breach utility that helps the site exits to come through, but ultimately the retake was just not clean for Tropical Wingman, and pistol round is taken for Old Guys Club. And now we're seeing 4 Spectres and a Bucky for Alvis. Mind you, the Bucky!
Bloody, Zoras going in!
Get one!
Spike!
Spike down, B.
Oh no, Waylay revenge! Waylay revenge! Bucky revenge! Oh, and Zoras isn't ready for it, and because of that, Kiana gets a double kill. And it's a 2v4. Oh my word.
Spike planted.
Man, that Bucky was lethal. Case can't get the kill with the class. So we didn't see that.
Yeah, no, we didn't. But now we see, all right, Robin, you clutched a 1v3. How about a 1v3 and a half? Because, I mean, it's really, really low. Oh, okay. Gets get rid of Kiana, but at the end of the day, though, we do see a very quick 2-0 lead now for the side of Old Guys Club.
I mean, I know it's only round 2, excuse me, but we're seeing some of the tendencies that Tropical Wingman had on Haven for Corrode here. Zeros just getting aggressive by themselves, trying to, I guess, set the pace on the defense side by fighting into them. So I like it to an extent, but at the same time, again, they're just taking it by themselves, and they are getting traded pretty quickly here without any people helping them out. So maybe have more people and more utility aid their aggressive playstyle here.
Yeah, and off of the repeated, really, really aggressive actions from Zoras, you do see that Fate Pin come out immediately from the side of Old Guys Club to try to punish that. Alvis taking space immediately into the A elbow will be able to take that space, meaning the team will come up and follow up, but they know, generally speaking, the location of 2 of the members of Tropical Wingman here. You see Alvis, they don't even know Alvis is punching away with a Bucky. Alvis gets rid of Case, and you see how to get rid of Zoras. Yume does finally get a trade back on Kiana, who was lurking in that mid, but it's a 3v3. Robin is really low. Speaking of Robin, he's no longer low. He's just He's just shuffled off this mortal coil. Got it down to 13 HP. They know the location of at least one of the members for this retake from the side of Old Guys Club.
This is scary. It's a 1v3 retake, and they're split up too.
Yep, as Albus gets a double kill, wallbang headshot with that Bucky. Yume, full blind, gets a little bit of revenge onto Soraya, but not long for the world as we see a very quick 3-0. And that didn't even really feel like a force round coming from the side of Tropical Wingman with how that, that played her out. But now because of that, they're, looking for their second eco here.
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate that Zeros and Case were trying their best to anchor sides by themselves here, right? But Corrode is such a big map when it comes to CT side that having the rotates through spawn just takes forever. So people weren't able to provide any backup there as they were being exited onto A side. But Zeros does get stunned. Bucky again. Yeah, my God.
And this time it works. The Bucky showing incredible value here. And looks like he really, really wants that Vandal, and we'll be able to get that. But look at Keanu's positioning. Doesn't get spotted immediately. Oh, but gets traded out immediately from Case. So yes, you lose your controller, but you do get a Vandal back for your. No, never mind. Not gonna get a Vandal, as you do see the 3 remaining members of Old Guys Club will look to try to contain. Case gets flashed. Knows the location of some of the members of Old Guys Club. A lot more members of Old Guys Club, as Pillsbury Drillboy will have to back up there for a moment.
Yeah. But look at this positioning from Zeros here on the flank in A main. They have not even gone onto site yet. This could be a perfect timing from Zeros. All this noise.
Yeah, we'll see. Case is getting wallbang spammed, but they don't actually spot him. A little bit of distracts come out. They're just buying time for Zorus, but Zorus... Oh, but Zorus will get spotted out here, I think, a little bit quicker than he would like. Does still get rid of Soraya, so that's huge. 4v2. You do see Pillsbury Drillboy does go down. Oh, Zorus wants a little bit here. And very quickly, it's a 2v2. Both all 4 main members are relatively safe here in terms of health. Yume pinned. Yume goes down. 1v2 Case. Sheriff.
Oh my God.
Sharif, no, does not get it as Chicken gets the last kill on the Case, makes it 4-0 in favor of Old Guys Club.
I mean, the fact that round got so close that somehow we ended in a 1v1, which, by the way, Tropical Wingman had Sheriffs and Buckies at most, I feel like. So the fact that it got that close was a really good sign. It's just they couldn't close out the last 2 kills there to defuse the bomb and finish that retake. Zeros had a great flank, but pulled out their knife at the worst time possible. It got swung on, so that was a bit unfortunate to see. But I want to see more of Zeros getting activated here. Some more utility. Take some early fights with some utility.
That was not advisable from Zorus there, and gets punished relatively harsh there. As this is a very, very decisive take here from the side of Old Guys Club. Albus gets a double kill on the bottom and was caught trying to swing on the smoke and trying to punish them. Case is just absolutely cooked as Albus gets a triple kill. You do see as well Pillsbury Drillboy going down. Yume wallbang dinked in the head, down to 11 health, and Keanu knows the location. You see Albus wants a 4K. Ooh, yeah, even pulls out the... Yeah,
oh my.
We'll get a 4K as Albus punishes, once again, Zorus's... I don't know what Zorus was doing there, because, you saw him knife out, making noise as well on the A main, so Albus was absolutely ready for it. Like, he knew the location of one of the members, at least, for the defenders.
I think they felt a little bit indecisive there. They weren't sure if they were getting A-splitted on or if it was just a full A main take. So it felt like they were trying to figure out which side they wanted to fight more, and ultimately got stuck in a really bad spot there, just kind of standing outside A main. But we do have 4 ults online. I know it's an eco round for Tropical Wingman, but I've seen them do this before. This is not impossible. Unfortunately, they read wrong and stacked A side when it's a 4-man hit towards B, so that's a bit unfortunate there. But I like this walk down from Zeros and Pedro, getting that early information.
Waylay ult actually going to be used here. Wall will be tripped, but they're going to realize, guys, there's no one here. Yeah, a little bit misplay from Albus, not able to make it to heaven, but won't get punished for it because all 5 members are not on the side of Tropical Wingman. They are ready for the retake, but they're funneled here. 3 members on the mid for this retake. It's actually going to be 4 too, because I'm assuming Robin's going to follow up with them. He's just probably for the smokes here, but Pillsbury Drillboy does throw out the Yoru clone here to try to bait out a gun. High-low, little creativity there as Kiana gets rid of Pillsbury Drillboy. She can get rid of Zorus as well. Case. Oh, Saria gets rid of Yume with a nice little wallbang kill. Chicken dinner. And nope, it's going to be Saria with the last kill on the Case. That's a flawless. That wasn't even close to making it close from the side of Team Tropical Wingman.
Yeah, the call was the gamble stack towards A, and it was just, I guess, a misread, or just didn't win that gamble there. While Old Guys Club just went on to B for free, you know, did their thing, took CT, and ultimately won the round there. I do want to note, Old Guys Club does something that is very noticeable on their attack sides. When they get the post plants down, they're either always on site or they're fighting into CT. So I would like to see Tropical Wingman learn from this tendency from them and try to use more utility to fight back into CT. Ooh. Oh my goodness!
Jordan gets rid of Kiana, but Zorus almost kills Elvis in the mid, but both actually TP away. Pillsbury Drillboy holding it down on the A main. Here is. You do see the TP come out from Pedro in case he needs to, you know, bail out, but it's gone really, really quiet all of a sudden.
Yeah, and this is where that Fade utility is going to be super strong. Try to re-clear some areas that have been taken early by the attackers and see if there's anybody still there, and that might give away some of the positions that the attackers are on, or near, excuse me. But I'm not seeing any Fade utility being used. Jesus.
Elvis, once again, gets rid of Zorus. Little waylay on waylay action, but not making any immediate changes off of the pick. You do see the Fade fake util on the B to try to bait out some rotations with defenders, but nominally they're staying in the same positions. You see Page right here. Going to get rid of Paulo, at least initially. Finally decides to take the TP out, but is going to get chased from Paulo in that Clove ulti. We'll see if Paulo can actually get him in time. Robin peeks a little bit dangerously there, but no, Paulo will die, and Savannah will give it away. But meanwhile, because of that pick, you do see the three remaining members of Old Guys Club going to be, but as pointed out, the spike does make it past, but Yume's certainly going to get that kill. And because of that, the last remaining member, Saria, will not be able to get the spike down, will not be able to get a 1v4 kill. And, ooh, will actually almost will get punished as well. Yume with a triple kill. And finally, Tropical Wingman find their first round win.
Yeah, Pedro got that early first pick, I believe in A main there, onto Kiana on the chamber. So that was a really great pick for Tropical Wingman. And not only that, I really, really like the crossfire that they had on A side between Pedro and Case to deny the A exec from happening. And while that was happening, Yume was still on B side, did not budge a single inch and anchored their side there to deny the plant from coming through. So that was a really great round. Finally, we get to see for Tropical Wingman. I want to see kind of like a recreation of that happen again.
See a little bit of a split setup. It looks like they're setting up for the fake B, and this is actually huge. The great thing about Chamber on Corrode is if you are going up against the Vise wall, this happens, right? It caused the trip for the wall, and you can just TP out for free. And oh my god, look at that. Yume is actually going to be immediately burning all of the defensive util from the Vise, and so because of that, B site, while there are rotations, they lost all of their defensive util, but Zorus is in the mid here lurking, does hear one member rotating. It's actually just Kiana hoping to catch out a rotating member. We'll get flash. Zorus gonna peek. Zorus gonna stun perfectly. Gets rid of Kiana, but four members, Rolling Thunder coming out from the side of Old Guys Club. Alvis takes the pick onto Yume. This take is very, very quickly going underway. You do see four remaining members here. Waylay on the retake. Alvis, in the meanwhile, though, does get rid of Robin as well. Pillsbury Drillboy coming out, finds one. Will be able to find two. Do they remember, though? Kiana is on that heaven side. Does get spun up for the Fade Eyes, so they do know. They do know. Zorus gets rid of Alvis, and Zorus with a nice little triple kill onto Aya to make this now 2-6. So a little bit of momentum now swinging back in the favor of Tropical Wingman.
For all my comp players out there, if a Waylay throws their, I don't know what it's called, but the slow thingy, you know what I'm saying? Don't jump. That is the worst thing you could do into Waylay utility, is to jump as you're being slowed there, which is unfortunate. We saw the the cons of jumping. Kiana just gets one tap midair there. And not only that, we saw a good combination of utility between Pedro and Zuros, the Yor ult and the Whaley ult to retake on B side. Like I mentioned, Alvis took CT, but I think they started to anticipate that and look towards heaven there. Oh my goodness! The revenge!
Caught. Yeah, trying to get an early aggressive peek and ended up getting punishing for it. Also, Yume has been spotted. Not long for the world. Yep, you do see Kiana getting that pick onto Yume now very, very quickly. It's a 5v3. Defensive util tries to come out, but Kiana with a nice little triple kill. Maybe we see Kiana go for the ace. None of the members of Old Guys Club are really peeking. Alvis is just getting confirmation.
Oh, ace!
Wait. Ace. Oh, they want it. They want it for Kiana. Kiana's pushing forward. Kiana does get the ace onto Robin. First ace of the semifinals, 2 going to Kiana of Old Guys Club, making it 7-2. And, I mean, even before Kiana's ace, I mean, just looking at the scoreboard, putting up a clinic, top of the leaderboard for a team right here.
Yeah, Kiana just absolutely destroyed the entire team of Tropical Wingman. But rewind really quickly. We are now seeing the cons of having a Vice on your defense side. While yes, you can provide more traditional anchoring ability, a lot of Vice's utility is A, really easy to spot, and B, really easy to trigger, especially if you have a Waylay and a Chamber. So that's the problem with that. And we now see Zero's opping.
Yeah, and might get punished. Oh, nice little quick rescope flick. Shades of Call of Duty gets rid of Alvis. So, almost got punished, but able to get that quick scope off in time. Never faked the trick shot. Zoras gonna re-peek once more. It's getting pushed off from this defense, this offensive util here from the side of Old Guys Club, as Spike is gonna get planted and will get planted.
Spike planted.
But you see the retake already underway. Fatal coming out. Doesn't actually catch as many members as I think they would have liked. As you see, Pedro immediately taking the space here. Zoras gets a double kill in the meantime as well. Goes down. Kiana with 1. Kiana with 2. Case, though, gets rid of Joyer. And, ooh, Case. Nice little double kill onto Kiana. And because of that, 3-7. Still in favor of Old Guys Club. But Tropical Wingman are starting to get most of these rounds now going their way.
Yeah, they're slowly trying to, or excuse me, they're slowly implementing some of the changes they needed to implement into their defense rounds by A, either getting the early pick and playing numbers advantage, or B, kind of grouping together a little bit more and use more utility to play for those retakes. When they lose that early, the early fights and lose a person on their team, they usually struggle to figure out how to play the retake, especially if it's Robin that dies early when you have no smokes and a no omen blind. It's pretty difficult to retake either side here. So we are going to see a 5-man take towards B, but the stack is here.
Yeah, Zoras, so you see right there, op v op, backs up after the initial peek. Oh, Kiana gets caught out, and so Chamber ult is now down. Zoras still has the op. You see a slow rotation starting to come underway. We'll see what ends up happening, because you do see 2 members of Tropical Wingman are ready for the case of the rotate. You know, you see right here, Zoras is jump peeking just to get that confirmation. In the meantime, though, Alvis actually catches Robin a little bit slacking there. So that's controller down. They still have the Vise flash for this potential retake here, but we'll see what happens. Zoras also does have op, but as a reminder, I believe Alvis does not have TP available.
Look at this lurk smoke coming out on B side here, but they hear this.
They're making it. Oh, they're making it. I think they're just faking. Surely they fake this, right? They're making it very, very loud for this rotate. No? Yeah. Okay, that's what I thought. They're being very loud on the rotate. I was about to say I don't know if they're going to be convinced on the side of Tropical Wingman, because they're being very, very loud on the rotate.
Yeah, but they're not budging. I feel like Tropical Wingman know that this might be a fake. Just kidding, they're actually going A.
Case. Will they check? Oh, Case gets spotted out by the dog in the last second because of that. Does get some damage down. 13 seconds left, though. They got to go onto the site really, really quick.
10 seconds
and
left.
Pedro's just going to let him pass, but is in a very, very good spot for a potential lurk to be playing. Pedro!
Oh, no.
Whiffing. Never mind. Zoras is the one that actually gets rid of Paulo. Pedro in a really scary spot. Zoras peeks. Gets caught from the angle, and meanwhile, Alvis gets rid of Pedro. 3v2. We'll see if Tropical Wingman wants to take this or save the op. This is a tough call here. Looks like they're convinced they can handle the retake. Yume's gonna lead the way. You do see Zoras trying to hold the elbow peek lurk. Wow, they're actually gonna commit with the Waylay ult just to make sure they get this round win on the side of Old Guys Club. I mean, yeah, I mean, they won the round for sure. Yume with one. Alvis gets a triple. Zoras is gonna be absolutely cooked here. 3, 2, dead. And that's the op going away now as well. Zoras, will Zoras be able to buy an op? No. Okay, so no op online possible for the side of Tropical Wingman as we handle the final round of this first half.
Oh, it was such an unfortunate kill coming out with Robin dying in that mid-round time. No smokes to deny a site exec is so tough for the defenders there. So that's unfortunate to see Robin die early into the round there. And also, I mentioned it before, the Vice utility is really easy to bait out. So having a Chamber and a Waylay to bait out the utility from Yume is going to be so annoying for the defender's side. But as I say this, double walk down mid. They could potentially see bomb here. The timing!
Not slacking, I was about to say, yeah.
Oh, not good.
Patient gets rid of Zoras. It's a top frag down. Also, that means Waylay ult is not possible now for this last round, so that's a missed opportunity there. Robin's also in a pretty precarious spot. But he gets a double kill. But he TP's to his death. So Alvis gets the trade back, makes it 3v3. No more smokes for the side of Tropical Wingman. You do see Pedro is worried about that mid. All 3 members of Old Guys Club are moving up on the A main, however.
Yeah. I don't like the angles that they're holding.
Yeah, I'm about to say, they're not going to be able to spot out the fact that Alvis will, in about 2 seconds, make contact. Oh, wait, no, Pedro. Spots on the gun, spots on the gun. Knows that there's at least one. Oh, dinks. Alvis doesn't get the kill. Also gets tagged a little bit, but nominally healthy. Okay, he's trying to buy some time. Alvis is pinned. Fade, Dog does catch out the clone, but you see Aya's not gonna peek any more aggressively than they need to. Fade Eye does confirm 2 members on the CT, and meanwhile, Yume on that flank does get rid of all this. Wallbang headshot. Good start. Iron Guarding! They're still guarding, but no. Okay, and all of a sudden, it's a 1v1. Fade v Fade. Pin v Pin. Case fakes it. Nose is off. Aya nose is off, but Case pushes aggressively, gets rid of Aya, and makes it 4-8. Shades of the first game all of a sudden here, Cross, for this game 2.
Yeah, 4-8 going into the next half here for Tropical Wingman.
Switching sides.
I am a little bit concerned on how they're going to use this Vice on the attack side. It's great on the CT side, but when it comes to lurking, Vice is probably not the most I guess reliable Senti in that sense. So I am a little bit concerned in that sense. Also, you have a Waylay, you have a Yoru, so you have a lot of potential to take some early aggressive fights, but at the same time, you are fighting into a Breach Stun, a Waylay slow, a Fade suck, so not only does Old Guys Club have the utility to fight back into you, but they have more firepower, especially with that chamber on the defense now. So this is a bit concerning to see. I would love to see some fakes come out for Tropical Wingman, maybe get a Yor inserted and rework a different part of the map here rather than just do a full site exec.
It looks like they want to at least consider maybe taking the space really quick. Zoras, oh my god. Finally the aggression pays off, gets rid of Saria there as first pick going over to Zoras. A take under the way here for the side of Tropical Wingman. They do know that Alvis is on the main. Ooh, Pedro gets rid of one, but gets traded out. Robin gets rid of Alvis and on that main. But I don't know what's going on. But Apollo somehow gets 2 with the right click. Zoras trying to get more value with the shorty. Doesn't get any more. 3v2. All the defensive util being placed. They know the location of Vise. And speaking of Vise, Yume's actually going to go flank. And she might get punished for this because they are... Oh, no, never mind. Good timing. Yume's waiting, just buying some time. Spike is tapped. Wait. Oh my god, one out! What's going on?
What is going on?
That was so... Okay, so...
Oh my goodness.
Okay. So yeah, Paulo gets was it a 4K with the right clicks?
Yeah.
2 in the smoke. Didn't even see 2 of them, and then just bop.
Classic
Break
is a
that
free
down.
gun, guys.
Yeah.
Classic is a free gun. It's not a bad pistol. If you don't want to invest in a gun, that's okay. Classic will do the job for you just as well. I mean, it was a great initial start. Zero's double dashing into elbow, gets the pump onto Case there, and the side take was great. It was just the post plant was too aggressive. And not only that, the bomb plant was kind of out in nowhere. So the smoke helped them just diffuse and stick halfway at least. So that was a bit kind of a head scratcher there. But in terms of site exit, I really liked it. So hopefully we can see that on B side this time.
B take is the call. Kiana tries to get a pick, but immediately TP's out. But ready with the Bucky. Bucky on Bucky action. Bucky on Bucky action.
Planted.
Kiana wants a triple. Wants a triple. Gets a triple. 4K with Bucky.
Ace Bucky.
Bucky. How? And they wait, and she knows too that Yume is not even close to sight. No, come on, get a double ace. 2 aces. Kiana gets another ace. 2 aces back to back for Kiana. 20 and 8, and with the Bucky no less for the majority. And now all of a sudden, 10-4 for the side of Old Guys Club. On top of that too, Kiana's 1 away from having Chamberlain.
Look, I've seen Stinger aces, I've seen Ares aces, I've seen Marshall aces, but I don't think I've ever seen a Bucky or a potential Bucky ace like that. Man, Kiana is looking like a Bucky demon in this game on Corrode here. But we are moving into a timeout really quickly. I want to mention the economy here for both sides of the team. We are going to see a full buyout for Tropical Wingman versus the double Bucky, triple Spectre loadout for Old Guys Club. I would love to see a gamble stack or maybe even a 3-man walk down mid and fight into them with these, I guess, a disadvantage buy. Compared to the Vandals and the Phantoms that will be coming out for Tropical Wingman. I need to see Zeros be activated. Send more utility to help Zeros take these early fights and get these early picks to have a man advantage before they do any of these site execs. These 5-man execs are not going to work even though they have a double duelist. The utility that Old Guys Club and their fragging potential that they have is just not going to work against the 5-man exec here for Tropical Wingman. So maybe play the rounds a little bit slower in terms of pacing, but try to get Zeros get a little bit more activated and get those early fights online there for the Waylay.
Yeah, I'm shocked that they're still grouping up too. Mid is an option. You could always send like a split mid just to get, at least get the info, get the pick. But no, it looks like for Tropical Wingman, they want to stick, the majority at least sticking together here is, you do see Pedro is lurking the mid for maybe a little rotate flank here. Zoras though already leading the way once more.
Zeros hurt
Is
that.
Alvis though in the corner.
Oh no!
Bucky action gets rid of Zoras. Robin does get the trade back.
Oh, good eye.
But Aya gets rid of Yume in the smoke. Which Robin's gonna be able to back out in time, so end of it. It's a 3v4 as you do see Pedro has taken that space into the mid lane. Does not get rid of Case, although, or sorry, that's not Case, that is it's Aya actually, and gonna get dinked pretty low.
See, this is the problem of this comp for Tropical Wingman because your Vice doesn't have the ability to lurk properly.
Yeah, they're worried about flank.
Yeah, they have to worry about flank here, and they have no space on B side, so either they have to commit together as a 3-man and just run everywhere, or rely Pedro on getting the kill, which he doesn't.
Yeah, Saria gets rid of Pedro. Nice little headshot there. 30 seconds left. Yeah, Kiana's just holding here and knows there's probably one coming on the top mid. It's now just Case to make something happen in this 1v4. Fade Eye does kind of spot out Kiana. Has a rough idea that where Kiana is, but Breach Stun comes out. Case is stunned. Case does not get timing here. Gets rid of Kiana. 1v3. 10 seconds. We'll be able to get the spike planted. Gets Fade blinded, and Case is dead, and yeah. And because of that, now we're looking at 11-4 in favor of Old Guys Club as they're starting to run away with this one.
Yeah, that was a bit rough to watch there. I mean, I think at the beginning of this this game, I mentioned that Corrode is strong when you have that mid control, and I haven't seen any mid pressure being given for Tropical Wingman there. It's just Pedro by themselves taking mid with by their lonely selves there. So maybe you apply some more pressure towards mid, have a smoke, maybe a fade eye, fade dog, and have Zuro's dash towards mid instead of like elbow and A main there, which I think that's what we're gonna see here. It looks like Zuros and Pedro are going to try to contest mid space a little bit more, which is good. I like to see this.
Yeah, as the round goes their way, you do see Kiana does pop ult, chamber ult, and that'll help her lock down that B main. Fade eye comes out, doesn't actually pin spot anyone.
I think it's spotted Yume. But that's just their lurker.
Yeah, okay, well, information has to be given out. You do see Zoras right into Aya, but actually is able to get rid of Aya. As Pedro didn't really understand what was going on there as Hollow slowed, gets rid of him, but what is going on here? All this gets rid of Case.
Oh no!
Kill. Almost gets a 4K, but no, it is going to be Saria who cleans up Yume here, and we now have match point for game 2, and actually series point as well for Team Old Guys Club. They win this, they advance to the grand finals.
Yeah, it's all or nothing now for Tropical Wingman. I feel like Pedro might have been overstimulated by all the utility being thrown towards the mid side there, so they felt a little bit confused. Maybe even confused Paulo as being one of their teammates as they're being shot at. So I definitely understand how that feels. But man, that was a little rough to see. But we are now seeing a 4-1 towards B side here. Kiana, can you anchor your side by yourself here?
Yeah, I want to say, absolutely. There's no help coming from her as all. She actually gets dinked and actually also gets fade and pit. Oh my god. She gets spotted by everything, and Zoras was bloodthirsty initially, but I think because of what's happened for the past couple of rounds, ends up not fully pushing to secure the kill. Although Albus lurking gets rid of Yume on that lurk. Kiana with the kill on a Case. Kiana wants more. Gets pushed away from the heaven spot. This is actually kind of unique. All 3 remaining members of Tropical Wayman or Heaven, and I mean, the picks are going around. It's very quickly a 1v3. It's just Zoras who was the entry, trying to make something happen, down to 30 health. It's even gonna get fade pinned. No, actually avoids the fade pin. 16 health.
Oh no!
Kiana with the 4K gets rid of Zoras and is gonna seal the deal for Team Old Guys Club. Old Guys Club advancing to the grand finals of the Brownie Val tournament. Will be facing up against Team Hangetsu as they eliminate Tropical Wingman.
I mean, it's an identical score for Old Guys Club here on both Haven and Corrode, ending in 13-4. Congratulations to them. They played some immaculate Valorant. I love the ideas that they had. The site execs that they had on their attack side was beautiful, and their fighting with the utility that they provided each other was super, super nice to see. I want to give a shout out to Tropical Wingman. They did an amazing try to get into grand finals, but ultimately we're just short on a lot of the rounds, and did lose both games in 4 and 13. I did like the things that I saw. Just I wish I saw more. You know what I mean? But yeah, good try to them. But great game coming out from Old Guys Club.
Yeah, I was about to say too. Speaking of Old Guys Club, I mean, match MVP has to go to Kiana. I mean, average combat score 420. You got 2 aces. Got a 4K on the last one too. Econ rating of 104. Didn't really die at all, and almost had a 3.0 KD instead. It gets 2.6. So could up those numbers. Get another ace, and you would have had maybe closer to that 3.0. But I mean, even still, absolute absurd numbers coming out for Kiana. So great stuff there. But yeah, I mean, I think it's what we kind of saw for both games, right? Is that, first it's Old Guys Club having a game plan. They're able to get a couple of round wins, crucial round wins, going their way to build that early lead momentum. And then towards like the end of the first half, you do start to see Tropical Women adjust accordingly, and they do scrap away a couple of rounds, right? 4 rounds both sides. And then second half, because of the fact that they, give away that lead so early on, it's just, they just claw back, and because of that, just dominant wins for both. But
yeah, sorry, guys.
Yeah, I was gonna say, immediately though, as we're gonna be interviewing the winner, we actually have the MVP I was just talking about. We have Kiana here joining us here for this little post-game interview. Kiana, welcome in.
Hi.
And how are you feeling after you got not 1 but 2 aces for that match, and then on top of that, also a 4K on the last round too? We saw that as well. How you feeling after the monster performance?
I'm shaking right now, so.
I mean, yeah, no, I mean, I get it, but I mean, you know what? Let's talk a little bit first about maybe. Let's go over the first ace, right? The first ace that you had, which, if I recall, oh god, this game went by so quick. I'm trying to really scratch. Okay, round 9. There we go. I found it. Yeah. So let's go first into, I guess, like the game plan that your team had, and as well as the chamber pick that you went. Was that a team decision, or was that purely like you being like, I'm comfortable on chamber, it's corrode, let me cook?
I only play chamber on corrode. I don't really like the map, so this is like the only character I can pick and like get away with getting free kills, I think. Yeah.
I mean, it worked out in your favor, though. I mean, again, 2 aces, though, especially 2. What was sort of the game plan as a team coming in for that, specifically for the defense? Because, you know, you guys had a pretty dominant lead to start it off, right? You started off 6-0. So what was sort of like, I guess, that like the discussion that you guys had about how you wanted to handle going up against Tropical Wingman for corrode?
We knew that they were gonna be kind of aggressive, especially with their comp. They had like a Yoru, a Waylay, and Omen Blind coming into the site. So we kind of figured that they were gonna be more aggressive, but we decided that we should just play back and kind of play our own numbers, and that we would retake B at any cost possible. Or if I can get one and get off, that'd be good too.
Gotcha. Cross, any questions?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, you had a monster chamber performance on that corner. So
Thank you.
I mentioned it during the game, but I have never seen a potential Bucky ace on chamber of all people.
Yeah.
Like that was insane. So if you got that final kill with the Bucky, that would have been that.
I wanted to.
Hello.
I wanted to.
But in terms of some of the questions that I had, I think I talked to Surya last time for a post-game interview, and I did ask her about the breach pick, and it felt more like a comfort pick for her specifically. Can you talk to us about why you guys decided to go with a double initiator comp, especially with the current meta? Double initiator is pretty frowned upon because the utility recharge is so slow now. But it looked good on you guys. So what were the reasons behind going the double initiators?
I think that because one, Fate is a scan agent and Breach can play off of that. So we'd have like an eye stun combo or, you know, like a dog stun combo. I think that helped in our favor for us to clear angles, especially on like A site, where you have to clear elbow and et cetera, et cetera. And they're just really good at their own picks anyway. Like Surya's a really good Breach and Aya's a really good Fade, so.
Yeah, clearly. I mean, both of them were just using that utility to absolute perfection there. I guess my final question would be, now that you're going into the grand finals against Hangetsu, what are you expecting?
Hopefully a win. I hope.
That's a good answer. I like that answer.
I was gonna say too. Speaking of Hangetsu, I think if I recall, they made the bold during their post game interview that they said that they were expecting to see was it a Tropical Wingman in the grand finals. So instead, it's gonna be you guys too. You know, is that gonna give you a little extra like, you know, motivation for this grand finals about, you know, hey, they expected the other team, but no, not only is it gonna be, you know, us. It was in a dominant fashion too, right? 13-4 both games, which is absolutely insane. So I guess, you know, are you feeling even extra motivated because of that, or just sort of the vibe?
Yeah, I mean, if they wanted them and said, well, they're getting us, so I don't know.
Do you have a message
Gotcha.
to the team by any chance? Anything you want to say to Hangetsu before you guys see them for the grand finals?
I think I'm gonna just let the game talk for itself.
Oh, that's aura right there. Okay.
I mean, especially after putting up a 2.6 KD. I mean, I don't blame you. That was insane. Yeah, but either way, GG's to you, Kiana. Thank you for the interview, and you know, we look forward to seeing you tomorrow for the grand finals. And you know, hopefully you can put up another monster performance like you did for this one.
I hope so.
Yeah,
All
Bucky Ace tomorrow, guys. Tune in.
Yeah, Bucky
Coming
Ace.
soon.
We need a classic Ace. If you could get a Stinger Ace as well with one clip, that'd be great. Yeah, don't reload. just one full clip. That'd be great.
Yep.
But anyways, GG's to you, Kiana.
GG's, thank you guys.
Thank you very much. All right. So with that, we're going to also be interviewing as well from the side of Tropical Wingman. We have Zoras coming in. So for everyone, we will be able to talk to the entry frag self very, very shortly here. But yeah, I mean, again, just dominant game once more, right? And I mean, unfortunately, that Tropical Wingman had to, bow out, I guess. I think not exactly how they wanted, but either way. And here we go. We do have Zoras here joining in from us. Zoras putting up a good number of first bloods, specifically with, a lot of times, like I saw, was with the Bucky too, no less. I guess first off, how are you feeling, after this match series?
Feeling a little bummed out, but it is what it is.
Yeah, well, let's just go underway into maybe let's first start talking about maybe the team comp as a whole. Going to that first game, right, with the Haven as well. I guess talk to me about what was the decision making going in with the comp that you guys ran, because you guys ended up going, I believe it was double Inishi, and you went with, if I recall, it was the Silver Breach. And then it was you on the Neon as well. So I guess talk to me a little bit about like the game plan coming into the series.
Well, we had a couple subs today off our, so we kind of just had to mock up some comps that we thought would work with what people kind of played, and we kind of just went from there. This is a comp that we actually played normally, but again, we just had different people subbing in for different slots. So, comp that we were pretty comfortable with. It's a comp that I like to play personally a lot, but just unlucky on our execution. We didn't quite execute it how we wanted it to, and I think that's where we felt a little bit short. But also huge on the other team. They seemed to know like very well how to play against it, so they had a lot of good prep for it, it seemed.
Gotcha. Cross, any questions?
I mean, I first of all, I want to say condolences for the loss. I think I saw some great things come out from your team, even though the scoreline didn't show it per se. And I want to highlight specifically your extremely aggressive playstyle on the Neon and the Waylay. There were several rounds where you got that early first pick or even a multi-frag, and still ultimately lost the round. I just want to know your, I guess, thinking through of your aggressive playstyle. Why, how, when, where, who, you know what I mean? Like, why do you play so aggressively? And if that's the case, why not just double draft like a double duelist comp? Or sorry, not a double duelist comp. Like a more scaling comp, like a raid, not even a raise, excuse me. Like a jet, maybe perchance, maybe someone to scale with you. I feel like maybe having another person to scale with you would have helped in your case. But just talk to us through about like why your playstyle is so aggressive.
Yeah, again, like we had a sub on that secondary duelist role, at least on Karud. And yeah, Pedro didn't get a lot of time to really prac with us, so he didn't quite, I guess, necessarily know. Like, again, we had to like kind of throw stuff together in hopes that it would work out, because usually I think Jay usually would be playing that role with me, and he knows how I play pretty well, so he's able to play off it really well. But I guess just in this case, it's just like we kind of were working with what we had,
right?
And we didn't have like time to like specifically prac with this iteration of our team. So a lot of different like play styles, I guess, didn't like quite go well together. So, but yeah.
I mean, like I mentioned before, like some of the rounds that you guys did win were just absolutely immaculate. Like the retake was great, the execs were good. So that was really beautiful to watch. Is there a reason why you guys didn't opt for the chamber on your Corrode? Because you guys did choose the Vice there, and Vice did get nerfed kind of a little bit, especially to play on Corrode there. So is there a reason why you guys went with the Vice instead of the chamber?
We don't have a chamber player. That's not me.
Got it.
Okay, it's just like it's like a comfort sort of
comfort thing.
Yeah. It's like I don't want to throw somebody on chamber that's not gonna like be able to play chamber.
That
makes sense. And it's like I'm kind of the only one that played it. That would play it.
Yeah.
So
that completely makes sense. Okay, let's well, why don't we also have you if you have any maybe shout outs you want to give to anyone on your team or just anyone in general, anything like that. And then I guess talk about your experience for the tournament as a whole.
Um, I guess my experience with the tournament, I'd say it was a really positive experience. I had a lot of fun with this one. It was my first Brownie Val that I've ever been in, so I had a very enjoyable time. The production was great. The setup was really nice. I liked the formatting of like the what do you call it? Of just like the flow of the tournament. So the brackets were really nice, and then like the formatting of just like the BO1 Swiss was always fun. So I enjoyed that. Shout out to my team. We played good today. Unfortunately, we didn't get through the win, which is what it is. I know the caliber of all the players on my team, and I know they can all play great. Just not our day today, unfortunately.
Do you have maybe like a favorite moment of the tournament for yourself, or maybe for your team, just as a whole, that you can think of?
I'm not too sure. I met a lot of new people through this tournament, so that's really nice. Made some new friends. That's always good. Just being able to like
duos.
I don't think so.
5-stack?
But
okay.
I don't think any duos. It's
Swift
just,
plays.
Yeah.
Yeah, I gotcha.
Sometimes rank disparity is bad, but
yeah.
But yeah, I met new people. It was always fun doing scrims with my teammates. I love being able to do like 10-mans and stuff like that. So being able to do like, scrims and stuff were always really fun for me. Always really enjoy playing with these group of people that were on my team. They're great people. They're great players. And yeah.
Gotcha. Well, you know what, Zoros? Again, condolences for Team Tropical Wingman for not making it to the grand finals. But hey, you still made it to the semifinals. That's absolutely something that's, for sure noteworthy and again, absolutely something that I think everyone's got to, celebrate for the fact that, you guys made it as far as you did. But yeah, no, GG's to you. You put up an absolute monster performance. Again, I mean, the first bloods alone and just able to get the first bloods time and time again. A lot of times we were like, okay, he's going to get the first blood. Yeah, got the first blood. He got the first blood here again. But yeah, so GG's to you, Zoros. And thank you again for you and your team for Tropical Wingman. So everyone in the chat, please, a big little shout out to Tropical Wingman and for their great performance in this Brownie Val tournament. And thank you again, Zoros.
Yep, thank you very much. Thank you for having me.
All right. So again, everyone, Team Old Guys Club over Tropical Wingman to advance to the grand finals. They will be facing Team Hangetsu tomorrow in the best of 5 for the Granny. I said Granny. For the Brownie Val grand finals to make this. Oh, sorry, best of 3. Excuse me, best of 3 for tomorrow. But yeah, so it's going to be an amazing game. Cross, it was fantastic for casting with you for the semifinals number 2. And we will be returning as well, guys, to be your casters for the grand finals. But Cross, you have any shout outs or, maybe a little self plug?
Well, before I shout myself out,
Oh,
I do want to ask what your prediction is for this grand finals.
No, you go first. No. You go first. For good reason.
Oh man, don't put me on the spot.
Yeah,
like
no.
that. Okay. Well, okay.
Mm-hmm.
My heart says Hangetsu.
Mm.
And I think it's going to go 2-1.
Is it just your heart?
That's my heart.
Mm.
My head is thinking 2-1 for Old Guys Club. So I'm so torn right now. I don't know. You know what? I'm just gonna go 2-1 Hangetsu. I'm gonna go 2-1 Hangetsu. Guys, don't listen to the stream, guys.
Oh,
I'm gonna go with the heart this time. 2-1 for Hangetsu. Okay, so what's your prediction then, Lubu?
Okay. That's actually tricky, and it's not because I'm biased for one team or the other, but no, I think for me, it's kind of hard, right? Because both teams to get to the grand finals kind of stomp their opposition in the semifinals for the most part, right? And so it's one of those things where it's like, in terms of like a good luck VOD reviewing for either team, because it's like, okay, where do they struggle? They didn't really struggle that much. Maybe like 2 rounds you can like sort of be like, okay, well they did screw up on that part, but it's gonna be really tricky to sort of like get those tendencies and whatnot in less than a day to prepare. So we'll see. But I will say that I do think for Team Old Guys Club, they did play pretty well disciplined. I didn't really see, outside of the one major outlier would be probably the Haven 1v3 that Robin got, that I'm like, you should not have. But if that's the one round that you can fix, and I'm like, that's the one. Just don't do that ever again, which is a very niche scenario. I think, generally speaking, they're going to be pretty well disciplined into going it. But I'll go. Well, I'll make it spicy. I'm gonna go. I'll go with brain and heart. I'll go 2-1 Old Guys Club. However, I do think that it will be a case where Game 3 will go into overtime.
Yes. Oh my gosh. Yes. Please.
I think it'll go overtime. I'm gonna even say double overtime.
Ooh.
Because I think it's gonna be one of those things too. And you know what? I'm gonna even go a step further. I think it's actually gonna be Hangetsu, who for Game 3 they start off slow. I'll even go 9-3 curse slow. They start like 3-9, come back to OT, and then double OT, and then unfortunately maybe not the Cinderella ending for that. But I do think this will get to OT Game 3.
All right. Well, with that being said, we do have our grand finals tomorrow, so please make sure you stick around for that and witness some amazing Valorant. My name is Cross Unity. You can see me on Twitch at CrossUnity1, and my Twitter is, or my X, I guess, Cross Valorant. So make sure you check me out on those socials. Lubu, do you have any social media or any shout outs you want to do for yourself?
Find me in Discord. I don't do social media. It's really bad. I don't even attempt to. Just find me in Discord and everything like that. And I guess if you've seen me in Valorant, then you can always add me too. Always love playing with people and all that. But otherwise, nah, I don't really do the social media thing. But yeah, that's it for me.
All right. Well, everyone, have a wonderful night, and make sure you tune in tomorrow for the grand finals versus Hangetsu and Old Guys Club. We're going to throw it back to Browntul to wrap up the stream tonight. Thank you, everybody.
Okay, thanks very much. What a fantastic cast that was. Thank you to Cross Unity and Lubu for that broadcast. Also, thank you to the casters from the earlier semifinal, Neon and Sleepy Boy. And our observer, Amber, did both semifinal games. So shout out to Cookie Ams, so inspirational. The entire admin staff, the players, the graphics, videos, halftime performances from Mei Mei we saw earlier, and then in the beginning it was Star Kitagawa. Just absolutely fantastic. Thank you everyone for all this wonderful work. It was really great. So we take a look at the schedule. We celebrate the victory for Hangetsu and Old Guys Club, the returning champions looking to repeat again. This has never happened, logistically speaking, in Brownie Val history, to have an actual returning champion with the same players for the most part, and then a whole new challenger where there's no Brownie Val experience and you just have to predict what will happen. Also, the number 1 seed curse continues. For some reason, it's really hard to win when you're the number 1 seed. Both play-in teams made it to the grand finals. So now there will be a tiebreaker used for this. Usually the higher seed gets to pick if they want to be the Team A or Team B in the map bands, and more information will be available tomorrow. So that's it for us here in Brownie Val. I want to make sure y'all know what's happening tomorrow. So let's take a look at the info screen for this. Here it is. So for the grand finals, 1 best of 3 series will determine the winner. And IRIAM is sponsoring our prize pool. IRIAM has donated $300 to that prize pool. So because of that, we're going to give every runner-up or every semifinal winner $100. And then if you win the grand finals, you get another $100. So $200 for first place, $100 for the runner-up. We also have our halftime performances coming up. We'll have the pre-game performance, actually, from Zephyr Cordis to help us get started. And then we'll have the grand finale, I would call it, the grand finals halftime show, headliner Humi Subaru, featuring Mei Mei, Star Kitagawa, and Zephyr Cordis. For more information, view the event website there. But I'd just say tune in tomorrow. We got something really exciting to see, something really exciting to watch. I hope you all will enjoy that. Thank you to our sponsors, IRIAM, drawwithkristi, free sticker by the way, click on that. Elysian Tower, voice pack giveaway will roll tomorrow at the end of the grand finals, and then KAZOKU made those great videos. We celebrate the victories. Congratulations once again to Hangetsu and to Old Guys Club for making it to the grand finals. For all of us here in Brownie Val, this is Browntul saying goodbye. Hi everybody, this is Browntul, and welcome to Brownie Val X. We are here in the grand finals. We had 8 teams to start the tournament. We've narrowed it down to 2, and finally we are here to see the best of 3 matchup between Hangetsu and Old Guys Club to see who will become the next Brownie Val champion. Well, I'm definitely excited to see what happens, but it's all about the path to get here. Hangetsu, we've never heard of them before in the Brownie Val universe, and they have made it all the way to the grand finals in dominant fashion. The Old Guys Club, we heard about them, but it's been so long since we last saw them in the last Brownie Val, that huge gap that we had. Now they're old, but they've made it. They recovered from their early loss in the group stage to make it all the way to this point, and now they are here. So it's Hangetsu versus Old Guys Club, which will come on in this grand finals match, which will be coming up very soon. So before we begin, I just want to reflect a bit on Brownie Val and how we got to this point. We started Brownie Val back in 2023, but did you know that there were some test events in the year prior in 2022? We had the Brownie Toaster Valorant, what was it? Brownie Toaster Valorant scrimmage series? It was something like that. Way long time ago, and we were running off the Brownie Toaster brand, and we had a couple of teams that were around at the time that were willing to try out this experiment. We had a couple of people in the broadcast, and we just tried something that we've never tried before, which was to broadcast a custom, and to go from that to here in basically 3 to 4 years. I don't know if I would be still doing Brownie Val at this point if I didn't still have that passion from the very beginning, where I was like, well, I can do my own OBS broadcast, and here we are still using OBS. A couple of extra tools here and there, but hopefully this can prove that anyone can stream their own tournament. Starting from day 1, the very first Brownie Val official tournament in January of 2023, where it was still called the Brownie Toaster Valorant tournament. It was a Valorant Invitational, for that matter. Then we had the Swift Play tournament. We had the Challengers tournament, where we divided into 2 groups. We had the Arena tournament, the Draft Deluxe tournament, Impact, and now X. And X does stand for 10. You notice I didn't even count 10. And that's because we had a couple of spin-off events as well. We had a subathon event, a birthday bash. We had a C challenge, where we went all the way out to the C server, and we pit 2 communities from the C server against each other. We all had 300 ping as observers in production, but it was such a blast to see what it was like over there with those communities. And then after Brownie Val Impact in December of 2024, we stopped doing Brownie Val for a bit, and you know, it really comes down to me. Like, the whole point of Brownie Val in the beginning was me proving that we can do this with free software, but I decided to pursue other things. And we had Super Brownie Rivals, which was our Marvel Rivals test event, and also a anniversary event for me. And then we did the very crazy event, in my opinion, the VTuber Royale, and that was a very special event. 3 games. It was Valorant, League of Legends, and Marvel Rivals all in one. And then I started to help out with the other tournaments that are out there. A lot of Valorant tournaments for the most part. Even other games in person. And I feel like I've been so enriched and so lucky to be able to help out with those esports events. And to have all this knowledge to come back and do Brownie Val. And not just do Brownie Val because I feel like it. I feel like I don't have much else to prove ever since 2023. But I'm doing this for the community. I'm doing this to have these teams that played in this tournament have a chance to bring together a team of 5 to 8 players and see if they can win in a small community tournament with this big time competition in a space where there's a lot of draft tournaments and a lot of thinking of what happens if you bring those type of teams into a tournament like this. If you can bring your own players and kind of dictate your fate like that. And also just to see all the casters and the observers, the staff, a mix of experienced people and a mix of new people that wanted to give this type of event a shot as a volunteer and to see if it's something that they want to do with bigger events in the future. I'm very proud to see that Brownie Val has been a good spot where people can try these things for the first time and now go out there and maybe do something as big as VCT Game Changers. One of our casters is doing a lot more Game Changer stuff right now, and they did a pit stop over here, and that's still one of the things I really enjoy. Had an observer here that we had for a while that is doing a lot more lands. We have some admins here that literally host their own tournaments now, and they're bigger and better than ever. And I'm just so proud of everyone that has gone through Brownie Val and has given this tournament a chance. So, big thank you to everyone that helped make Brownie Val a possibility, and the fact that I can call this Brownie Val X for the 10 events that we've had, which includes the main line and side events. I'm truly, truly blessed. So, thank you, thank you, thank you very much. You know who else we need to thank? Our sponsors, and here they are.
Brownie Val X is sponsored by IRIAM, a VTuber live streaming app where VTubers and their fans can interact and have fun with each other. Download the IRIAM mobile app today in the United States and Canada. Brownie Val X is sponsored by drawwithkristi, by hand-illustrated vinyl stickers, enamel pins, charms, and more featuring Toffee and friends. All players, helpers, and fans can claim a free sticker to celebrate Toffee meeting a resident turtle. Please use the chat command to claim this commemorative sticker. No purchase necessary, available while supplies last. Brownie Val X is sponsored by Elysian Tower. Which floor boss will you visit next, adventurer? Watch Brownie Val X for a chance to win pre-recorded voice packs and personalized thank you notes from the Elysian Tower floor bosses. A winner will be drawn at the end of each weekend. Please use the chat command to learn how to enter the giveaway. No purchase necessary. Twitch messages must be enabled for you to win. Brownie Val X is sponsored by KAZOKU. Together, we're a family. Thanks for creating team videos for our Brownie Val X teams.
Alright, so we want to thank our wonderful sponsors. Let's start with the drawwithkristi, the sticker sponsor. drawwithkristi has given us a free sticker. So if you haven't claimed a free sticker at this point, you should claim it, because some people already got them and they showed pictures with me. And I got mine, and I looked at it and I was like, wow, that is actually me on a boba sticker held by a bear. Never really thought Brownie Val would have given me this opportunity to make these type of connections to get here. Now, drawwithkristi has been supporting us since the very beginning, since January of 2023. And for Kristi to give us an opportunity to have a collaborative sticker, and for the fact that anyone can get it for free, it just means a lot to us. And so thank you very much to Kristi for always supporting us and making this a possibility. Claim your sticker. You should do it by tonight. It does end tomorrow, but you will forget. So claim it tonight. Free sticker ships globally. If it doesn't ship to your country, let us know so that we can put that on the list of free shipping. But I would love for everyone to have a sticker and just remember what it was like to be at Brownie Val. Elysian Tower. If you enter the Elysian Tower voice pack giveaway, you will have a chance to win a personalized thank you note from each floor boss. Renaza Thorn, Story Muse, and Katsutoshi Norizuki. And you'll have a couple of extra voice packs they did for Valentine's Day, and I think a couple more. It's a $95 value, and only one winner. Enter with exclamation point enter. It's 1 ticket per 10 minutes, up to 10 tickets. And we are using the ticket pool from the entire weekend, first the last weekend and this weekend. So if you've watched in our group stage, you can still enter those 10 tickets, and I think you might win. Well, Nuna wants to win. I heard Nuna really wants to win them, but there's a challenge right now because there's 150 tickets. So you better increase your odds, max out those tickets, make the Elysian Tower really give you some great thanks. And your Twitch DMs need to be open. Make sure your whispers are open if you win. Okay, KAZOKU, they made the team videos, and we will see them as we get closer to our grand finals. And IRIAM, which is a platform where you can stream as a VTuber with low latency. And we have a video from pre-recorded BrowntulStar to learn a little bit more about IRIAM.
Do you like VTubers? Do you like turtles? Do you like saying awa awa?
Awa 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 awa?
Well, I do a lot, and that's why I stream on IRIAM. Check this out. As a streamer on IRIAM, I can either bring my own model or select one of the pre-made ones. Isn't that so cool? And then all I need is my mobile phone to start streaming right away.
You can be a streamer, yes!
Look at all these interactions. All my fans can send hearts to me because they love turtles.
Whoa! Thanks for the heart.
And look at all my other friends too. They love all the hearts that I'm sending.
Oh my god! Mwah! Thank you so much!
And you really cannot believe what happens when I stream on IRIAM.
Awa, 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 awa.
Download IRIAM right now on the iOS App Store or Google Play Store to sign up for the debut support program today.
Thank you, pre-recorded version of BrowntulStar, for telling us how to watch BrowntulStar on IRIAM. That looked like a lot of fun. You can send a lot of gifts, and it's we just invited our Canadian early access streamers this past week during Canadian Convention Week, so that's very, very exciting. Hopefully y'all can download IRIAM on the iOS App Store and Google Play Store in the US and Canada, and we also have our main region in Japan. So please go take a look at that. We have some off-Kai events if y'all want to go to the off-Kai convention in San Jose in July, San Jose, California, that is. You might be able to see some of us and meet us at the meet and greets, so you definitely want to check us out. And finally, I know this is not actually part of the promotion, but I think it ends today. You can win a free mic if you like and retweet this post on their Twitter account, IRIAM, the IRIAM US Twitter account. So go check it out and win a free mic, possibly. I don't know what the odds are, but you should enter that because when you stream on IRIAM, it's all about having a really good just chatting voice. So go enter that, okay? Very good. So those are our sponsors. Now let's go ahead and take a look at the a preview of what we're going to see in the grand finals. We got the two remaining teams, Hangetsu and Old Guys Club. And the team that wins this best of 3 series will win $200 US. That's a lot of US dollars in Brownie Val terms. Actually, we're always pushing for a $100 guaranteed prize pool, and IRIAM was nice enough to give us a lot of money for this, and they really believe in our mission and what we want to do here. So everyone say thank you, IRIAM, for that. $200 to first place, but the runner-up also gets the $100 consolation. So everyone wins already. We just got here. Everyone wins. But I think one of these teams really wants the 200. Maybe they'll go to K Barbecue or something. We'll have to look forward to that. We also got some performances. Zephyr Cordis is coming up very soon, so don't miss that. And then we got the grand finals halftime show featuring Yumi Subaru, Mei Mei, Star Kitagawa, and Zephyr Cordis. Oh, wait a second. That's a lot of names, isn't it? That's every single performer we've seen so far. This is like a banger halftime show. After game 1, you have to watch it. It's just absolutely fantastic. That'll be between games 1 and 2, between Hangetsu and the Old Guys Club. And let's learn a little bit more about those two. We'll start with Hangetsu. Obviously, as I mentioned earlier, Hangetsu is the team that we have no idea about in the Brownie Val universe. But they made us remember who they were as they came into the group stage. Let's take a look now at our scouting reports. You see the group stage and the results there. 13-2 against Pink Corgi, 13-3 against the Gritty Goblins, and we were just like, wow, maybe they're just the best team in the world. I mean, they play together in Premiere, they've done a lot of other events together, and then they lost to the Tropical Wingmen. Oh no! And we're like, oh, they're on the edge now. Maybe they will not make it to the playoffs, but they made it because they got to defeat the Gritty Goblins. It was a close match, 13-8 they pulled away in the second half to make it to the semis against the Goofy Goobers, who were the number 1 seed. They were able to defeat them 2-0 in that best of 3, 13-5 and 13-8. And how exciting were those matches? You heard it in the interviews. It just felt like everything was clicking and everything was just absolutely fantastic, absolutely inspirational. And now they're here. I mean, you look at the stats there. Jiren, 51 kills in that semi-series, playing on that chamber. Jaquavius with 33 kills overall. Overall, the team is just very well-rounded. They know where to place themselves in the map. They have very good communications, and they, with the help of their coach, that I'm sure you all heard of who the coach is, but they actually, the coach did say in yesterday's broadcast that she did not coach them on how to VOD review their semi. So that's even more scarier. Seems like they are now autonomous. We'll see if they have all the research material for the Old Guys Club, who are our returning champions. They didn't have a good start, though, against the Goofy Goobers. They lost that game. But then the rest of the way, no chance. And it's highlighted by the semifinal matches. Kiana actually subbed in. It was a surprising move. And then dropped 26 kills and got 2 aces. I mean, that is just unparalleled. We heard the interview from Kiana, just how nervous that player was. Alvis, of course, being very consistent with 44 kills. But Aya's got a very good group with them. Aya and Surya together. Surya's got that comfort pick on the Breach. Always plays Breach in every map. And always translate pretty well with the ultimates, the Rolling Thunder. Overall, this team is very good at their aim. And with the help of their IGL and their game planning on how to understand the games, the way the games go, I think they're in a pretty good spot. So you see the scores on there: 13-4, 13-4 against Tropical Wingman. This was all based off research and brute force. They really trusted in their aim and all of that. It's all nice and stuff, but like both of these teams are good at aiming, so you never really know. Anything is possible. You heard the predictions yesterday from Lubu and Cross Unity, who they think is going to win, and it's either going to be from the heart or objectively thinking. Now you might be wondering who I think is going to win, and I will not tell you the answer because I actually don't know who is going to win. It's going to be very close. I think it's going to come down to the adjustments in the games themselves. It's going to come down to the grit, the emotions. Will they overcome the small mistakes that will happen? Because both teams can take advantage of that, and they're very momentum based in a way. There's just all the little things that are going to come together, and that's going to be very, very important to see what will happen there. And we're going to take a look after this short break. Don't go away.
And hello, everyone, to the grand finals of the Brownie Val 2026 tourney. I'm going to be your co-caster here, Lou Boo, and with me is Cross Unity. And Cross, we're going to be treated for a fantastic grand finals between Team Hangetsu and Team Old Guys Club. And, you know, from what we saw in both of the semifinals, both teams to make it up to this point, having both dominant semifinal games and absolutely stomping their competition. So should be in for just a huge best of 3 series.
Yeah, for sure. This is going to be an intense grand finals match between Hangetsu and Old Guys Club. I have been nonstop thinking about it for the past day, just wondering what's going to happen between these two teams on the games we're going to see today. So I'm super excited.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, something that's I think crazy that we're going to be going into for this best of 3 is specifically the map picks and bans that both teams have selected. I'm actually really excited because from these map picks, it's gonna look pretty spicy. For everyone in the audience who doesn't know yet, but for map 1, we're gonna have Team Hangetsu actually selected Split, and then Old Guys Club selected Start on defense. So not gonna spoil the rest of the maps just yet, but Cross, why don't you talk to the audience about your thoughts on Split, how both teams are probably gonna try to approach it, etc., etc.
Well, I know for sure that Hangetsu, their split has been pretty strong. We saw it yesterday where they went 13-4. And some of the things that they do on this map are so proactive. I think it might catch off Old Guys Club in terms of their pacing. So that's going to be exciting. I don't really know too much about Old Guys Club's split performance, so this is going to be something new for me at least. But based on previous performances on just in general, everyone on this team is mechanically super gifted. The macros are really highly executed well, and I'm just excited to see some good gameplay between these two teams on split.
Do you have or I guess in your opinion, what's going to be I guess the most important pick for Split in terms of the position or the role? I think that's a more accurate question.
I think for Split specifically, I think your duelist pick is going to be super important here, depending on if they're going to run a double duelist. We could potentially see a Yoru Waylay, a Waylay Raze, things like that. If they are going single duelist, I am curious to see what single duelist they are going to run. Maybe we'll see a Raze or even a Yoru, which is a little bit harder to exec, in my personal opinion, if you go single duelist. So we'll see about that part. My next role that I would probably look out for is what kind of Sentinel they're going to utilize. Since the Sentinel role has been nerfed pretty hard with the recent patches we have been getting for Valorant, I wouldn't be surprised to see maybe a Chamber come out. A Vito would be a spicy pick. Sage is kind of, an okay pick, but it does its job pretty well. So I am curious about what duelist SNT we're going to see for both teams.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if we saw a Vito for Split, that'd be absolutely exciting. I think there's a lot of TP, like Chamber-esque, get out, get the pick, get out, and everything like that. I think you can do that would be really fun to see. But it looks like that we're getting ready checks right now, so we should be getting ready into agents very shortly. But so I guess in terms of just we're talking about the Senti pick and whatnot, and you're talking about Sentis that just are good or still good for Split versus ones that have fallen off and I guess out of favor and whatnot. What about the Initi? Because I know the Initiator pick is somewhat, I feel like for Split it's a little bit trickier, right? Because you can get away, I think, with maybe not most Sentis for Split, but it's less I guess impactful to I at least from what I've played, at least just rocking one specific Senti again and again versus having, I guess, a core 3 versus just the different initiators that are possible for Split, which I feel like is a lot more, that role is a lot more narrowed to maybe 1 or 2.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, on Split, Fade is super duper strong, so I wouldn't be surprised if we do see a Fade come out for both sides of the team. I do know that Hangetsu likes to run the Fade Sky, where they have extra utility to get information and figure out what the setup is for their enemy. And so I know they rely on the the more info initiator utility, whereas for Old Guys Club, I know that Surya is a breach player, so that could be a good pick if they want to do more trap plays or aggressive and proactive set plays for their split gameplay. So I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a double initiator come out for both of these teams.
Yeah, as you're talking about it right now, you're talking about Surya on the breach. Is in fact hovering the breach, right? So that's going to be a big sign here. It looks like for the Senti picks, we have Kessler on the chamber, we have Kiana on the deadlock. So the deadlock pick's a little bit interesting.
Yeah, I mean, maybe Kiana's trying to pull their best Teddy cosplay and pull out the deadlock on split there. I mean, honestly, I actually really enjoy a deadlock. If the deadlock is used just right, it's such an annoying agent to play into. So it's a niche pick, but it's definitely a harder agent to play into if you have a good deadlock player here. But we're seeing some of the locks come in. I'm seeing the Waylay. I'm seeing the Sky Fade. Omen. I think this is their standard comp here for split side for Hangetsu versus Arena for Aya. Okay, I like that. I like that spicy pick there.
Yeah, you actually saw right before Aya locked in the Reyna, they were considering the double initiate as well, because I think Aya was hovering Fade, if I'm not mistaken, and so there was that internal discussion, I think, from that team about whether or not they wanted to run the double initiator, but no. So we're gonna be rocking Double Duelist versus Double Initiator, as we are now just underway for the pre-game buy phase for this game 1. So, type your predictions in the chat, guys. This is going to be a spicy best of 3.
I am a bit concerned about this Reyna pick here. I know Reyna is like the agent to pick when you're playing in comp games. You know, shout out to my Reyna players out there in my comp games. But one thing I don't like about Reyna is that they don't have a lot of utility to help themselves or even help the team other than a flash, which can be easily broken. So I am concerned how they're going to utilize the Reyna on the defense by other than just fighting in this sense. And as we're seeing this, there are 4 people towards A side. Maybe potentially fighting A. Stun coming out from Surya, but 3 people are tucked in for Hangetsu here. Are they gonna catch Aya out? And it's a stalemate. High low here? Oh no! Does dink Sparrow, but can't get the kills. Aldo does kill off Aya, and now we have a 5v4 on our pistol round. Good ball coming out from Kiana here to deny the mid space, but Alvis gets the trade onto Sparrow. Bomb is now scaling towards A side. 2 people are still stuck mid here for Hangetsu. Not sure about this connection by the team.
They're taking their time flanking too, so I don't think... Surely the information's been given. Yeah, you see already that that Paulo is actually aware of the fact that they're probably going to appear vent. Like literally Crosshair's ready for it, although there's a couple of shots.
Yeah, good line coming out from Jaquavius here. Right click of the classic coming through. Gets the kill onto Paulo. And now Jiren does spot Kiana. 1 HP now. Can Aldo anchor this side? No, does get killed by Surya.
1 enemy remaining.
Now it's a 2v2. Excuse me, now a 1v2. Retake for Surya. And Kessler gets the final kill on Surya. Pistol round in favor of Hangetsu there.
Yeah, so opting for the slow play towards the A. Don't show yourself early to deny information from Team Old Guys Club, which worked out in the favor because you did see the push up from Aya, right, to try to get that early pick. Almost, you know, I almost actually got that pick with the nice little flick on the dink, but only a dink, not actually a pick. And so, yeah, I mean, good discipline showing already from Hangetsu.
Exactly. I do like the double outlaw coming out for Hangetsu, for Jiren and Kessler. You know that the armor is not going to be there essentially for Old Guys Club. So it's easy gun to use, easy to get picks early. And now we're seeing a 1-3-1 setup for Hangetsu on the attack side here. Wall does deny the B main take. Meanwhile, Sparrow is trying to get some information outside A. Little spray going through on the mid side. And not much space has been taken from either side of the teams here. All kind of sitting in the same spot. Looks like we're trying...
once again, I was gonna say we're seeing that sort of discipline from Hangetsu where they're not showing much. Oh, okay, here we go.
Okay, dog going through into B heaven here. Looks like it's going to be a B split execution. 2 people in vents though.
Where are you?
And now Aya has to solo anchor B side. Does get picked off by Jiren. B side is absolutely free. I like this insert from Jaquavius here. Does Paulo expect this? I think Paulo has a slight sense that someone might be here mid. But this is a nasty angle. Trigger discipline! Oh, gets the kill onto Paulo. And we could potentially see a flawless second round for Hangetsu. So he's trying to get a stun through. But Jaren does pick up Alvis in heaven. And it's a flawless, like I mentioned. Beautiful round and a great B split for Hangetsu.
Yeah, so the one thing that Hangetsu is exploiting from Team Old Guys Club, and that's mainly, well, actually, it's the only reason why Old Guys Club is struggling, I think, already so early, is the fact that with Old Guys Club's comp, the fact that you only have Breach as your only initiator, and it means that you have zero info on your team. You have to dry peek everything just to get the info, or jiggle peek, or you know what I mean? Like, you have to just peek and risk yourself to get either picked off or take a lot of damage, and it's just, I think for Old Guys Club, it's a little bit scary, right? And because of that, you're relying on just this deadlock wall to basically buy you that time. But if you're not using that time efficiently or not doing anything with it, this is what ends up happening. They can just wait out the time, wait out the util, and then execute, and then now you're just playing a guessing game.
Yeah, exactly. We see Paulo trying to peek mid for information since they lack that recon initiator like you mentioned. And now 3 people. We're back in a 1-3-1 setup for Hangetsu. Deadlock utility does come out. And now it's a brawl in mid side. Full blind Kiana, but bomb is now open in mid. Runs are not in their favor. Hangetsu does have 2 outlaws and a Spectre. Kessler gets the first pick onto Kiana. And this is very doable here for Hangetsu. If they can get the picks there. Jiren is now knocked down to 8 HP. And look at the positioning from Surya here. Has all of A main. Knows no one's towards A side. Sparrows tries to get a little cheeky. Swings out. Trades their life for it. And now Jiren and Kessler
30
holding
seconds
a crossfire. This timing!
Oh, Surya's absolutely gonna get one for sure.
Yeah, I think they're waiting for their teammates' contact before they push up here. Just kidding, they're just gonna swing.
One enemy remaining.
Gets the kill on the Kessler. And now Jiren with AHP gets the second on Surya. 12 seconds. This is an impossible round to clutch up. Gets the third! And now an upgrade picked up. Probably going to pull this into the next round here. Honestly, not a horrible round for Hangetsu. They did pick off 3 people on the side of Old Guys Club. No bomb plant though. But honestly, it's not too bad.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say it's actually a really good. I mean, first off, it was looking really bad because you know you're only able to get 1 initially, and then I do think Old Guys Club kind of threw that because you don't need to push the outlaw that you know is trying to get a pick. Or I mean, at worst case, what they save the outlaw, and then it's like, okay, yeah, that is a little bit annoying, but you know they're on attack with an outlaw. It's not like they're holding an angle, hard holding, you know, for on a defense. So I think they bit off a little bit more than they could chew there.
Yeah, and those free picks mid for Jiren allows them to now pop the chamber ult here and somewhat save the economy for Hangetsu. Jaquavia is holding the mid space as 4 people are walking towards A side. They are running into the stack here though, so it is a bit scary. And look at this off angle from Alvis. Does get spotted early by the Fade Eye. Nade to stop the push. And now rotates. Oh, guys,
yeah, but here's the thing about the comp, right? Is that you see because the fact that they don't have any, you know, real good info from the side of Old Guys Club, you're having Alvis forcing to already use, you know, Boombot just to get the info more than anything, and then the nade just to deny the maybe the case that like someone's pushing up, but not because of that. Now look, they have no util to really. They have to hold all these like off angles, hard angles to just make sure that like that's the only way that they can play now.
Yep. Now Paulo, ooh, gets spotted in vents here. And now it looks like it's going to be a B split call. Look at Jiren pushing up into ramps here. Does decide to TP out.
30 seconds left.
And now we're back into a 1-3-1 stalemate. 25 seconds left. And I think Hangetsu just want to hit B here as a 4-man. Excuse me, 3-man. Jaquavius trying to find a pick early. Gets the kill on Apollo there. But Alvis does kill Jiren on the lurk. Deadlock utility now stalling the hit.
10 seconds left.
8 seconds. Bomb is now going down here. Kiana gets the deke onto Sparrow.
Spike planted.
Oh, you can't spam that box. And Kessler takes out Aya. 2 people spotted heaven here. I don't know if they realize that Surya is in CT now. But look at this post plant. Yeah, one backside, one main, two holding for the aggression.
We'll catch them.
Good stun coming out from Surya. Flash is hitting Jaquavius.
Get back. My ult
But
is
Alda
ready.
does get the kill on the Surya. Kiana is 1 HP.
One
But
enemy
Alphys gets a
remaining.
3.
Oh,
Last
Oh no,
player
Rosa!
standing.
But Alphys does get the 4K.
He
He's like,
should have time. He should have time.
yeah, he does
he's
have the
got
time.
Second off, roughly. Yeah,
Ooh,
second, 2
close.
seconds.
I love explosions.
I mean, that was a great
Yeah.
retake.
I mean, I was gonna say it was looking a little bit scary there because, again, off of the lack of just getting that information from the side of Old Guys Club for that retake, you saw there was a little bit of hesitation because no one knows. I mean, everyone knows the rough location of where Hangetsu is. They don't actually truly know the very specific spots, right? They have to rely on just someone swinging out and then, you know, hoping that they get the first frag on the retake and then, you know, die to get the info, basically, right? And so what's really good, though, is that they're able to trade off one another, right? And so that's the good discipline. That's how you want to play, knowing the fact that you're going to be down on that intel from the side of Old Guys Club.
Yeah. And as we see, it is a 4-man hit towards A side here. Again, Jaquavius holding that mid space here. Rotates are coming through on A side. They are running into a 4 stack if they do go through heaven specifically. 3 people there waiting to brawl this out. Boombot now being thrown into A main, catches one person. Meanwhile, Jaquavius trying to get active on this lure. Could catch a crazy timing onto Kiana. Oh no, Jairen does get killed by Alphys, but 2 quick kills coming out from Hangetsu for Kessler and Aldo. Aya gets the trade though onto Kessler. Now it's a 3v3. Bomb is now A side, but look at the Omen ult picking up the bomb here. Do you expect Kiana to be heaven?
Spike planted.
Oh
No,
no!
you don't.
And look how far everyone is for the bomb! This round is gone!
They need to hold the no.
We got off the bomb here?
Okay, that.
Wait a second! Wait a second, Aldo! How did you get that?
Last player standing.
Oh no! Almost gets the third onto Paula there, but that was criminal. How did Aldo even get close to winning that round?
Yeah, I think it's a lack of communication on the side of Old Guys Club because you know that when Omen's ulting, hey, you heard him ulti and then, you know, finish the ulti and then start planning, right? So if you're Kiana right there, at least Old Guys Club should have been giving the info like, hey, there was 2 A main and they were not Omen, so they're gonna be super late. Because we saw after she got the kill onto Jaquavius, she netted CT because she's assuming that there's another person with the Omen. That's not the case.
Yeah.
And that's just a lack of communication on the front of Old Guys Club. That needs to be cleaned up because they, you know, that almost got thrown away immediately. That would have been a crazy round had Hangetsu actually been able to clutch that.
Hopefully we see some cleaner comms come through for our 6th round of split here. We now have a 2-1-2 setup. A little different look for Hangetsu. Breaking the utility, specifically the deadlock wall in B main. And Jairen wanting to get an early pick, swinging aggressively here. Does TP out because they are hit by the deadlock utility. And Kiana, I think, spots someone else, so they know there's at least 2 people outside B main. And now it's the battle of the controllers here on mid side. Paulo versus Jaquavius. Meanwhile, Kessler and Sparrow are exploring A side. They could get caught off by Alphys here. Alphys gets the first. Gets traded. Oh, and the Bumba is chasing Kessler. But does get the kill eventually. Jaquavius, do you get this? Paulo is half HP. Bomb is now rotating towards the A side. Oh, and the spam is great there for Paulo. Knocks Jaquavius down to less than half HP. Oh! Peekaboo from Jaquavius. I think they tried to pick up a gun there.
30 seconds
He did,
left.
yeah, he got the Vandal.
Yeah, and that's a great pickup for them. Paulo wants to be ahead of this and tries to peek onto A main. Look at Kessler. Being a proactive, killing Aya into CT. And now Jaquavius holding the A main line here. Trying to keep
Spike planted.
from someone pushing into the ramps. A main area. Spots Paulo. Good blind there to deny the A space from being taken. And now it's a 2v3. Retake now. Kiana and Paulo grouping up into A main here. And 3 people are sitting on A side for Hangetsu.
1 enemy remaining.
Great shot from Jairen, gets the first. And a great kill from Kessler, a 3K. We are tied in the score, 3-3 now.
Yeah, Hunguts is still exploiting the fact that, again, Old Guys Club had the lack of information for, you know, how they want to be able to approach the mid game in terms of, you know, who's going to be the person that wants to take that peak, right? You see that their plan is that they have Alvis here anchoring down on the A ramp, which isn't a bad call. The only issue is the fact that since if you're not willing to hold the hard angle from like just off the rip, you're now gonna have to play with the, like, a mental mind game with yourself more than anything of like, okay, I don't want to peek because if there's a guy hard holding and I die, oh god. The only issue is the fact that since you don't have the lack of intel, you're kind of forced to actually have to play aggressive. It's like this is the right call if you're Old Guys Club. You should play aggressive.
Yeah, 5 pistols for Old Guys Club here, trying to get an early aggressive fight in A main. And does pick off.
Ooh, popping the ult.
Wait, he has no smokes now. Oh no, but Paulo gets the kill with the Clove ult there, does get revived. Kessler with the trade, gets the second. Look at the HPs on Hongetsu. Luckily, they have a Sky there to heal up everybody, and this flank from Kiana can be life or death for this round.
Oh, she hears.
Oh my god, Sparrow! You are disgusting! Another rotates are going towards B here. Bomb is quickly moving towards that side. Alvis trying to beat the timing here with the Sheriff. Sparrow is literally a body shot away from death with the Sheriff. I'm surprised Alvis didn't take that timing there in CT, but Jiren here to hold for Sparrow as the plant is going down. Oh, the timing here. Oh,
you know.
Look at this.
Technically, you could just stick. Technically.
Yeah, look at this.
Okay, well.
Long flank. Kessler.
Yeah, now it's the mental mind game. He doesn't have it anymore.
Getsu playing chess here. Alvis picks up the first one, now 10 HP, but I don't think Alvis realizes that there is a counter flank coming through into CT side. Tapped and killed by Kessler.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of those hard things, right? Where the moment that you're in a 1v3 and you get some of the info, but you don't get the whole picture. So now you have to, again, it's a mental mind game with yourself where it's like, where could they be? And he is aware, you know, Alvis is aware that, like, yeah, there's probably one flank. Where's the flank, though? Is it going to be CT? Is it going to be heaven? So that's where you saw, like, that, oh god, which way? Ends up going that, you know, chose incorrectly. But I do like the idea that Old Guys Club is doing, right? You have a lack of information, therefore you have to force the information for yourself. You got to get aggressive early, get the info. After that, then you can play with the info how you will.
Yeah, exactly here. Lack of information, so why not just fight with your bodies?
And that's why you see now Alvis is holding the hard angle, because it's like, okay, I kind of have to. And now you get the info, who's here.
Fade Dog being spotted, Omen Blind also being coupled with the Fade utility. Looking like an 8 exec coming out. Oh, but Kessler does get picked up early by Alvis. This positioning was not in their favor for Hongetsu. Razel being popped for Alvis. Rosa, where are you sending that rocket? And now, we're back into a stalemate. Jaquavia's trying to get an alert here, but the wall is inhibiting them from even moving forward. Again, it's a battle of the controllers here. Sky being popped for Sparrow, excuse me, to find some information of where the rest of these players are. 3 being spotted on A side. Surely the rotations are going to come through. And Jaquavia's. Ew! Spots out Paulo. Oh my god, Jiren, how did you kill Alvis there? Finds a timing into A main, and now this could be an A split potentially. No. Actually, yes.
Nice
oh no,
timing.
and now the smokes are gone. Jaquavius gets picked off early by Kiana. And somehow, Hongetsu has to win a 3v4 with no smokes available. Jiren picks off Paulo there, and now Surya is probably starting to feel the pressure on A side by themselves. They have to take this. They have Breach Stun, they have both flashes and Breach Ult. They want to use this. 13 seconds. Bomb needs to go down soon. Gets the kill on the Surya, and now side should be free, but Kiana. Oh my goodness. That was almost a chaotic round, but somehow the kills come through for Hongetsu, and they win the round 5-3 for their scoreline now.
Yeah, I think that for Old Guys Club, there's still just a lack of, if I had to guess, that there's still a lack of communication during, you know, these fights where they're not really giving the info of like how many people are on site versus, you know, okay, if there's one heaven, then what should the priorities, you know, be? And I think the priorities there, but what they're doing is they're mixing it up, right? They should be forcing the site because you have time on your side, right? It was only like 8 seconds left. If you fight, if you take the fight, they're forced to fight back. Maybe you don't have enough time to plant the spike, stuff like that. What Hongetsu is doing really, really good, though, is the fact that off of the information given, and they have Jaquavius lurking up in the mid or the A and whatnot, and that's the flexibility of Omen. And so because you're getting that info, they're just trying to, pull the rotation from old guys to the point where they're able to have that lurk push up.
Oh, really old being popped. Oh my goodness, Paulo one tap Sparrow there, but Kessler is hit with the trade. Oh no! What is going on in B Heaven here? That was such a weird take. Double dash coming out from Kessler, but is isolated somehow, and then the pushing, which is not good. Rachel is now being expended here. Jarvan does not get the kill on the Surya. And Jaquavius stuck. Oh, nasty shot. But stuck in now at 1v3. Knows all three people right here is going to ult towards A side. Sight is absolutely clear. Look
all right, if I'm Jaquavius, you have to push to get a pick. You can't just hide. This is a 1v3, and you know two are low. You know two are low. That information should be given. So, yeah, there we go.
IGL of Hangetsu now facing a 1v3. Can you do this and show that your team, that you are the captain for a reason here? Picks off the first one onto Surya, catches the second one onto Aya. Do you see another one? Does hear the utility being pushed towards Heaven here. Aya, you're sticking that bomb somehow, but gets picked off early, and Kiana is in a 1v1. Look above you!
Why are you pulling knife out?
You are the IGL for a reason.
That was a good clutch from Jaquavius because, again, right, once you get that spike down and you know that A, you're at a numbers disadvantage, B, you absolutely need to play off of the util. I think they're trying to do, I don't know if this is a tech pause or this is a time, I think it's a tech pause. Yeah, it's a tech pause or some sort of issue. But anyways, off of the, Jaquavius, pushing for the post plant and then, getting that first pick. And then, again, there's just a miscommunication. On top of that, too, I think what Old Guys Club is doing that's not really working out in the favor is the fact that, like, you're playing with your util when you could just be relying on your aim, if that makes sense, because you saw Kiana was pulling out like the net. You don't need to do that because the rough location of where Omen is. You also know that your teammate's going to go defuse. You shouldn't be tossing your net and be like, that's going to be that's good enough. No, you gotta cover, right? You absolutely need to cover. So that's something that it's just these like little tiny errors in the grand scheme of things, but because it's that tiny error that is able to be exploited from Hangetsu, right? Or just maybe it's old guys club shooting themselves in the foot. That's what we're seeing the results of, where this is a pretty significant 3 lead. And on top of that too, that round was really, really ugly at the start for Hangetsu too, because the Waylay ult made absolutely zero sense. I mean, the idea is right, where it's like, okay, I want to ult B Heaven. That makes sense. But then you don't have anyone ready to like push out and follow up, right? And that's mainly because of the fact of like the comp that they're running. You have double initiator. Both are the dog owners too, right? So it's like, okay, well, I want a dog to get the info, but then no one's gonna push out. You need that sort of entry, but the entry's the one ulting with the Waylay ult. So it's like, I don't. So that's why you saw by the time that they actually pushed the Heaven, the two defenders on Heaven weren't stunned by the Waylay ult anymore, right? So it's just this sort of, it's a little bit of a misplay there. But thankfully Jaquavius, right, really quick decision making, able to get the spike, able to get the Omen ulti off, and then just reset, right? Because now all of a sudden it's and in a 1v3 where two of them are basically one shot, that's a absolutely fantastic clutch from Jaquavius.
Yeah, absolutely. And just to add on to that, the breach ult coming out from Surya, ult economy is not in the favor of Old Guys Club. The fact that they lost that round expending that ult too, which is an expensive ult, by the way. It's 8 points to have that ult online, is a bit unfortunate for Old Guys Club. I do want to highlight the Sentinel pick for both sides of this team just really quickly. And once again, the Deadlock pick is a niche pick. And in my opinion, if you have a good Deadlock player, it's great. I just don't like the way it's being utilized on their defense here for split side for Old Guys Club. We're seeing the wall come out really, really early into the round. And so by the time the wall is down, there's plenty of time for a lurk to still come through. And on top of that, because you have a Reyna, I would like to see the Deadlock be part of the fight, if anything. Have sensors on the opposite side and maybe have your controller player play there. Meanwhile, you can have a Deadlock throw a specific lineup, maybe like a crouch nade lineup to aid the fights with the stack there. So I feel like Old Guys Club is just playing way too passive. and relying on the Hangetsu to run into their crosshairs rather than being the proactive team themselves and fighting into them. We saw it a couple times. We saw it on their save rounds and a little bit here and there during the mid rounds of other rounds, but we need to see more of that happening here. I'm not sure, maybe it's a confidence issue or, like you mentioned before, a communication issue, but it does feel very sloppy for Old Guys Club.
Yeah, I think it's two parts on the side of Old Guys Club as to why they're struggling, right? So number one, it's absolutely the comp, right? The fact that you have a lack of information means that, you know, and on top of that too, it's, if you look at the comp for them specifically, like forget about the fact that they don't have any information. It's like, okay, you know, Split's a map where mid's going to get exploited at one point or another, right? And so you look at the 5, the fact that you have no info and you have to play hard, you know, you have to hold hard angles. If you look at the 5 that they have, the 5 that they have, who's quote unquote able to like hold the hard angle, because if they die, it's not that big of a deal. You can only maybe say Reyna, maybe, right?
Exactly, right? Yeah,
selfish, like, the most selfish agent known to man. Actually, no, even ISO's more useful than Reyna. So yeah, Reyna's the most selfish, like just character known to man. If Deadlock dies, there goes your Sentinel util. If Clove dies, you're forced to have, you know, the smokes out of, you know, potentially a really awkward situation. And based off of where Paulo's playing, it's in that mid, so it's not the worst, but then they just need to hit A or B from the main, and then you can't smoke everything off. Breach dies, you don't have stun flashes for retake. And then, you know, Alvis dying, I mean, I guess technically Alvis is, you know, he is your, you know, statistically the best player on Old Guys Club. So, you know, if your top frag wants to, you know, do that peak and get that early in, that's fine. But then if it doesn't, you know, if he dies, then it's a little bit scarier too. So I think it's both of those things too that are ending up to where they want to preserve their own lives for the retake. It's just by doing so, you're A, waiting for your team to, you know, set up for the retake. B, by that point, Hangetsu has been able to, you know, pitch a tent, start a campfire, get the food going, right? And just everything to where by the time this retake is happening, they already, you know, are completely set and ready for, you know, whatever retake possibilities Old Guys Club can even cook up.
Yeah, cooking up is what we can hopefully see for Old Guys Club here. Meanwhile, Hangetsu is cooking with this B main pressure going on. Jaquavi is trying to jump peek for heaven, see if someone is holding B main angle. And Kessler is now the one on the lurk duty. Towards A side. The rotates are coming towards A side for Old Guys Club. Maybe they have a read that the bomb is going in that direction.
Ooh.
Kessler, you gotta check this. Oh, the whiff is bad for Alvis. Kessler does get the pick. Spots out Surya onto site there. And I think they also spotted out Paulo, but Aldo is just running out onto site full blind with the bomb.
30 seconds left.
Bit unfortunate there, but I'm sure this bomb can be picked up pretty easily. Look, again, the lurk from Jaquavius is now being activated towards his mid side here.
But you're seeing this again with Old Guys Club, right? They're playing scared. You have Spike, and you know Omen can't ult. Although, okay, well, now Omen could, but...
I shot somebody. 10
seconds. Bomb needs to go down soon, and both people are on the site here. You guys, you gotta plant the bomb! Or kill everybody!
Time. Okay.
Oh, and finally we see a round coming through for Old Guys Club.
Yeah.
Aya gets the final kill onto Jiren there.
Symphony of this.
Yeah, that was really scary for Old Guys Club, right? Because you have Spike down, you know where it is, and then on top of that too, that you know that what happened earlier with the Omen ult, that's not going to be able to happen, right? He was 2 away from being able to use his Omen ult with time on your side. But you saw, again, luckily this time they were able to out aim Hangetsu, but they're hiding, right? And they're hiding because they're like, okay, we got to play time. But if everyone's hiding, you don't know where they are, and it's that lack of info, lack of util. Gotta swing. It's okay if one of you dies, right? Because you can just buy each other and everything like that. But you got to be able to keep that info going for your entire team.
Nobody on this E side here. Meanwhile, 3 people are trying to set up a trap play potentially for Old Guys Club. Again, Jaquavius trying to get a lurk online there. Great utility to stall out any push coming up from mid side. Meanwhile,
no peeking.
Stallbound Zero gets Sparrow there. I guess they were stunned up and stuck in that one spot. That's not good. Your flashes are now gone. And now Jaquavius has to fight into 2 people here if they want to get this lurk activated. Spots out. Oh, and gets killed by Alvis. Now no smokes ready for the exec. Kessler spots out where Kiana is. Bomb is slowly creeping towards A side here. And Aya wants to be proactive and try to get early into A main, play an off angle. Oh no! Again, we see the whippage in the same angle right there. That's a cursed angle. But Paulo does catch out Kessler. Jiren kills off Alvis, and now it's a 2v3 retake. This is gonna be a tough post plant.
Spike planted.
Not much utility on the side of Hongetsu here. You just have to be a little bit more aggressive and double up somewhere. Meanwhile, 2 people towards heaven and 1 CT. Spots out the first one. Here's the drop. Stun coming through, and now Aldo has to anchor the side by themselves. Gets the first pick. Now being pushed by 3 people. Jiren gets 3 there. And now Paulo is trying their best to get the kill.
Last player standing.
Oh, does get the kill. Not planning for Jiren. Bomb is being sticked. Now half. Ooh, bomb tapped again. And Jiren wins the gunfight, gets a 4K there, and finalizes the scoreline for 7-4 for Hangetsu.
Yeah, I mean, good. That was really, really close. What's crazy is that Old Guys Club, you should know where Chamber. I mean, first off, you visibly saw where Jiren TP to. On top of the fact that, like, again, if Chamber's TPing and the spike's planted A, there's only really one realistic spot he can TP to, especially because you saw him TP from site, which is the A main, right? And so they forgot about Jiren. Because you saw that once they saw him TP, it's like, okay, we can just push site. But they didn't really push site. They were kind of just hoping that the club would peak, and it just didn't end up going in their favor. So, again, they're just shooting themselves in the foot.
I like what they're doing for Old Guys Club towards A side. They send a boombot early, get some early information. Now they're pushing.
Yeah, so now they can push up. Yeah.
I know! Oh my god! I saw Sparrow's life almost flash before their eyes there. Kessler does pick up Kiana, but Jiren does get timing by Paulo. Spectre not in their favor there. And now you have to retake this with a Bucky Sheriff and a Vandal that you picked up. Or might have bought into. I'm not too sure, actually. Alvis, you got a classic here.
Yeah.
Not much that the classic can do. I know it's a free gun, but ooh. Oof. Kessler here in the drop here is getting pushed by 2 people. Gets traded out very quickly. And Sparrow cleans up the round. And now we finish that half to an 8-4 for Hangetsu. Swapping sides now.
Okay, so the one thing where I might just call it early that game 1 will be going to Hangetsu is the way that how this half is played out. They're up 4 rounds, and while that's not by any means, right, like a huge lead or anything like that, right? Absolutely, Old Guys Club can start winning the rounds and then make this a really close game. But the one thing that I'm worried about for Old Guys Club is the fact that since they're playing so scared, your comp is centered around the fact that Alvis is able to go in and get a kill. Right. But you need the follow-up. If Alvis dies, who's going to be the one to follow up? Ideally, it should be Aya, right? But, you know, it needs to be more than just Aya. But they're playing so slow and they're playing so hesitant that I'm worried that they're not going to be able to play that aggressive, you know, approach that they need to. But we'll see.
Yeah, aggressive approach is what you're asking for, and aggressive is what we'll get. 5 people are outside A. Just running it down with their pistol and setting up for an A exit. Good wall to deny the heaven, but look at the... I think Sparrow's stuck in that wall.
Sparrow's absolutely stuck.
Help, as he says to his teammates, but gets himself out here. 2 people towards A main, 3 on site, spots out 2 people. Good blind here, gets the kill onto Aya. Duquavius gets the kill onto Alvis there. Somehow this quickly turns into a 3v5 post plant. Great blind from Austin. Kiana does get the trade. It's just an impossible 1v4 for Kiana there. Great retake for Hangetsu, but unfortunate setup that they had for Old Guys Club.
Yeah, so that's, I mean, kind of like what I was worried about, right? Is that they're, for Old Guys Club, they're not playing aggressive. You actually were hand-gifted site. You were hand-gifted site. You have a bunch of util now that is at your disposal to where post-plant comes out. You can afford, you should. You can't really just let, you know, hide, you know, just play these off angles and hide and wait for them to swing out because, again, for Hangetsu, they have not 1, but 2 initiators and 2 info initiators at that. On top of the fact that they have flashes and whatnot, and they have even if both initiators are dead, Waylay can go TP out, get the info TP back. Like, they have so much information gathering to where you can't afford to play that. And, oh, this is what I'm worried about. So now what happens?
See, it's crazy that the team that doesn't have the aggressive agents like Old Guys Club is playing aggressive.
And now what happens? Because that's your two duelists, right? And so you
Exactly.
don't have the info. Now what do you do? Yeah, so you have Kiana looking up, which is... That's the right idea. Only if your A main players are able to convince Hangetsu that, hey, they're actually hitting A, cause that we need these rotations to happen. But because of the 2 picks, Jaquavi should be like absolutely paranoid about mid. Yeah, okay, and spot. Yeah, see, so that's where it's not playing at all.
Oh no!
Yeah, and there you go, and there you go. And so
player
yeah,
standing.
and nope. And now we just Paulo.
Oh. The classic free gun here. Can you get a second one? Yeah.
Close.
Paulo tries their best there. But yeah, I mentioned it before. The fact that the team that isn't set up to be aggressive like Old Guys Club is playing aggressive. They had the flash early in A main. They set up the chamber online into A main with the outlaw there. Meanwhile, I don't know. It seems like they're just holding hands outside A main for Old Guys Club and trying to figure out what to do there. So you have a raise, you have a breach, stun, satchel, go flash, go fight, you know? And then in the post plan specifically, you should be fighting into the CT areas and contesting for space on the post plant too. Jaren gets the first pick onto Alvis there. Again, aggressive.
And now what happens again, right? Because there's your entry and it's your best player. And now, yeah.
Your second duelist is now gone. Kiana trying their best to find a timing as a deadlock, but does get caught out by the Sky Dog here. Jaren swings, kills Kiana, and now you're just stuck with a breach and a clove walking up mid. What do you even do against this? This is such a tough round to win.
You have to hope that Hangetsu shoots themselves on the foot somehow. Maybe they like give them ones and then they just get overly aggressive and cocky, but
great blind coming up from
looking
Jaquavius
like
here.
that. Yeah. There you go.
Gets the double kill. I mean, I like that they're gripping together for Old Guys Club and trying to figure out maybe more of a site exec plan, but they're just dry swinging into things. Since you don't have a recon initiator, like you mentioned, it's so hard to get early information. You either have to flash something, boom bot something, or just take the gamble with the satchel and the flash. So
yeah,
we're seeing the repercussions of that.
I think what Old Guys Club was trying to do with their comp is they want to play around Alvis because, you know, the best player, your entry, and just let Alvis shine. The only issue is the fact that with your comp, it's so reliant on Alvis, you know, shining that if he's not able to meet that really, really high expectation of like, Alvis is going to pop off, it's like, well, if he's not able to because he's human.
Great blind.
And he dies, yeah.
Jaquavius, how are you alive there? Oh, almost just a second.
That would have been criminal.
Hey, we are now seeing the aggression we've been wanting for the past 16 rounds now. B is open for the bomb plant to go down. Kessler is noted in B main. And now Sparrow trying to group with their teammate here. I would like to see some more aggression come through. I think Sparrow spotted somebody, but is going to dodge just to be on the safe side. Does spot 2 towards them. Third one is unknown. Kessler trying to play patient here, waiting for Sparrow to get their timing onto site.
One enemy remaining.
Oh no, when the timing was on their favor, Kessler does kill off Kiana and knows that both people are on site. Oh, almost wins the fight towards Hell against Surya, but finally a round going towards Old Guys Club. I mean, that was the aggression we needed. Some faster pacing towards mid there and into a great B split, right?
Yes, that's absolutely what they need to be doing is like, they should have been exploiting mid basically from the get-go because chamber trip mid's not a big deal.
Right.
Like, I mean, yeah, they get the info. You should know that he's going to put it either A, like on the stairs, or B, behind the metal box on that top side of mid. Those are the only really 2 realistic spots if he's going to put the trip for mid. So it's like, you kind of already know off the get-go. But then on top of that too, it's that what we saw there is, again, which is why I'm like, the concept of their comp is a little bit flawed, is that Alvis is your main guy that's going to go in and try to get the kill. If he dies, then you need to be able to swing in, and you should expect more often than not, as we're seeing time and time again right now.
Oh my god!
Yeah.
How did Jaquavius get out in time without dying there?
There's just hesitation on Old Guys Club when it comes to the trades.
Aldo trying to be stylish there with the Odin. Doesn't get the kill onto Kiana, and Deadlock ult is popped relatively really early here. Doesn't catch anybody towards CT side, but does get spotted by the Skydog from Sparrow, excuse me. And now, all 3 people are stuck pretty much near CT and Elbow. Kessler kills off Kiana, but Aya's there quick with the trade. Good blind coming through. And now the pinch coming out. Jaren gets the kill. And now the retake coming through. Paulo feeling confident, pops the ult.
Chicago spray.
Jaquave is just running guns with the Vandal, kills off Paulo. We are now at match point for Hangetsu 12-5.
So like I was talking about, right? It's that when you're working on the fact that Alvis is going to be your main entry, when you know you're gambling on the fact that he's going to get the pick. Chances are the fact that like even if he gets the pick, he's probably dead, right? Because you have the one entry. It'd be great if you know Alvis can go in and get a double kill every time. That'd be great, but you can't gamble on that fact. And so what we're seeing time and time again, and what you'll see too, I'll even pull up the tracker just to confirm for this custom, is that Alvis is constantly going in and he's constantly dying first. And that's not on him necessarily, right? Like that is his job.
Yeah.
It's the fact that because he's the only entry in, he's the only one that's able to take that space quick. This follow-up is just, it's not as fast as you would like.
Exactly. I mean, we are seeing a fast-paced B split here, but it's great utility coming out from Kessler to deny the split from mid coming through. And now 2 people are heaven here. Jaren picks off Aya. Alvis tries to run in with a Bucky, but misses their shot. Look at the timing here. Paulo doesn't expect someone to go hell. What can you do, Kiana? 1v4 with a stinger.
You type in all chat, you go knife fight, knife, question mark, like knife question mark, and then hey, maybe
slash all AFK, you know?
Yeah, AFK.
But yeah, that was such a good round coming out from Hangetsu. The delay from Kessler to slow down and what's happening, and Jaquavius gets the final kill on Kiana. Finalizing our game with a score of 13-5. Split goes to Hangetsu.
Yeah, I think Old Guys Club not rocking the fade with the breach to tie them together for split ended up biting them very badly in the foot. And that's where, you know, so if you look at, let me just confirm real quick here. Yeah, okay. So for oh, man, that's crazy. So for the side of Old Guys Club, right? Top leader of First Bloods would be Alvis, and that's what you're banking on, is that your entry is gonna, you know, get that first pick, and then you can play off of that. He only got his First Bloods all on defense, so not a single one was on. And again, not on him, because off of the comp that you're gambling on, that they didn't even really play at all to the comp that they cooked up with, is that you don't have someone able to match the tempo with Raze, which is why when you see something like Split, especially in Comp 2, right? Like for a lot of just, not even like, structured fives, but even just solo queue, a lot of times what you'll notice is that if you want to hit the A, if the breach is being played, I think everyone already knows, okay, well, where does breach want to stun on the attack, right? He wants to stun the A ramp. 9 times out of 10, he wants to stun the A ramp, right? And what's the play there off of the stun? Well, you have your entry make it quickly to the ramp so that the defender who's stunned gets, crossed off the board immediately, right? And so that's what the Raze is for. But ideally, you need that basically a second entry. I feel like Split's one of the few maps that one solo entry is not really good enough if you don't have that information or that second entry to come up with with your main entry, right? And so you have a Reyna who. I'm sure Aya is like trying their absolute best to catch up to Alvis, right? But there's only so many steps that a Reyna can take before the Raze is already in a lot of trouble, and it's just one of those things where I think off of the map, I don't know if Old Guys Club was expecting Split. I don't think they were, and to where hoping coming into map 2, it's going to be their map pick, so hopefully they have something cooked up on their front.
Yeah, absolutely. We just saw on the scoreboard there 13-5 for Hangetsu, which was an identical scoreline for their yesterday's performance on their first map. So who knows what we're going to get on Bind here. Hopefully we'll see a slightly more dominant performance for Old Guys Club and some more confidence coming through for them as well. But to bind it all together, get it. We are gonna send it back to Browntul to prepare us for our halftime show before we go into map 2.
All right, welcome back to the Brownie Val X Grand Finals. For those that don't know what has happened here, we just had a fantastic match in our Grand Finals. We got through Game 1, and you can see on the schedule over here, 13-5 to Hangetsu over Old Guys Club. We're going to Game 2 coming up next. We also had the halftime performance from our friends at IRIAM. Humi Subaru did her solo performance. And then we also had Star Kitagawa, Mei, and Zafira Cortis combined for a group performance, which was absolutely fantastic. And I want to thank them for their great support. So, let's see what happens, shall we? Game 2 coming up next. If Hangetsu wins this game, they are the Brownie Val X champions. Or maybe the Old Guys Club will tie back up 101. Okay, Lubu and Cross Unity, over to you two.
Thank you, Browntul. Map 2, Bind, is all or nothing for Old Guys Club. What do you think, Lubu?
Yeah, so off of Game 1, we saw, Old Guys Club not really come prepared when it comes to their team comp, right? Because it ended up biting in their foot, specifically when they were on the attack. The lack of information that they decided to rock with for their comp, it absolutely did not, we saw it was sort of close. It was an 8-4 half, but then, like I would predict at the end of half, I was like, I don't think they're going to be able to play attack to the strength of what the comp's supposed to be, and then it ended up being a 13-5 victory for Hangetsu. So coming into what is Old Guys Club map pick, which is the Bind, hopefully you see, I'm really curious to see what Sentinel they're going to decide to rock with, because, Bind's a map where, again, I'm not gonna say it's like split, but it's very quick rotations, right? For the attackers, they just take a TP, and you're probably gonna have a lurk too on the opposite site. So there needs to be a good amount of discipline, and you also need to make sure that kind of what we were talking about for the last map is that you need that info to show up. And so one of the things that I think, for that Sensi pick that I'd like to see from Old Guys Club, it's gonna be one of two things. We saw when they picked Bind for the semifinal 2. Yesterday, that Kiana was cooking on the chamber, right? So Kiana chamber, or even if it's corrode, right? For that where Kiana was cooking, chamber is a completely fine pick for Bind, right? And it kind of plays into the strengths of some of your some of your players. So you can pick the chamber, you get the trip so that it gives you that lurk info. It also allows you to play aggressive. You have the op and everything like that. That'd be really, really nice to see from them. If not chamber, even if he is nerfed, I would like to see maybe a Cypher. If not a Cypher, maybe like a Veto, something like that, to where, whoever is playing on that B side, because 9 times out of 10, the Sensi is going to be on the setting up on the B. You have just the ways to where you aren't having to anchor on the site fully, and you can either A, commit to the early flank, or B, commit to the early rotate, and just, have the util just ready to get in the case that ends up happening. But we'll see. I really hope that there's no. I would hate to see Vise. Okay, there we go.
Wow, we're getting some insta locks for Old Guys Club here. Maybe they are feeling the confidence now.
Whoa! Everyone locked in.
Yeah, I think this is the fastest lock-in we've had.
Oh my god!
A game.
We did not have an agent select. We had an agent like just. Buffer
run through.
Yeah, like what the. But okay, so we saw. Mirror matchup for chamber though, so that's cool.
Yeah.
I will say that the one thing that I am a little bit nervous about for Old Guys Club is that you this time you're rocking double initiator, you have the breach and the fade, but it's gonna be one of those things to where something that they were not really working on well was they would constantly toss their defensive util off of not even just like a group of Hangetsu, any audio, any just like the first player scene, and already defensive utils being used.
Right.
You gotta kind of get a little bit more because Hangetsu was able to bait out so much defensive utility to be used from Old Guys Club to where, you know, all of a sudden they could just retake and there's no more util on the side of Old Guys Club.
And as we go into this pistol round, it's going to be a 5-man walk down B for the side of Old Guys Club. Jarman trying to take the early fight here. Is posted up on B long. Does get stunned by the breach. But Kessler's here to support. 5-man spotted. Oh no, and the 5-man towards B long are now going to be onto site. Rotates are coming through quickly for Hangetsu. And now elbow is being pushed. I like this elbow aggression. Why not be proactive when you weren't doing that on the last map here? Satchel going out for Jaquavius, trying to throw off some crosshairs here. Kessler gets the kill on the Alvis. Oh my goodness, and Kiana must have heard us or something, saying that we didn't like that deadlock pick, and shows up with a 4K. Securing the pistol round for Old Guys Club. Man, that I feel like that was a total like 180 from the pistols that they've been showing in the last game on Split.
Yeah, it absolutely was, and I think part of the reason why is because I feel like for the way that Hangetsu played that, specifically the two players on B, Jiren I think bit off a little bit more than he could chew. He should have been able to TP out a little bit sooner because when the moment that Kessler gets that information of, okay, there's 4, just try to get like a 1-tap, and if you can't get that, immediately TP. Like he lingered a little bit too long. And plus they also spotted him too, so that's one where I don't think he'll make that same mistake twice though.
Yep, same setup here
There you
though
go.
for both sides. And once again, it's a 5-man B-long push on his site here, but luckily no one dies early, so it's just a true 5v5 battle. And bomb is now being planted. This could be a potential flood for Hangetsu. Spots out someone backside.
Have one of these.
Jiren is pretty low. Also with Jaquavius here, getting peppered. Sparrow also getting peppered through CT. Oh, and Surya does get taken down to basically 2 HP here. Flood is not coming through for the side of Hangetsu, and now 5 people just holding these angles together with their Spectre. Jaquavius gets one with the classic though, classic free gun. But ultimately can't secure another, and an almost flawless round for Old Guys Club.
Yeah, really good tick from Old Guys Club. However, for Hangetsu, if they're paying attention, they should know one particular thing that, you know, they could work in their favor is that 2 times now, Old Guys Club have committed all 5 B long. And now this time you are going to have what seems to be Kiana lurking up A and maybe causing a, you know, a rotation mid-round, but you can have, yeah, okay, now that's what I wanted to see. So you have the Raze or just someone play into the hookah because they're so committed to the B long. You actually ended up seeing towards the end of that round, Kiana wasn't even sure if there would have been a player on the flank, so.
Look at this timing from Jaquavius. Spots 4 people, but oh no, whiffs there. Satchel's onto safety. Jiren is spotted by the Fade Dog utility, but Kessler gets the Spectre. The smoke and the TPs are not going out towards Showers. Sparrow, Aldo, what can he do to anchor this site here? The timing from Kiana is immaculate. Kills off 2 people there, and now A is absolutely free, but it's a double flank for Hangetsu. Kessler's holding the CT push here. Great pick from Kessler.
Ooh,
And now 3 people are all in shower.
That is not good if you're Old Guys Club.
I think it is planted for shower side though, so it's not that bad of a position there, but you don't have much utility to play off of this. You have a Fade Eye and a Fade Seize at most. Full utility coming out from the Waylay, and they know that this is planted for shower. They know that most of them are in the shower side here. Great nade coming out from Jaquavius. Kills off Aya.
Last player
Jaquavius gets the second on Apollo, and then Jiren is able to secure Saria there. It's a beautiful retake for Hangetsu.
All 3 members there for Old Guys Club playing showers is not advisable, especially because you know the locations of all 3 members of where they were, at least at a certain point, right? Because A, you heard the TP, B, you heard Trip go off, C, Lily Kiana died in heaven. You know the location of all 3. So, I mean, and even prior to that too, right? Like, you can assume one is coming CT. The fact that you're all gambling for showers to what I'm assuming is kill the TP you're going showers is the idea, and just overwhelm them with, like, complete force. It's good in theory, but it's like, you ideally should have someone playing at least, like, U-Haul for a crossfire.
Yeah, or have someone wrap towards short there.
Something
from
like that,
showers. Anything to get some sort of surprise attack onto Hangetsu. But as we say this, they are going back to their pistol setup here. It looks like a B split, 4-man towards long. Jiren is now feeling the pressure of the utility being placed onto B. Neg trying to clear backside. I coming through for Aya. That rhymes. And now the spam through the smoke. Lots of spam through the smoke here. Booba does catch up Surya. Flash coming out.
Oh, that's...
And again, it's just a TP towards A side here. Aldo and Sparrow, you need to anchor this, but a good insert coming out from Kiana. I don't know if they expect this here. Oh, look at the rotates going back towards B side. They have no idea about this.
You should see the rotate start calling out soon, yeah.
Oh no, Jaquavius gets cut out. Oh my god, Kiana, what a nasty shot from you, chamber diff. And it's now a 3v5 retake. Feeling confident, gets the third on the CT there. Do you swing again? I bet you don't, but I bet you will at the same time.
30 seconds left.
Bomb now being planted. This will be a good save call here for the side of Hangetsu. I know they only have a Guardian, but the economy isn't the best here. Kiana gets the 4th ace? Question mark? We saw Kiana get 2 aces yesterday. Can they get another one today? Oh, but the Fate Utility, the C's comes out to deny. And, oh, that... Surprise Aldo TPs there. Gives away their position, essentially. Trip is going to mark where they are as well. And now the hunt begins. Aya. Get your knife out! What is going on? It's a movement practice.
Well, it was almost a flawless.
I mean, almost, you know.
Almost.
We saw some fade on fade violence there, but...
A little bit of panic.
Yeah, and now the scoreline is 3-1.
Yeah, so, so what Hangetsu did, I think, a little bit incorrectly there is, yes, you heard, you know, an absolute bevy of people take the TP, right? But then you just assumed, and you don't need to assume when you can confirm, because you still have Fade with most of the util still there to just make sure, like, are they actually committing? And especially, too, when you hear that, like, after, like, maybe let's say, like, 5 seconds after the TP's gone and no one's really pushing out, you should start to then have the idea of, like, it could just go back. So that's where I think the rotations need to be a little bit faster, and they can afford to be faster because you have the info.
Different setup here for Old Guys Club. Now looking towards an A split. Alphys satchelating into U-Haul. Kiana does pick up Sparrow. There are no smokes here for the retake. But Kessler is also here to provide some aid for Aldo. Aldo kills off the first one. Kiana does kill off Jiren again. Chamber dip once again. Dog spots out one in showers. I don't think it cleared bench though. This might be a surprise. Hello? We are dying to the raise state there. Satchel coming through for Jaquavius. Aldo does get the one trade on the Surya. Aldo gets the third here, and Kessler spots out where the last person is. And but the classic absolutely destroys Alphys there, and the retake somehow comes through for Hangetsu on a thrifty.
Yeah, Old Guys Club just whiffed. there's just misplays coming from them to where, you know, we're seeing full Vandal sprays and not securing the kill, and it's panic sprays, I think, more than anything. Something that I think that, you know, what Old Guys Club are having the right idea to where they're not really... Most of their hits have been successful in terms of the pre-spike plant, right? And so that ends up being really, really good to where all they got to do is just clean up the post plant, right? They're giving ones. Don't give the ones. That's something that, I mean, you hear all the time in comp, right? Like, don't give ones. Yeah, just don't give the ones. Don't give yourselves into spots to where a teammate can't trade, and that's something they need to climb up on.
Yeah, don't give ones. Hopefully we can see more of a buddy system being implemented for Old Guys Club. Look at the ult economy for Hangetsu. You have 4 ults online and 1 almost online there for Sparrow. This could be a secured round for Hangetsu if they utilize their ult economy properly. But at the same time, Old Guys Club are also one off very crucial ult winning, or round winning ults, excuse me. Jiren does get spotted off with the Fate Dog. Is sitting towards B along with the Judge, but does get spotted early. Look at this double lurk coming out from A's side. Aldo does get picked off early. Bomb is still towards market here, so the rotates are going to come through. TP is now being utilized. An A split is going to come online here.
I don't know if they're gonna clear.
Sparrow.
Right. Okay.
Absolutely destroys Aya there. Full blind here, does not get killed, somehow is still alive. Jiren is there to provide his assistance, but Alvis does pick off Sparrow.
Again. Yeah.
TP again towards B side here. Hustle time for both teams, and now we're gonna see some Raze versus Raze. Spots out one. Fake tap. Oh, but Paulo's there to provide assistance to get the bomb plant down. Now it's a 2v2. We have the Waylay ult online. Jiren does have the Chamber ult online as well. Paulo, do you sacrifice your life here and get your ult online? Again, they're very separated here for the post plant. I think Alvis does get hit by that, but they don't realize that they are an elbow. Spots out one, is getting wrapped CT here. Do you check this? Kessler.
One enemy remaining.
Oh no! And the op shot does get fumbled for Jiren, and a post plant successful for Old Guys Club. Score is now 4-2, and look at the ult for Old Guys Club now. We have 4 ults online and 1 potentially online soon for Alvis.
Yeah. So what Hangetsu did there that I think was really, really smart was the fact that they were able to call out the fake. I think on the on those TPs, knowing the fact that like, hey, I mean, we saw there that like was Sparrow was tucked into that that A corner because while Old Guys Club were able to get that first pick, they didn't fully clear the site, so they're able to take advantage of the fact that Old Guys Club is still playing a little bit sloppy, but they just need to clean up on that post man as well here.
Yeah, 5-man push on a B long. Rotates are coming through for Hangetsu. Kessler feeling the pressure, decides to dip out.
Oh.
And Jiren is feeling a little risky. Wants to put in the smoke here. Double kill for the Raze ult for Jaquavius. And look at this aggression. Coming over Hangetsu. It's now Paulo in a solo 1v5. Trying to get the bomb down, but Sparrow is there holding the smoke. Kills off Paulo. No bomb plant will go through in a flawless round for Hangetsu.
I'm shocked that they didn't decide to go A again, knowing the ults that you had available.
Exactly. I mean, you have good A ults there.
And there's also no reason to rock all 5 towards one site. You know that the lurk is, generally speaking, working. And yes, you can argue the fact that, like, you know, because the fact that Hangetsu has been lurked on now they have someone that's dedicated to watch for the lurk. That's still fine, right? Because either way, you know, you're making it so that the site that you're working on, even if like a little bit more alert, whatever the majority of your team's on, that just means less bodies for the defenders on that side, right? So
yeah, and I like this adjustment that Hangetsu have implemented here. Whoa.
Tries to break
the chamber trip with the shorty.
I think that's right there. For.
Yeah, but the adjustment here to switch up the setup here, have chamber Jiren on A side. Meanwhile, you have your double duelist on B, just poking and prodding. It's good. I like this, but the rotates are coming through for Old Guys Club towards the B side here. You don't have a lot of utility to stall this B hit, especially with your double duelist. You have a nade and a slow at most.
I want to say, because the fact of the lurk, because they've been lurked on so much, they're not convinced for Hangetsu that this is actually a hit. Yeah, because they've only seen Alvis right now, and Alvis does not mean, hey, this is necessarily a B hit. So this is actually, but Old Guys Club is taking way too long.
Yeah, they missed their timing here, and now the rotates are coming through.
The rotates coming around. Yep.
Face your fear.
Alvis popping the showstopper, combo with the Fate ult into elbow. I think it spotted 2 people here. And now bomb coming through, trying to stop the retake from happening. Seas does catch 2 people. And we're in a 5v5 retake and post plant. Look at the ult online for both teams here. This could go either way. It'll just be down to who is going to win their gunfights.
I think for sure Rolling Thunder is going to come out here.
Fatal actually is potentially 3 people here. Kiana gets the first pick on a Kessler. Good spam coming out from Aldo there. Great eye. Counter spam from Sparrow. And now, people stuck in logs here. They're stuck in logs.
Tag, no skill tag.
Oh my goodness. And now it's a 2v2 with the cloak ult online. Bomb is sticking. Sparrow gets the 4K to secure the round. I'm not sure what happened there in the post plant for Old Guys Club, but 2 people just got stuck in logs and ultimately costing them the round there.
Yeah, they're playing scared again, right? You had Spike planted. You don't need to send that many people to play Garden. Like,
No.
I understand the chamber, right? Because if he's holding with op and then you want to TP out, but then don't have him play in that cubby spot. You could have him just hard hold, for example, elbow. Breach should be playing like inside tube so that the Rolling Thunder can be pushed, push the retakers back into CT, right? Something like that. So yeah, that's just another post plant issue.
Well, it's a quick take towards short. In the U-Haul, Sparrow does pick up Aya early, but Alvis does chunk down Aldo with a Bucky shot, and Kessler just absolutely destroys Kiana there.
That's the trip down too.
Yeah, and look at this positioning from Jaquavius. Has all of A-Shore potentially going into market now. And they're sandwiched. They're stuck in this U-Haul area. Breach is online. But I don't know if they want to use this on the go round here. Yep, Jaquavius does pick off Syria, spots the bomb.
Also, there's at least one more in there. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, they don't need to push this. They know there's a Bucky in there, and they have the bomb pretty much sandwiched.
If they're really, if they're really smart, you made them save it.
One enemy remaining.
Jaquavius killing off Alvis there.
That's
no.
a gap of.
I guess they didn't realize that Hollow was there.
I can hear the comms already. Jaquavius is going, yo, guys, what? No one's holding it? Like,
Yo.
Guys?
I'm sure Jaquavius is saying, yo, guys, they're behind me. How are they flanking me?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't realize.
Yeah, but no, I mean, so yeah, something that I think Old Guys Club is going away now that it was working for them initially was that whole, you have the lurk. I mean, that time they are doing a split, but you're only sending Kiana into the showers, which is always that is always going to be a 1v1 sort of dual like spot if you're ever going to hit A, generally speaking.
Yeah.
So
it's a 50-50.
Yeah, don't want to gamble, but I do like the fact that now they're putting Kiana with the op, because that just means she can, realistically hold B for a good while and get a pick here for free.
Sharon holding B along with the op here, hoping to get one. Jaquavius does spot Aya early. Does whip the op shot here, but good utility being thrown towards the B long area to stall from this B exit from happening. And I like where Kessler is. They know that they like to TP into showers. So if they do, Kessler is here to deny this from happening. And once again, stalled out towards B long. A decision needs to be made. Do you want to hit B? Do you want to TP and go A instead?
You have to be a madman to hit B here. You have to be a madman because Jiren has the op.
Yeah, but I mean, there's only 2 people here. I don't think they realize only 2 people are sitting on this spot, and now Breachel is being potentially used.
Oh, you're gonna hold your flow though if you do that.
Oh, the spam almost killed off Surya there. It's not the best Breachel. I mean, Jiren does get hit, and the TP coming
Another
through.
slow, and this op's gonna get one. Oh, yeah.
Chamber diff. I guess Jiren was feeling tired of getting chamber diff there. Kessler does kill off Alvis in the TP area. And once again, they're just stuck. Once all that utility is thrown out, their scaling is just not falling through with the utility.
Yeah, they're just gonna
save
save
round
it.
is being called. Yeah, it's not a bad
But-
save round here.
Teleport's ready.
Jiren actually could afford this to swing this. He can just get an off buy from his teammate if you really want
Yeah,
to. Or Jaquavius. Yeah, they should beat this. Yeah.
Oh my god, Jaquavius, you get both there. That is crazy.
Yep. I don't know why.
He even sent warning shots.
Yeah, but no, so something again that for Old Guys Club, right, is that it's not even necessarily, I think that what they're, it's so interesting, right, because they're able to get either like sometimes like the first pick or they're able to get the info, but then it's like that sort of classic comp, like competitive issue that I think you see with a lot of people where it's like, okay, we have a plan set. When that first step of that plan goes out the door and is just, okay, now what?
Exactly.
Everyone just pauses and is like, what do we do now? What do we do now? Because there's no backup plan and there's no understanding from the team of like, okay, well, what do we do now? And so like, for example, they had the idea of like, okay, let's use the Rolling Thunder to hit B. Okay, that does, that is absolutely something that you can do, but then no one went out. So then what was the point of it? And if the point of it is, okay, let's push off the chamber with the op, that's actually really good, right? Because it's like, okay, yeah, I get the idea. Chamber, if he's stunned, there's a 1% chance that he actually hits the op shot while stunned and stuff like that, right? So it's like, okay, but then everyone's got to swing out and go quick and then just ignore elbow because you have to assume that Chamber's elbow or whatnot, right? Like you need to just go off of that, and so that's just that hesitation. Alternatively, you could just rotate, right? You could rotate. That needed to happen like 20 seconds ago, right? Off of just something like that, to where the longer you are worried about a lurk, you're worried about, you know, what could the enemy team be doing. You're just giving more time to where time's going against you. And on top of that too, what we're seeing already is Kaiser's being really bold about just flanking now, because the fact that a lot of these times too, I think Kiana is actually going down first now.
Yeah, exactly. Any call is a good call as long as you guys are together on it. And the call here is to do a B split for Old Guys Club. Stun coming through here. I like this change of pace. Jiren is now stuck on site here.
Oh.
Down to 1 HP.
You should know he's back site. You heard the audio.
Yep, gets picked up early. Jaquavius, oh my god, gets 2 with the ult still. And now equalizes the round 3v3. Spam coming through for Kessler, trying to see if they can get the bomb planter through the smoke. Now it's a 3v3 retake. Odin for Aldo versus a Spectre for Surya. They are in a good Spectre spot to play in with that gun. Now it's a stalemate. Who makes the first move here? Blood smoke?
I was gonna say Surya's gonna get cleared for sure, but
yeah, I feel like this retake is a little slow.
Yeah.
Good eye there. Oh, Kiana gets the kill. Surya just running guns with the spec.
This time it's the other way around.
Yeah.
This time it's the other way around. Huggins's being a little bit too slow on this retake, where it's like, you know, hey, what was working was you had someone flanking. Well, okay, obviously now you don't want to flank because, hey, Chamber trip's there, Chamber's still alive. Yeah, so it's like, okay, I get that idea. But why are we all waiting outside of CT? I think the reason why is because they're waiting for Aldo to, or sorry, not Aldo, Sparrow, for the Astra smokes or like the poles, something like that. I think that was the idea, but the other two members don't need to be doing that. Really, it's just Aldo, or sorry, Sparrow needs to just be the one that's like prepping for the util. The other two can take space.
Exactly. We're gonna see the same setup here. A B split formation for Old Guys Club. Jiren is spotted towards B-Long once again. Up.
Double op, by the way.
Double op, by the way. Yeah. One for Jaquavius and one for Jiren online.
Both on B. Both on B.
Both on B.
That is.
This might be the play here. I mean, this might be the tech if they win the round with double op on B side. Look at this push coming out from Kessler. Gets nobody outside showers. So the rotate is coming through for Sparrow.
They're both holding the same angle. So, ooh, they need to not be doing that.
Yeah, and somehow a B split is now being turned into 4 people outside. Oh!
Okay, they know
outside
one
market.
up.
Jaquavius hits the body shot onto Kiana. Kessler's
They're not
position.
they're not gonna clear Kessler. They're not gonna, unless Kessler gets greedy.
Do you do?
No, Kessler lets them go. Don't even shoot. Don't.
Oh no! Oh no! Does not trigger discipline there. Whips the first shot and absolutely gets destroyed by 4 people just staring at them. But there's layers to this formation. Look at where Aldo's playing. They have the showers line, so if they do come A, this could be a crucial spot for them. No one is going showers, by the way.
Oh, Stern's about to get so much money here. Yeah.
Spam coming through with the smoke. Denies a bomb plant from coming out. Stun. To deny Aldo from spraying once again. And the counter
Right, look at Kiana.
Yeah, Kiana is counter lurking here. I think they heard this. You can spam that wall, Aldo.
You can spam that wall. Yeah, I was about to say.
Yep. They must have heard us through the mic or something there. And now with the 3v4 post plant for Surya, gets bodied by the eye spam combo. Jiren spots out the person in U-Haul, and Aldo gets a 4K with an Odin. Rock gameplay that we're seeing here on Bind.
And so, I mean, what I think. I mean, again, right? It's the post-plant issue where they're putting themselves in positions to where there's no trade. You know that the Odin is showers. If you want to distract the player Odin showers so that Kiana can flank, that's great. Well, then Kiana needs to not jump and panic and be like, okay, why don't you go quicker? Yeah, because if you're already committed to the flank, you may as well, even if it's at the cost of one more of your teammates dies. I think you just have to like take that loss at that point and just go for the 1-for-1 trade. But then you saw what you had. I think it was Aya was playing U-Haul, and then Paul was playing I think A main, something like that, to where everyone's just split up and not able to trade each other. And then it's just that little bit of just They should know that by now, that like, hey, we're playing, like, we're giving ones, don't do that. But different half now, right? So we'll see.
Yeah, new half, new me. Maybe we'll see some different gameplay and more confident gameplay for Old Guys Club. Double shower hold here. Jaquavius walking through with a classic. Maybe they can get someone off here with the right click, but Alvis does kill off Kessler, and Surya kills off Jaquavius. Gyron there for the counter trade. And now Bomb is a short. Slow walk up here for Hangetsu.
I was gonna say,
Like
if you're
positioning.
If you're Old Guys Club, there should immediately be a push out, because you can get so much info from the comms of like, who did you see, who got the kill.
Exactly.
The Chamber got the shower. Chamber is probably gonna be the only one that would ever be lurking on B. If you think that the Asher could be lurking, that is a huge gamble, because if Asher dies, they don't have smokes. I don't think they're gonna be willing to actually commit, you know, the smokes to be the lurks. So this rotation should have happened 20 seconds ago. At least a third player. At least a third player. And now because of that, they have to wait for now, because look, they're gonna wait for everyone to retake.
Yeah.
No, like Saria's not gonna push that. Yeah. So now they're waiting for everyone to retake. Hangetsu's playing this a little bit scary though too, because okay, there we go. I was about to say one should go wrap the A main to get that little bit of crossfire going, but
Yeah, double showers for Gyron.
but they're taking way too long now.
And Aldo, but Sparrow is going to wrap towards shower side. You guys just have to live here in shower to let the the A short person
spotted
to get activated. Spots out the first person on Paulo here. Bomb is being stuck. Oh my god!
Last
The
player
Elvis
Okay.
with the bandit there gets 4 people. Oh, that was so close.
Both teams shot themselves in the foot there. Both teams for sure, because you saw that, again, like I was talking about, Older Guys Club, you could have had one rotate so long ago. And I don't know why everyone's playing towards the CT. I guess you're that worried about of a rotate. But again,
yeah.
it's all about, I think there's just a lack of comms. They can say, hey, Chamber's the one that killed me, so you can take that risk of taking that space to see if there's a lurk. Plus, you have the info. What we were worried about from the game one was that, hey, lack of info. I'm not willing to peek. You have a fade on B. You have the dog. You have the eye. You can commit. You can commit. That's fine. Just to get the info, so you can even cause an early rotate, something like that, right? So.
Yep. Early eye being expended for Aya there. Get information on B long. Does hear one person shoe, and for
Spotted.
my Zoomers in chat here, we are now 6-7 for Old Guys Club. Utility being blasted towards B long here. Meanwhile, B split formation is coming through. Kessler, do you clear the smoke here? Oh, the timing!
I didn't see.
Oh my god, the timing! Right click classic. Free gun, by the way. Picks off Aya. And I like this gun shuffling so that the gun can't be retrieved. I'm surprised there are no rotations or a push through coming out for the shower side on A side.
If I'm Hangetsu, I
information.
send one through TP just to make them think that this is a rotate. You don't have to commit to the TP. But
Yeah, maybe a waylay with the teleport ready could be a good play here.
Because right now you haven't sold any like sort of audio or anything that makes Old Guys Club assume. But Old Guys Club is also, again, they also should know that they haven't made any audio. This is probably still B.
Exactly. Trip is not broken. A short here. Jiggle.
Like, why is there 2 people showers still holding showers? Like, you should know. There you go.
Oh my god, Caterpillar smoke coming out on the B side there. And now Paulo gets killed with the classic. Guns are picked up for Hangetsu. Bomb is planted, and now it's a 2v3 retake for Old Guys Club here. Prowler used for Aldo. Flash coming out. It's a flood retake being executed.
Nice.
Kiana killed off Sparrow. Asteria kills off the second person
Kiana's got a
here.
good read. Yeah.
Oh, and the wrap is read by Kiana. Beautiful retake there for Old Guys Club. We are now even in the scoreline 7-7.
Yeah, that was a huge gamble though, because again, like I was talking about, what Old Guys Club is able to do is that the retake is, or at least the defenders that are holding on the site, what Alvis and Paulo were each able to get a kill apiece, which is huge, right? Because then that makes the retake definitely a lot more doable. But they're still really worried about a lurk or a rotation, which I guess that is the nature of a bind. But again, information that can be given with one another is I didn't hear a TP. So chances are there's still someone here. You don't need two people showers. Even if you have the chamber trip on the A short, you can have a chamber visually hold the A short as well, right? Something like that to where we don't have to second guess ourselves as what could they be doing? So I'd like to see this from Aya, right? Which is that dog for the out of hookah, just to maybe like just get that sort of info. But now what you're seeing is that
they found my trap.
There's not the rotation's a little bit slow again.
Early contact being made towards shower side, chamber versus chamber there. I guess Hangetsu is feeling the pressure of fighting into the chamber.
Okay, well that's huge information now.
Towards B. Yep. I is misplaced by Aldo there into market. And now it's a fast hookah take here. Aya, can you hold this by yourself here? Corner not cleared properly. Spots out the gun barrel. Gets the second.
Spike down B.
Now bomb is picked up.
Oh, but now you're over-rotating.
Dipping out and going towards A short here. Rotations are a little bit wonky from Old Guys Club.
Why?
4v2 retake. 30 seconds here, the rotation are coming through now. Finally, 3 people towards CT side. You have the ult online for Alvis if you want to play this retake with it.
Planted.
Spots out Jiren. Spots out Kessler towards U-Haul. You know where 2 people are, and they probably understand that Sparrow is playing very passive to play for the post plant with the stars. Here's the reload into U-Haul. Alvis pops the showstopper here. This is gonna be scary. You got a TP, Jiren. Great TP there. Jiren spots out 1. Gets the second. And now Jiren wrapping towards the backside here. Spots out Kessler's gun barrel. Oh, bad spot there to play for the post plant. And Jiren gets the third onto Kiana. Sparrow, you can win the round here by playing off.
Let me work.
Start coming through. But I think both people... Oh, just kidding. Jiren does die for that, but that's okay. Round secured for Hangetsu. 8-7. Economy doesn't look too bad. I mean, both teams could buy into this, but...
Yeah, I mean, it's another misplay from Old Guys Club, right? You had a really good early pick, and you should have been able to exploit that off of the fact that Jaquavius did not clear the box into the hookah, which causes not 1 but 2 picks, right? Yeah, 2 people were dead. But then, even though you saw more, and then you don't need both players from A to rotate over. That's what we saw, is that both players started rotating. Have your chamber just anchor, because yeah, if you are really about to rotate, that's gonna happen. One player needs to anchor for sure. It's actually your best player too, which is even really good, because if it ends up being the case that like Hangetsu wants to retake this or re-hit.
Oh my god, Aya gets away with it again in hookah. Corner not cleared properly. Spam comes through, but ultimately gets swung. And now Aya has bomb in hookah. Does decide to give it up here. Decides to play for the numbers advantage, which is a perfectly fine call. Kessler.
I'm worried about A, because yes, Kessler is I mean, he's probably gonna break the trip, but again, we're seeing double holding showers.
Yeah, I mean, bomb is in a weird spot here.
I don't think they know that they still have spike. For
I think Diamond got spotted here.
Yeah,
by Aya.
Concealment.
Look how disconnected Hangetsu are. I mean, Kessler's trying to get a lurk timing here. Does get spotted out by
30 seconds left.
Piana, but absolutely destroys them. Alvis kills off Sparrow. No smokes. And now Jiren is trying to make a hero play here. Spots out the first one. Bomb is secured. I love this TP play.
He didn't get the spike. I know what he was trying to do.
No, he didn't get the spike here. 12 seconds. You have to fight into 2 people.
10 seconds left.
Then they know.
1 enemy remaining.
You hit that shot. Here's them being pushed. Has to just go for the bomb plant. No time.
Spike down B.
And the round slips away from Hangetsu's fingers. Kessler. Oh, that was such a heartbreaking round.
Kessler had the right idea. I absolutely understand it, right? You take the anchor, take the TP, got the spike, TP back.
But poor
execution. A little bit risky because it was a little bit risky because Saria was still on A. It was a little bit risky, but I mean, I think you take that risk. That's completely fine.
Yeah, I mean, that was a calculated risk for sure.
Yeah, but I think what's crazy too is that that got so close because Jiren was able to just jump around and get 2, not 1 but 2. Like, oh shit.
The shots that Jiren hit there were just insane. Full run, jumping out of hookah, one tap somebody backside. Just can't get the last one there, but 5-man hit towards A short here. Not a bad call. You have a bad buy round here, so got a Bucky for Jaquavius. Fighting into U-Haul. Kiana gets the first pick on a Kessler. All the utility coming out.
Spike down A.
Jiren does pick up Kiana. Alvis, beautiful satchels coming out, and the Fatal is expended here on the safe round, by the way. But hey, if it wins you the round, it wins you the round there. Almost flawless for Old Guys Club. Finally in the lead now, 9-8 for the first time in this game.
Yeah, you were talking about the fact that the Fatal was committed from Aya. Honestly, with how sloppy both teams have been played in terms of just there's a lot of screw-ups that they're shooting themselves in the foot with. You may as well just invest in the ult. It's better to use the ult than to never use the ult, right? It's like that classic. I mean, we don't see a Brimstone here, but I think Brimstone's a classic example for Brian, where it's like, okay, guys, we have the Brim ult. We can use it to take U-Haul when, right? Or like, oh, we can use it to deny to the spike plant when. It's the same thing here, where it's like, okay, for example, Surya has Rolling Thunder online, right? So it's like, okay, we can play off of, you know, maybe a post plant Rolling Thunder and everything like that. But then what ends up happening is that the defenders on that site either die, and then Surya has to, you know, wants to wait for the retake, and then everyone's got to set up and everything like that. Where it's like, no, off of that first, like, I guess, couple of audios where you know there's multiple people pushing out on the site, you can immediately just Rolling Thunder, and then just there goes the plan of whatever Hangetsu wants to do, right? And that's it's also vice versa is true for Hangetsu too. You have Waylay ult online now, right? You have Fatal. You even have Astro Wall too. You could Astro Wall. Do a Waylay ult with an Astro Wall and really just make the defenders of Old Guys Club have to force to, you know, to respect the fact that these ults are going down, cause a rotate, and then you can have that lurk, right? The lurk that was working so well against you, you can now use that lurk, you know, to work against Old Guys Club.
Yeah, I'm sure during that timeout, Hangetsu were discussing about the ult economies that are online for them. Same setup here. Hookah take with the Fade Dog. Hopefully this time they don't die to Aya. Since Aya's not in hookah this time. Ooh. Alvis does spot out Jaquavius.
Also gets the audio info more than one in hookah. That's important.
Yeah. This is a good util bait coming out from Hangetsu there. Nade is expended for Alvis, and Jiren is trying their best to get activated in the shower lurk. Looks like it's a trap play for A short off of Kiana's contact. We'll see a breach stun come out for Surya. I like the setup that they have here, but they're not falling.
They're not falling for it because, you know, the reason why is because Hangetsu's playing against each other, where Jiren's hoping that his team pushes out to cause enough information so that he can lurk up. They're also hoping that Jiren causes some information to cause a rotate. There you go. Yeah. See, and now because of that, now the club's starting to come down, and now they can now they can go for this hit, but it's not convincing enough.
Yeah, I feel like the lurk was not valuable there, and Aya gets through people through the smoke there. Left. Beautiful eye spots out too. Bomb is denied. But look at Jiren trying to get an aggressive lurk. Just kidding, they TP towards hookah. How do you play this post plant, Hangetsu? Breach ult extended.
Rolling Thunder, yep.
Counter Waylay ult here for Kessler.
Wait, that's...
Hello, you got a clear sight, guys. What happened to being proactive and together? Somehow this 3v5 turns to a 3v2 post plant, and Kiana is holding the hookah swing with the up. Kessler picks up Paulo there. And now Kiana has to win this 1v3. This is an almost impossible 1v3. You have the Astra Stars for the post plant. You have Kessler and Elbow.
You have to go for econ damage. You have to go for econ damage. You are
have
not
to
winning
here.
this.
Can't even tap the bomb here. Trying to push into B long. Ooh, not the cleanest shots coming out from
Is Kessler dead?
No,
No,
Kessler's
Kessler gets out. Okay. Yeah, so, I mean, we're again, both teams are miscommunicating a little bit, right? There's like I was talking about with Hangetsu, right? One side is hoping the other side makes some noise so that they can push out and cause a fake and stuff like that. Didn't go as planned. I was able to get 2 through the smoke. Then what we saw in the retake was the defenders from Elbow pushing out were not on the same page as the ones for CT. CT was just trying to hold, and you only saw Surya come out when it should have been Surya and Paulo and honestly Kiana. I mean, Kiana's holding hookah for the anchor to peek, and no, you just go. Because again, if Elbow's going, you need to go too, because otherwise Elbow is assuming that you guys clear tube. Didn't happen, and then what would you see? You know, whoever didn't clear tube got a triple.
Sloppy retake and scaling for Old Guys Club. Costing them that round. 2 ults also being invested for both sides of the team, and Hangetsu does come out in favor, winning the round there too. And as we go into this next round, 4 people towards A side. It's a flip setup. Spots on somebody new Hall. Jaquavius does double satchel in backside here. Does get picked up by Kiana. But Kessler is quick with the trade. Ooh, Jiren is not able to get the lurk online here. I think they realize, hey, someone's got to be lurking somewhere. And once again, 3 people for the post plant. Aya does TP. Is holding up 2 people in the showers.
I'll say Aya needs help from her team. Okay, now here we go. Oh.
Last player standing.
Oh no, Aldo, you gotta live there. You have utility, I'm pretty sure.
High-low.
Sparrow, high-low of Doom as the bomb defusal does come through. It's given to Paulo there for the ult economy.
No Radiant for you, wee man.
And yeah, it's just a back and forth here between both teams. Scrappy rounds again, and I feel like there's just a lack of a post-plant plan coming out from Hangetsu.
Yeah, what I would like to see from Hangetsu is you don't need the lurk to... The goal of the lurk doesn't always have to be I slowly walk up on the other side and then I cause a rotate to happen. It can literally just be I'm breaking the util and then I'm going to come and regroup with you guys. It can be that, like quietly, right? So that's something that I think they could exploit is where maybe not Jiren, ironically, Jaquavius or Kessler, someone, just to like break the trip on the A and then you don't have to push it, but now Old Guys Club have to respect the fact that they don't have their trip down, or they don't have their trip anymore, right? So.
Yep.
Suria's playing
4-man walk.
fire.
Yeah. Decides to hold B long.
They're both playing with fire.
Oh, and the utility coming out.
Fucky!
Oh my god, the Fucky! This is why you should never push into Kessler. They're fucking demon! Oh, evens out the round here. 4v3. Guns are not in their favor. 2 guns are picked up though. And now...
You do have rocket.
Yeah, Alvis can pop the showstopper if they're feeling a little spicy with this retake.
You should, because you absolutely cannot afford to give a round back on an econ.
You want to find it?
Considering the gun disadvantage there, that's one of the guns dropped.
Astro Wall.
Astro being dropped. Scared about this. Oh no, Rosa!
Oh.
And Aldo does get the kill on Apollo. Aya is quick with the trade. Sparrow spotted.
We forgot about Hookah! You know Hookah!
And no time here!
No time. Nope, no time.
What is going on in these retakes?
Everyone is worried about where they could be, and I think... I mean, we saw there, I think Alvis was panicked a little bit about where to ult because the showstopper time was like going away.
Yeah.
I would have just landed it Garden.
Yeah.
Just gambled Garden, and he unfortunately not only chose poorly, ended up actually hurting him, like literally, but that's unfortunate. But yeah, I think we're seeing though. The issue I had was the push out from Kiana and Surya when they got the pick, where it's like, okay, you know they're on a save. Don't push out. Don't. We got the pick. Let them make the mistake, not us. Both teams are shooting themselves in the foot. Let the other team, like, you know, be the ones that cause the issue. Play off of it.
Yeah. And a bigger shot is being shot into Old Guys Club here. 3 people stacked onto B side to provide a little extra defense. Double lurk coming out from the A side here. Jiren is posted up into A shore. I think Jaquavius is trying to make some noise here to see if there's any rotates coming through. And now they're grouping towards B. Oh no, Jiren is spotted early on their lurk. Kiana. Lethal with the headhunter there. But B split coming through. They are running into the stack. 3 people. Here 1 towards B long here. Jaquavius spots out 1 on the Alvis. Gets the first pick. But Aya's nasty with that sheriff shot. Sparrow quick with the trade. And Surya has to anchor side by themselves. Does not realize someone is above them. Look above you. Turn your head upwards.
I think they forgot about Kiana.
Oh. And Kiana TP.
Okay, no, they remember. They remember. Okay.
Spike planted.
1v3 retake. If anyone can do it, it can be Kiana. But there's so much utility that she has to run through. Oh, Jaquavius. Check his PC. Felt a little spicy there. Oh, if he hits this shot, someone's got to report him for cheating, right? Surely.
Oh.
Kiana. Wow.
One step. That's all it needs. One step, and then yeah, you're cooked. But yeah, I mean, we saw. I understand what Old Guys Club was doing there, and it kind of worked, right? Where we saw Kiana get the first pick. Again, it's an econ, so I understand that you don't necessarily like, you know, everyone's worried about their life, but who you kill specifically matters, right? You kill the chamber. If the chamber's the only one that made the noise and you saw and then died, and then you peek again, there's no one there. Why is that the case? Well, maybe the chamber's lurking. You can afford a risk for the gun because it's, again, significant upgrade. Likewise, too, Jaquavius spotting out Alvis, who was playing a really, really risky angle in hookah, because I feel like for B side for hookah, whenever you want to take it, left is always cleared, like 90% of the time. So gamble did not pay off there.
Yep. Fake coming through from A side. We know it's a fake since the bomb is towards market and 2 people are holding the B long aggression. But Old Guys Club is not falling for this. They've seen this many times before. They've done it themselves.
Oh, okay. I don't know if all of us has dropped their giveaway some audio info to Hongetsu, but
I don't think so. I don't think they were close enough to hear that, but I could be totally wrong.
what I'm concerned about is the fact that Aya's she needs to get out, because now if the trade happens, oh no, Hongetsu doesn't. Oh.
Not budging.
There, take them.
Hits
I mean, that's
one.
not out Aya, but you
Counter
knew
fatal
about
here.
Aya.
Again, Kiana is just the better chamber that round. Picks off Jiren. Fatal is popped for both sides of the team, but again,
30 seconds left.
No follow through with it. I guess they felt scared by the fatal being countered and double TP coming through. They're gonna have to fight into Kiana here. Thanos
they're
for
gonna
the
waste so
team.
many.
27 and
They're gonna waste so
15.
many ults.
Oh, spots out Aldo. That's the bomb there. 12 seconds. You gotta fight with the breach that in your face.
Yeah.
Beautiful utility coming out from Old Guys Club. And,
And you know, I think that all started for the fact that you don't have someone that's trying to trade Kiana's pick into hookah, because
maybe they're
scared. Your defenders B-Lon are really worried about the fact that there's someone that's playing the garden when it ended up not being the case. But because of that too, you had to invest fatal just to confirm, and you only got one, and it's a good chance it's the fade. You then know it's the fade, so yeah, they ended up wasting so many ults though. That's really painful if you're Hongetsu.
Yeah, painful indeed, but change of pace here once again. Fast hit towards A side. Aldo is somehow entering as the fade with the bomb. Good utility coming out. Oh, nasty one tap from Kessler, but Aya does get the kill onto Jaquavius. Bomb is picked up, and they're gonna TP towards B side here, leaving Kessler by themselves. Ends up TPing, and B side is now free. Now it's all about timing here.
You can count the number of TP.
Jiren banking on somebody, maybe potentially TPing and punishing for their mistakes.
Spike planted.
Someone break the boot bomb for Sparrow. Oh, Kessler does get the early pick on Apollo. Evens out the round just slightly in their favor. Run away, Sparrow. And now
they should know Jiren's playing hookah. Yeah, I was gonna say they should know this, but don't have Saria defuse because she's literally one.
Oh, that sucked! Oh my god, the bomb didn't get stuck to half here.
Last player standing.
And squeaks through their smoke there. I love that flood smoke to deny them from spamming B long. And now we are match point 12 to 11 for Hongetsu. This is life or death for Old Guys Club now to get into OT.
They're trying to body block to deny the Astra suck, right? For the I forgot what it's called. But the point being is that like you should know off of just where the spike's planted and then what they want to, what Hongetsu's trying to do with the post plant, where the replications of where they're playing. Just breach flash the B, lawn stun it, and then have, Alvis swing it. We don't need to have, again, we're giving ones again.
Oh no!
That's wild.
Fade Dog catches on to Kiana just a little too late there, and Jaquavius, feeling safe, decides to swing with their boombot in their hand. allowing Kiana to get that early pick. That's your entry duelist right there. I mean, you have a Waylay, but man, a lot of the utility to entry is lost. You lose the raised nade, the satchels, the boombot. And now Hangetsu are scurrying towards the B side here, feeling
They're also being very loud.
the aura of Kiana.
I think they're planning to take a TP back, but the trips for Shower, this is gonna end up not going in their favor.
Oh, spots out.
Paulo just needs to not peek though. Yeah, he just needs to smoke it off.
Kessler can run into this judge here. Off's not. You are divided. Feel a little. Never mind. Decides to go back.
Oh, gun spotted. Yep.
Oh no, and Kessler pays that with his life.
They're gonna take TP. They're gonna take TP. They have to take TP.
Look at this utility coming out from.
You have to take TP. Oh, look at Kiana. Look at Kiana. Kiana knows they have to take TP.
There's
That's
a chamber
great.
trick here too. 20 seconds. You have to run through this.
They're gonna run right into the Astro. Okay, just don't whiff. Just don't whiff.
Strip broken.
One enemy remaining.
Did not whiff.
Oh, gets the kill on Aldo and Stern, or excuse me,
10
Sparrow.
seconds left.
Stuck in a 1v5. Smoke timing on their favor. Kiana just decides to run around with the shorty. Pops out, says peekaboo, and goodbye. We are now in OT here.
Yeah, and this is what we're seeing, right? Where it's the slightest like mistake from one team ends up biting them so bad. In this case, it was the early, a little bit overconfident. I don't know what Jokavus was thinking there, but actually I know what he was thinking is that Fade Dog spotted someone. You know, Chamber is the one, you know, with the op, and that Chamber's just gonna have to TP because he doesn't want to get hit by the Fade Dog and gets blind and gets traded. But if he's got the op, he's willing to take the fact that there's a chance for that split second prior to the Fade Dog hitting, you peak, and that's exactly what Kiana's gambling on, right? And so it ends up working in her favor. So, but yeah, little tiny mistakes ends up costing like a huge shift in the momentum of how the round progresses.
Absolutely, and as we're heading into our first OT of Brownie Val X, Old Guys Club on the attack side now struggle heavily on their attack side. So if they win this could be a potential win for Old Guys Club in general. Fast utility coming out towards this 8 exec. Jiren is posted up on B to anchor. Kessler is
shoot the
whiffs the eye shooting there. But Jaquavius
down A.
and Aldo with the hello, we gotta shoot someone who's blind here. Oh my goodness!
Last player standing.
Chamber v Chamber, revenge.
Rounds. It's Kiana versus Jiren.
Wait, Jiren has an op.
But this is doable. I've seen what Jiren can do with this operator. I've seen Prime Ye being channeled into Jiren.
If Jiren
but also
just
into
peeks,
Kiana.
If Jiren just peeks to see the
bomb? Oh, trying to fake this. Wait, but Jiren, if you just swing this, you can see the bomb
left.
is out in the open.
That's why. If he swung, you have an ob. You can just slow swing when you confirm when you see the spike. You can just go back to the op, and then all of a sudden,
15 seconds here. Jiren does pick up a Vandal. You have to run, Kiana. You have to get this bomb down somehow.
10 seconds left.
8 seconds. 7 seconds. If he spam triple here, you could potentially win this OT for them.
Spike planted.
Oh my goodness, and the TP coming out for Kiana. Hearing all these footsteps coming out from Jiren. And now, who's gonna win this chamber 1v1? Bomb tap
Don't
coming
swing
through.
immediate. Don't swing immediate.
Half. No. It's a one-way.
Spotted.
Oh, and Kiana wins the battle, the 1v1! Secures the attack side for the first OT. And Old Guys Club moving into this OT 13-12.
Honestly, no, the MVP for that is absolutely Paulo, because Paulo did a one-way smoke on top of triple, which for a split second caused Jiren to be like confused because like, oh god, I'm smoked off. Like it's a one-way smoke, and he's discombobulated, doesn't know exactly where. Like, oh god, where do I swing? And because of that, just that slight second. So no, that's a great smoke from Paulo. Holy.
Yeah, beautiful one-way smoke there to secure the round, and it feels like the confidence is slowly leaching out of Hangetsu.
This is ballsy.
Beautiful nade coming through to isolate the fights here. Jaquavius gets the first onto Io, but Alvis gets the trade here. Great spam coming out from Aldo. Kessler is able to get the final kill. But you gotta check your corners, guys!
You should know where all this is.
Oh, we've seen this 2v3 happen before.
Yes.
This is doable. And now 3 people are just pretty much pinned towards B long here.
One should just rotate to hookah immediately if I'm Hangetsu. Just immediately. You don't need 3 people on. You can doesn't matter if you're worried about flank. Actually, why are you worried about flank?
However, they have played in hookah before for their post plans, so this could be a readable spot if they do wrap. So I don't mind this 3-man hold onto B long. I don't like where Sparrow's playing though. You have the double stars here. If you die here, that will be basically the post plan gone. Tap coming through, baits out the first round of Astra Stars. We're playing so scared here.
Less than ideal.
Stun coming through. Bomb is being stuck here. Sticking. Oh my god, and the clutch coming out from Kiana of all people. 35 and 16 wins them the round. 14-12 for Old Guys Club Unbind.
It's a bit of a brain fart from, I think it was, who was holding flank? It was Stern. Stern's holding flank when Chamber Trips was still up, no? If I recall. Yeah, so you don't need to watch flank. It's Chamber and Breach. They can't flank without you knowing. And so that's where, yeah, you could have just had, but then even too, even for, what is it, Old Guys Club, that is such a risky gamble because A, you know they have an Odin, B, you are going really, I mean, again, the time was working against them. That is such a crazy, just the cojones there, right? To be able to like, okay, we are going to play for time and then fake the defuse, the first one to cause the Astra suck to happen, which is, that's just standard. But then to, you know, be like, okay, smoke me off and then just, okay. And then I feel like it's just like Kiana's just crossing her fingers. She's like, okay, please, don't hit me. And then it got down to 15 health. Ooh, that is, I mean, couldn't you ask for anything better, audience, right? For a 12-14, and we're going to game 3. We're going to the decider on Abyss. I cannot be more excited for game 3.
Yeah, I think this is the closest game we've had of the entire Brownie Val X tournament. 14-12, first OT for the tournament as well. You mentioned that last round, the post plant was just not coming through for Hangetsu. You had full, you had Astra Stars. You had the Fade Eye too. You could have thrown the Fade Eye early before you spam it, but
Stern was really worried about flank when, again, and that I'm not putting all the blame on Stern, by the way. That is a team issue because anyone spectating Stern any of the dead players can be like, you don't need to watch flank. There's a trip. Like that's
for sure.
An immediate call, and then we had so much util. It's literally post plant. Toss all your util at the start. I don't care, but just use all your util, like you said, right? Sure. And then just spam it with the Odin early too, to make them even worried about wanting to stick. Something like that, right? Just switch it up. But I mean, again, they have a chance. Hangetsu has a chance to write the Rons into game 3, right? They're not out of this yet. We're going to the decider, so it's gonna be fantastic.
Yeah, Hangetsu can for sure show up and reap the, I don't even know what to say. I'm so speechless from that game, guys. I have no idea what I'm trying to say, but we are going to go to map 3 for Abyss here. But before we go into that, we are going to take a quick ad break, so don't go anywhere. It's going to be a crazy map 3.
Hi everybody, welcome back to the Brownie Val X Grand Finals. What a fantastic way to end Game 2, which ended on what is debatably a ninja defuse and has led to a result that looks like this. Our first overtime of this tournament, our second close match of the entire tournament. 14-12 goes to Old Guys Club. They believed in their experience. They believed in being clutch. They were inspirational, and they forced Game 3. We'll see that in just a few minutes. But first, I want to thank our sponsors once again. IRIAM is going to be giving away the $200 prize to first place, whoever wins this next game. The runner-up goes home with $100. And the only thing they ask for you all is to at least check out the debut support program or download the IRIAM app on the iOS App Store or Google Play Store in the US and Canada or Japan. It would mean a lot to them. You can check out a new way of consuming VTuber content on your mobile device with low latency. Also, this is the last chance to enter the giveaway for the voice packs from Elysian Tower, from the floor bosses, Renaza Thorn, Starry Muse, and Kazutoshi Norizuki. Enter with a enter command in the chat. Up to 10 tickets per person. We are rolling this at the very end of the live stream. We want to thank drawwithkristi for the free sticker. You still have time to claim your free sticker. Ships globally for free. Use the free sticker command for more information. And then KAZOKU made these great team videos. We're going to play the team video of the winner. So this should be motivation for them to win. And with that note, let's hand it off to our casters for the decisive Game 3. Take it away.
Into the abyss we go for our final match for the grand finals between Hangetsu and Old Guys Club. It's now or never for both of these teams. It's time to show up when you need to show up, and it's time to dominate. I'm Cross Unity, and I'm here with Lubu. What are you thinking for this last map?
Yeah, so I think it's gonna really come down to the agent select for both teams, but in particular, I'm worried about Old Guys Club because we know that Surya is a Breach one trick / only really plays Breach, right? And what we saw from game 1 on Split, when you only have Breach as your only initiator on a very lurk heavy map like Abyss, doesn't end up working in your favor if you don't play aggressive, right? Now, what they learned from game 1 as well is the fact that put Qiyana on Chamber and just let her cook and just don't worry about the repercussions. And Chamber is a good pick for Abyss too, right? You can just throw the trip onto I would like to see him, Qiyana basically only playing B. But you can throw the trip mid if you're worried about lurk, or B main on that little corner by the pillar. Either way, right? Something like that. And then you have that information for what Qiyana can play. Play a little bit more aggressively, get a little bit more aggressive, and then TP out if need be. Vito is also another pick too that can basically do the same thing. So if Qiyana wanted to, I guess, but I don't think she actually ever plays Vito, so probably won't see that. But what it comes down to is that you cannot only have Breach as your only initiator. If you do, in the case that Old Guys Club does pick Breach as their only initiator, they need to play aggressive. They need to learn from the mistakes from game 1, which is that they just were hiding and were letting, Hangetsu take so much space. Now, consequently as well for Hangetsu, what ended up biting them more often than not for that game 2, I think, were one of two things. A, they were not respecting the lurk enough, and when they did finally respect the lurk, what ended up happening was that they aren't able to rotate quickly enough on time, and that happened to both attack and defense. And so for Hangetsu, it's just be wary of the lurk. As we see right here with these these picks that they're rocking, this is pretty good to deal with the lurk. You have the Chamber pick, which no shock there. Chamber is for sure, I think, top 3 senties for Abyss, or at least my favorite, because of that. And also you do know too that barring I guess Abyss picking Jet, the Chamber trip is going to do its job. It's not going to be, Jet smoked off or anything like that to where they got to worry about flank. For the most part, there is the issue that is run for Abyss that if you put the trip for the B rotate into that link, if your team's hitting B, if the defender knows this and then ends up going through attacker spawn, trip's not going to be able to do anything. So there is that risk. But from what we're seeing right here from both teams, it looks like for Old Guys Club, they are going to be rocking double initi, Fade, and Breach. That should be just enough info to where what happened to them game 1 for a lack of info won't bite them in the butt. But I will say, in terms of who I favor the comp more, in terms of which comp I like more, I think Sova is just too good on Abyss to where it just provides so much more value than Breach. So I have to say that off of team comp alone, I got to give the edge to Hangetsu.
Yeah, I agree. Sova is such a crucial map, or a crucial pick, for this map compared to a Fade or Breach here. I like the idea behind the Fade Breach for Abyss. My only concern is Fade is such a weak recon initiator for Abyss considering how big the map is, versus the Sova utility can cover a lot more area with just a single piece of utility like the drone or the dart. Alongside with that, the Astra versus the Clove. When you're playing the Clove, you're confined to specific spaces if you want to smoke off specific areas of the map. Versus Astra, they're universal smokes, right? So you can rely on the Astra smokes a lot more than the Clove smokes are. And then on top of that, you have Alvis on the Waylay, which I don't think we've seen a lot of, so this will be kind of a newer look for Alvis versus Kessler has been running the Waylay this entire tournament. So by default, they have shown a lot more experience on the Waylay, and as we get a very close up of the Astra here in A Heaven, I'm also leaning more towards Hangetsu's team comp here. It seems more cohesive. It seems like the utility and the setup that they are going to use on their defense especially just makes a lot more sense to me versus Old Guys Club. Now, I don't mind it, don't get me wrong. I think Old Guys Club has the potential to win this map here. Club does provide a little extra fighting power when they are doing certain site execs. But again, this map is so big, and the choke points for the sites are so tiny that this could go terribly wrong if they're not executed properly.
Yeah, the one thing that I think Old Guys Club, especially on this attack, that they need to do is you need to have Kiana either A, lurk, or B, just send her mid and just have her out-duel whoever is playing mid. It's going to be one of those two things. Because you cannot rely on just all 5 rotate, because, again, Abyss is a huge map. This is going to be the most readable thing, unless Hangetsu decides to be super scared of, like, a rehit. Like, this is going to be the most readable thing ever.
I mean, to follow up with that, Hangetsu does have a team comp that doesn't have any flashes, right? So you can just abuse that and fight into them and know that there are no flashes for them to play into. But as we say that, it's a B split. 4 people going mid into library, and Alvis does kill off Jaquavius here. Oh no, but turn around, Kessler. There was a lurk in B main. 2 people towards Heaven. And Gyred is now 1 HP, essentially. Bomb being planted for B main.
There.
This is gonna be a tall task for Hangetsu. Double people high-low towards rafters. 2 people on site. And now Kiana is fast flanking towards mid here. Could potentially catch out 3 people. Paulo gets the first. Gets the second. Sparrow gets one of their own, but really clean pistol round. Once again, coming out for Old Guys Club on their attack side.
Yeah, and I mean, so that's exactly what I was hoping for, right? Is that you have the chamber lurking on one part and then don't push, even though you have the majority of your team pushing and you want to go help them because you don't want to quote unquote bait them out. The whole point of the lurk, especially if you're doing this like delayed B hit, is that you kind of do have to have them bait to where, you know, the defenders are really, really worried about the majority of your team to where you can just do this like lurk flank and everything like that. So Kiana did play that perfectly. It's just now a question of whether or not they're going to be able to capitalize on it.
Yep, 5-man push towards B side. Alvis just pumps Kessler. And Jaquavius somehow gets the pick on Aya with a classic. Look at Kiana's positioning. You can never count out the round when Kiana is still alive. 4 people, excuse me, are huddling into library. Alvis trying to hold into this space with a Bucky. Jiren tries to right click them, pulls out their knife at a wrong time here, and now it's just decimation. Hello, where are we looking, Kiana?
Oh, wow. Kiana is very lucky to not die there.
Yeah, but Jaquavius is now stuck in Heaven, does get killed off early by Alvis, gets a 4K with a Bucky and a Ghost. And now another round going towards Old Guys Club here.
Okay, so something that I would have liked to see, that I don't think she's going to do it, but what I would like to see from Kiana, if you really want to keep up this tempo, don't full buy, you just save her op immediately, because Abyss is one of those few maps where opping on attack is not crazy at all.
Yeah.
So you get the op, you set it up mid, and now on top of the fact that they have to worry about, is this the time that the chamber's gonna work? Now, oh my god, chamber's just opping mid. It's gonna be the scary, and again, like you pointed out earlier, Hangetsu has no flashes, so the op is in a really, really powerful spot here for the side of Old Guys.
Revealing area.
Early utility being thrown out towards A main, while it's a double fast mid-tempo into vents. A split. Oh, and a Waylay ult trap into heaven is coming through, but you're not scaling with that. I'm confused about that. Sparrow does get spotted out. Good breach stun. Now it is a 5v5 retake. The scaling there was a little questionable, but Vents is being held. Double crossfire. Spots out one. I don't think Jiren knows about the second person. Heaven is taken and held. And a wonky flank coming through from Kessler. Jaquavius try to hold onto their life here.
What does Kessler have? Kessler has a Vandal.
This is 100% a safe round here. Kessler gets one. Trying to go for the exit frags here. Spots out the second person. Maybe trying to go for the ninja diffuse? Oh no.
Okay. Asshole.
I didn't even realize that they had the Waylay online for Old Guys Club there, but that was a really beautiful ace split coming through for them. And even though the scaling was off, the reclear coming out from Hangetsu into Vents was sloppy at best.
Yeah, I mean, I was gonna say, like, both teams screwed up there, right? It's because the Waylay ult's invested. That's great. That's actually really smart. They're really scared because of their own clove smoke that there's a chance that the defender who gets hit by the Waylay is in the smoke. Who cares? Who cares?
Go.
They have Vandals. Yeah, just go through. You have a Spectre. You may as well. If you die, like, oh my god, like, I have a teammate that's able to trade me, right? So yeah, but it ended up working still in their favor. So they got lucky there.
Outside A main, spam coming through behind that wall. And Hangetsu are rocking multiple Sheriff's Classic and a Marshall. I've seen them win this before, though. This is not something that they haven't done in previous games. Deagle Demons.
Yeah, I will say the one scary thing about what Hangetsu is doing is they have this chamber trip on the A, which absolutely they can hear for the side of Old Guys Club, and they're not gonna make the trip. They're not gonna make the trip. Uh-oh.
Kessler gets their one though. 4v4. Oh, but Paula does kill out Kessler. Good trade there coming out. Bomb going through. Smoke going down. Unfortunate timing. Bomb isn't down yet. Now 2v4.
One enemy remaining.
Wrapped up into a 4-0 in the scoreline and the players. We're moving on to our 5th round.
Yeah, I'm shocked that Stern didn't. I think the dart was a little bit late on for the A main off of just the initial push from Old Guys Club, because the chamber chip was able to get off too, which is actually that could have been really ugly for Old Guys Club if the swing was a little bit more cleaner. But something that I think we noticed there for the start of the round is because Kiana was lurking, right? Look at all this just the setup for Hangetsu to just deploy for the fact that the chamber could be lurking.
Jiren, up posted, spot the shoulder, gets the first on the Kiana, shot. Chamber diff right there. And now the troops are rallying towards A side.
Face your fear!
Fatal coming through towards Vents. Oh no, Alvis I think messed up their dash there. Jaquavius dashing into the breach stun. But everyone's here.
Enemy remaining. Spike down.
It's a failed exit coming out. Oh my goodness, as I say that.
Whoa.
Aya hits 2 nasty shots. Bomb is kind of in a weird spot here.
Yeah, Aya can safely assume there's one heaven. That for sure the most safest of assumptions. What I think what they're worried about is either A, flank, or B, the CT. So now you're gonna see Aya clear the flank because there is a chance that there's a flank. Oh, that's a jerk move. but it's smart.
What a smart move. Yeah, absolutely.
4,700 credits invested, and you just gotta toss it over like that.
Bomb tap, seeing if there's any early aggression to bait out a fight. I don't know if Aya saw the top of Kessler's head there.
30 seconds
no, they
left.
didn't. But
surely you gotta check flank here now, right? Bomb is tapped. They don't know about this. This could be everything. Look at this.
No, but they're hiding. Here. They're hiding.
20 seconds. What do you do, Aya?
Aya's gonna probably throw the eye for A main, is my guess.
Planning for backside.
Oh no, you're not gonna even.
Kessler, great slow there into the smoke. Spam coming through, but the scaling is not there. But that's okay. Sparrow is there to kill Aya, and finally we see a round coming through for Hangetsu. Beautiful sight hold, but somehow ended up in a 2v1. And the op is gone, Kessler. That's unfortunate.
They're
Can't
like,
pick
what's
it
the
up
op? What's
from
the
there.
op? What the? No, it's right there. What do you mean it's backside? No, no, it's not there. I'm telling you.
pinging it.
Yeah, I'm pinging it. Like, no, it's not there, dude. They'll go back. Oh, you. But yeah, so something that I think that you're starting to see now that what is right for Hangetsu is like, yes, even if it means that you have to sack an extra round in order to get the op online, putting Gyron on the op absolutely is definitely the right call. The only thing now that they need to do is on these rounds where when the op purchase ends up not ending up the way that they would like, where now you don't have the op anymore, what you're gonna do, and it looks like the call is just to keep the chamber on the A, but there is that gap on the trip.
A split once again in Vents control now. We have Surya and Kiana into Vents here.
Yeah, they don't even need to push this. Just Giant's screwed if he decides to TP. You're not pushing the.
I'm sure they hear the footsteps and they're taking their timing, but they are scared
But
about the judge. Drone coming really far away from Aldo to clear any mid push. Didn't even see anybody. Jaquavia is seeing the first pick here, and off of that, the temple is picked up. Stern gets the one tap onto Kiana. Raid boss down. Sova ult to deny the post plant or the bomb coming through. But no.
Surya.
Oh no,
Nice.
Surya! Down half HP.
Somehow able to get it out. What the?
Oh no, Paulo. Quick trade there. Does pop the ult. And now Sparrow is stuck in a 1v2.
Last player standing.
Site being taken and being held by Alvis. And
be right back.
another almost clean round. Oh. Oh.
Nah, he's just playing for the theatrics.
Almost had me there.
Yeah, this is a
but
good.
yeah.
This is a good timeout. This is a good
Yeah.
timeout from Hangetsu for sure. Yeah. So something that I think is that they're what I think Gyron's doing both correctly and then not correctly is the fact that when you have the op holding the A main, I think, and peeking it makes sense. But when you don't have the op, you don't technically need to play because he has the trip like in the corner of heaven, which is already scary because if the way they just TP's up there. Raggy, right? But then also too, it's like you have the Sova. So if the Sova just does the, plays the heaven, even if he's smoked off, you dart the A main so that when the defenders come out, which by the way, they have been terrible at destroying the chamber trip. I don't think they've destroyed it once ever when they've hit A. So chamber trip, activated plus Sova dart in a awkward spot that one member may try to shoot for, but point being is that the two combined, they're slowed and the positions are revealed. That's the easiest spray down ever, right? So something like that. And that's something that I would like to see from Hangetsu is just, you can afford to put the Sova on the A, and then you don't technically need the chamber on the A, but if you do, then you just need to be able to play off the util, and I think there just needs to be that slight shift. This is, I think, a little bit smarter what they're doing here, which is that you're putting the chamber on the B, because now you're assuming, okay, they've hit A so many times, surely they have to go B, and this is the right read.
Yep. 5 people towards B side. Jarman is going to feel a lot of pressure here as the site exit is going to come through. Oh, full team flash there, but that's okay. Fate Dog is going to help them just in case for an early aggression. Spots out Jiren. Site is now fully taken for Old Guys Club. Rotates are going to come through for Hangetsu. And once again, it's a 5v5 post plant and retake. Shockdart trying to clear close here. 4 people are towards the B main. Alvis is going to try to anchor the site by themselves here. This is going to
Old
be
Guys
risky.
Club. Yeah, I was saying that is a lot of people playing offsite.
I mean,
I understand that they're on the save, but
yeah, maybe don't want to give away the guns by any means. Oh, Jaquavia is trying to do some movement dip there. And now the flood is coming through. Gets the first one. Alvis gets picked off by Jaquavius. Great shot coming out from Sparrow, but the bomb is smoked off. Time is running out, guys. You gotta get on the bomb.
Enemy remaining.
Aya.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, no. And Aya secures the round there with a ratty flank coming through. Does die for it, but their economy is flourishing, so it doesn't matter if they die.
yes, but that is what I was worried about, and the only reason they wanted it is because Aya decided to do the late gamble, like let me flank them really fast, which is smart because not only did they flank really fast, right? Like that's something that I think a lot of people don't realize is that in situations where time's against them for the retake by the defenders, they'll hear you rotate and on a flank. They can't afford to care about you, right? Because like time's taken against them, and but still for Old Guys Club, playing that many off site, we saw what happened there. If you're just trusting all of us to just, you know, as the solo holder, that's a risk I don't think you need to just have, because you already have a huge lead. You don't need it to just get, you know, the gap shortened.
Yeah. Oh no, Jaquavius tries to get a timing there with the drone, but gets killed ultimately. Kessler is slowed. Oh no, and the side take is so clean for Old Guys Club.
Spike planted.
How do you even hold sight against that? It's impossible. And once again, it's just retake simulator for Hangetsu.
There.
I wouldn't even be upset if they call for a save round here. Oh, Paulo is
nah,
so.
They want to try to do some econ, but you have to save.
Last player
oh, gets another one.
Flawless.
Oh wow.
This is absolute disaster for Hangetsu.
Be right back.
Yeah, so something that I think they, because the fact that they're losing so many rounds, they're not paying attention to what ults are available for Team Old Guys Club, right? So Waylay ult was online, or was close to online, to where you have to respect the fact. You can make this assumption again. Hey guys, one away from Rolling Thunder, right? What's gonna happen? Oh, Chamber ult's online. What's gonna happen? Chamber's probably gonna lurk mid or even B, right? So don't peek the mid. You can, or you can shoot a recon dart mid immediately, right? Just to be like, hey, can we confirm and stuff like that. Jaquavius with the op is interesting.
That'll work.
I wish Hangetsu would take more space on a different side of the map. Kessler!
That's why, yeah, you don't. I don't know what the.
I mean, A for effort there, but
whoa,
does
wait.
die for it. Jiren, you gotta get out of there. What are you doing? And this is all a fake. They're going B with the bomb here. They sold this fake so well. And now Hangetsu are scratching their heads. Guys, why is the bomb not being planted?
Yeah, I mean, it all started with Kessler. I don't know what the call there was for. Because you have Chamber holding A main already with op, and then you're gonna bait, I guess, bait out, but.
Oh.
So it is low, but I mean,
This is an impossible retake to come out from Hangetsu here. Makes sense, Aldo and Sparrow would go and try to get some econ damage, but
Jaquavius just saving the op. Yeah.
Yeah. Big financial decision there. You have to keep that alive. And this is such a tough game for Hangetsu. I understand that they haven't played this map before as a team, but the macros still are, you know, transferable for all maps. If one side is being taken, you should be contesting the other side, get a flank going.
Yes, yes.
And if you are trying to keep for side control, you gotta work together and play together instead of being separated on these site takes. So, or site anchors, excuse me. So, questionable macro from Hangetsu, but great execs coming out from Old Guys Club.
Yeah, what I would like to see is, for the side of Hangetsu, if you really want to push the A main, why not just send Kessler into heaven, Waylay ult, and then you can send out, you know, a couple of members to just aggressively, I mean, ideally Jiren, right? Because he can just TP back, something like that. But that adaptability right now, I think they're panicking to try to get some round ones going their way. Because right now they're just struggling to find an answer.
Yeah, and they seem to have no answer for Kiana on this mid take too.
Yeah.
It's almost impossible for them to even fight Kiana. And Sparrow is stuck on side by themselves. Jiren has to try to get one, does get one, and kills Alvis there, but stuck in CT.
Spike planted.
Drone will clear heaven. Spots out somebody, does get a tag. Nope, never mind, tag didn't stick.
Here,
And the retake is coming through. They do have the Waylay online for Kessler if they want to utilize this. Not a bad idea. Okay, Waylay ult being used to clear backside, but oh no, Jaquavius whipping!
Oh, got one?
Paulo somehow is able to get one while full stun.
No,
in the
Last player standing.
And Jiren has to win a 1v3, 30 HP, can't get the kill onto Aya. 3K for them, and now scoreline is 9-1. This is a total stomp.
Yeah, and you know what? It all started because the fact that Jiren's chamber trip on the A was not good. he tucked it in the corner right below that box that you guys see on the mini map, right? And because it's in that corner, the edge of that trip. Look, he's doing it again. Okay, this time he's a little bit better. Okay, yeah, see, because he tucked it straight in that corner, the edge of that on doesn't cover the left-hand side for the attackers pushing out, meaning that when Alvis comes out, the chamber trip doesn't hit. It's activated, but it doesn't hit. So he's able to just take out all that space for free. So that's just a slight misstep that results in his teammate getting killed.
Change of pace, change of setup here. 5-man pushing towards mid. Meanwhile, 5 people are walking towards the B side. Jaquavius, you could get everything here, but this side gets the one somehow full running and gunning. Spots out potentially 2 more people. And now B side is being taken. Kessler decides to double dash in to get some early information here. And now
planted.
Flank is not even an option. 4 people towards library, gets the first hit onto Paulo. 55 damage right there. Kessler, Sparrow kills off Surya. Now's the time to flood, guys.
Absolutely.
Gyron getting the kill on Apollo, but Alvis is there to get the trade. Sparrow kills off
1v2, 1v2. Oh,
and Sparrow
shot.
Being the ultimate hero for his team, gets a 3K with the Sheriff, and finally gets another round for Hangetsu. 2-9 here. We could have a 9-3 curse potentially.
That was my prediction. I just want to call everyone in the chat. I did predict 9-3 down. Hangetsu would come back to make this OT. I did say that for yesterday. However, I will say, Old Guys Club did, again, what we are seeing consistently, their post plan is just not clean. And the reason being is because we saw there that Kiana's really worried about a flank. And, you know, because of the early pick that Jaquavius got off of the craziest running shot with a bandit that I ever saw. Yeah, but point being is that, but we heard the chamber TP back to the B, and then you can audibly hear just who's coming out from B to where we can call that early, you know, hey, they're not holding, you don't need to hold flank anymore, they're all coming out. That is...
Early pick for Sparrow, but that is probably the worst person to die. No smokes now. Gyron, though, gets the push pick on Kiana. And look where Hangetsu are. You have 2 people towards CT and 2 people flanking now. There's no chamber trip to hold the flank. But Paulo is ahead of this. I think they heard the footsteps here.
Absolutely. They don't know about Kessler, though.
Oh my... And the Jordan's gonna spot both people in vents here. They know both people are up in heaven.
One enemy remaining.
Gyron gets the kill on the Alvis. This is going to... I don't even know what to say.
Oh
my god.
We're whipping. Okay. Oh, 9-3 curse. I called it. Okay. So
3-9.
But I'm way too excited now, and I'm too okay. But no, okay. Either way, I think what
switching sides
Hangetsu did there really well, and that they finally started to get a hang of, is the fact that, hey, you know, for these angles that we're holding, specifically because we know how they want to execute from the side of Old Guys Club for the attack. You saw that Gyron switched up specifically where the op is located. Instead of peeking the A main, you're peeking back sight and still holding the A main, so that even if, you know, the Waylay comes out, Waylay's not the target that you're trying to hit. It's the second person coming out, right? It's not necessarily Waylay. Ends up working out not only just great, you also got rid of the spike carrier too, and it's the chamber. Trip comes down, and then we saw the flank up. Like, that's really good. That's what needed to happen a bajillion rounds ago. But it's good to know that, you know, at the half, you're going in with 2 round wins in your favor.
And now, absolutely crucial round, pistol round, excuse me, for Hangetsu here. Oh, Sparrow jump peeks mid, spots out 2 walking down, and now quick reaction to go towards Ace side is being commenced. I wonder how this exit is gonna go into double initiator. Jaquavius has a nasty timing here, spots 1, trigger disciplining to see if he can get another one.
Nice. Although you kind of forgot about the other one.
Good eye break coming out for Hangetsu. Bomb is being planted. 3 people towards heaven. I want to see some sort of aggression coming through for Hangetsu. They have good utility to retake this. Why not fight into them to deny this? Gets the first! Oh, but Paulo gets 2, and now it's a 2v2 retake and post plant here. Gyron spots the first one.
Kiana isn't.
I don't think they...
Why would I go jumping? Why is everyone jumping?
I don't know.
Player standing.
Gyron, you have to win this. This is the life or death pistol round.
Chip's not gonna help you. You know they're off.
Bomb is being stuck. Bomb is sticking! What's going on? My God. I have no words.
I'm looking at the replay for this because that,
Oh no.
What?
I guess in that sense, classic is not the gun to go. The right click just not in their favor.
I think Giant panicked there because the first right click is just please let me hit the spike diffuser. Then you see a fistful of chamber in your face and you want to shoot the chamber. So it's just a little bit of panic there.
Yeah, I mean, it's a valiant effort from Jiren, but not valiant enough to secure the round.
I have them.
Site is taken for free. Nobody is on this B side. Again, we're getting another 5v5 post play and retake, but it's a standoff here towards
Oh, that trip's really bad.
flank here. Yeah, this trip is not great. Jiren is worried about a flank potential. Kiana gets the first onto Jaquavius.
And now you gotta worry about it, yep.
Yeah. Jiren gets taken out.
One enemy remaining.
And it's a clean retake. Only one person dying there.
Yep.
And the scoreline is 11-3. Hangetsu needs to win this round if they want to have a chance at getting a comeback on Abyss here.
Yeah, so I think what now needs to happen if I actually would have opted for if I'm Hangetsu, because you're down so much. Yes, like I understand that you do want to save the force that if you had better guns, I don't know, that might have swung it back in their favor. I guess maybe not, but either way, like I think now if you're Hangetsu, what needs to immediately happen is, and what sucks is because you're down this significantly, you just need to make sure that you're not fully grouping up, specifically because oh, that's great, that's fantastic.
Kiana feeling a little confident to maybe stick around a half a second longer than they should have. And the B split commencing. Alvis hearing all of this noise. Do you take your timing here? Spots out them, but they don't get the kill!
He's okay.
And now Surya has to watch as their teammate gets absolutely destroyed. Proactive play there from Hangetsu, swings into library and into CT.
Spike
now it's a
planted.
5v2 retake. I mean, Old Guys Club do have plenty of rounds to spare. If they want to go for this, they can. At least go for econ damage.
One enemy remaining.
Kessler in spawn. Gets the two people rotating through mid, and it's a flawless round. They needed to win this, and I'm sure that this is going to help boost their ego a little bit.
Yes, and now crucially important for specifically Hangetsu, right, is you need to make sure that next round you can afford to buy op, right? And I mean that because the fact that yes, you're on the attack, but this mid pressure is so important. Doesn't matter if it's a lurk or if it's just someone is posted up mid. Ideally, it would be Jiren, right, to have that op online to where the rotators, you know, who are going up from the defenders who are going through B, or sorry, through mid, now have to respect the fact that there's an op literally lingering.
4-man taken to mid here. Paulo trying to spam through the Astro Smoke, see if they can get lucky. Counter spam coming out as well. Look at where Jaquavius is again. It seems like it's going to be a similar setup. Maybe alert towards B, get the chamber trip. And they are frozen now in mid. Trying to figure out what they want to do here.
Jaquavius could smoke off the chamber trip and then get into a really, really good ratty position.
I think they are worried that someone is holding that angle though.
Yeah. But Kiana, oh, this is going to end up biting. Oh.
Ooh. Sparrow kills off Paulo. Jaquavius, you gotta turn around, brother! And somehow, another kill is followed through. Sparrow is so disconnected from their team here. Bomb is going towards B side, but I don't think they realize that someone is out rafters.
Kiana's out so wide. Oh, Kiana's not going to clear left, though. She's not going to clear left. Oh, doesn't matter.
Oh my goodness!
One enemy remaining.
Good trades coming through here. And look where Sparrow, it's not planted for Sparrow at all. Gets the first kill. No, we get the second. And now we're match point for Old Guys Club 12-4. Oh no.
Push no button. Save the day. Easy.
It really came down to the fact, I think, that Jaquavius, when you're pushing out, you're assuming Chamber's backside. Chamber if we're being, and I think this is just like a lack of game knowledge, is that Chamber can't really afford to play backside, at least specifically in the angle that, you know, Jaquavius is looking, because that TP, he can't TP out, right? And most Chambers want to play around the fact that, like, if where the angle I'm, you know, is getting pushed and I can't get the kill and I can't, you know, make a play, I got to TP out, right? And so that's one of those things too. But also too, I think it was a lack of communication on Hungetsu's front, because it was a convincing mid take, like a mid push, and then they very loudly gave up on just the either mid push, and they were rotating, but it was pretty loud. I understand that Sova, it was Stern that was like shift walking to get out, but the remaining team members stopped making noise, and then so that's not really gonna convince, you know, the members of Old Guys Club that, like, hey, I think they're still mid. Not really. And specifically too, because the fact that they have the fade, like, that's one of those things too where it's like you're so worried about the fact that, like, okay, we should rotate here, that if it's not a convincing hit, and convincing, I mean, you potentially even need to sack a teammate to really sell the fake, like stuff like that. It's going to end up biting against you if you know, if it's not played absolutely perfectly.
For sure. And just to add on to that, they did do a really good job of reclearing mid there, catching out Kessler, who was inserted in that mid area. So really proactive and good macro coming out from Old Guys Club. Early A aggression being shown. A lot of counter utility being thrown back. It's just a back and forth of utility. And no space was gained there from either side of the team. Meanwhile, Jaquavius is once again trying his best to get alert going towards B side. Sparrow holding the mid rotations. Trying to sell this A fake here. It is working. 4 people are towards A side, but Kiana is still holding that B. Sparrow, this might be a really bad timing for you.
Kessler didn't clear. Kessler didn't clear. Oh, but that's a good trade though on the other side.
Yeah, I think Kessler was trying to sell the fake a little bit more by basically sacrificing their life for it. Sparrow getting 2, getting the 3rd.
No, get yours.
Ace.
Potential
ace.
Jump!
Oh my God, Sparrow! You are disgusting. Wow. Ew. I did not expect Sparrow to get the ace there. That was a disgusting final shot too.
Stinky, take a shower after this. Jesus, holy crap! No, that was so clean though from Sparrow, right? Because A, you get the pick, which causes the rotate, and then even you got 2, and then after that, I would have advised just running, but no, I mean, your aim is clean, keep going, and then at that point, I mean, oh my God, so clean kills back to back. But I mean, okay, so, but the important thing now is that you have to keep, I think, pressuring this mid. If I'm Hangetsu, if only just to make these defenders of Old Guys Club have to respect the fact that this can be lurked, but not your smokes, because not your smokes, no. Because
no.
That's the, yeah.
Oh, your smoke player is now dead, and now it looks like an A split towards heaven here. But good kills coming out from Jaquavius. Who needs the smokes when you have the site anyways? And now
spike planted.
Oh, exploration coming out from Jaquavius gets a 3K.
Revenge?
Potential second ace here for another teammate?
1 enemy remaining.
Just kidding. Jiren's like, nope, I don't wanna.
Oh, Jaquavius is probably no. Look at Jiren. Be like, yeah, why'd you take my race, man? I had it.
He's pulling a texture.
Chincha. But yeah, no. So yeah, okay. So the one mistake there was the fact that, like we were talking about at the beginning of that round, not the controller mid peeking and making the noise. Not Astra. I understand that Astra can afford to do that, but it's too. You're playing for OT. You can't really afford to do that. Chamber mid makes more sense.
But I mean, high risk comes with high rewards, right? So why not just go for it?
That's true.
Sparrow did just run an ace there. Oh, Jaquavius almost getting the kill onto Alvis. And now 3 people are slowly walking and making their way towards A main. They are running into the double initiator. This could be an absolute slaughter if they get run into with all of this breach utility.
There.
Now it's quiet. The anxiety is probably surging. 6-12.
Do they hear the jumps?
I don't think so.
I think I am. I am. Okay, well, I mean, now you know for sure that there's at least a lurk on the outside of A, but...
Oh, but look, Sparrow is trying to find.
Oh, you made his footstep. Oh, one footstep's all it's...
No,
they should know now. Yeah, they should know it's A.
Sova ult coming through, trying to catch onto Aya. Does kill Aya there. And now sight is free. Kessler wants to get a little aggressive here. Gets the first. Sees the second.
Play safe.
And now Heaven being held by Jaquavius with the operator online. Spots out Kessler and CT. Oh, slips on the angle though. Oh my god, movement dip follow.
Oh no.
Wheelie ult being utilized. Sparrow does get the kill. Paulo gets a 3K.
Paula.
This could be another ace on the line to finalize the map for us.
Pulse one. Yeah.
Oh, Sparrow.
Like I never left.
Time.
Play
Ace
time.
potentially. Oh no!
You have to push it. Never mind, you have
Nice
to push it.
spin from Aldo there, and another round secure for Hangetsu. They're still in this.
That was so clean, and then it was so not clean, and then it was good enough, right? Because the take was good. There was good discipline. It's just the post plant was a little bit sketch. I like the idea, which is hold the angles, but then a couple of whiffs, and then it gets really scary. But it is good that for what I'm seeing from Hangetsu is that they are remembering what is working, right? And because the fact too that they're able to cause so much distress towards this mid, look at the setup now from Old Guys Club. They're absolutely scrambling to find a response here to the point where they are even, I understand to say it, but they're gambling it's B, which is, if I'm gonna gamble anything, it's A.
Yeah, gamble was wrong here, but Kessler might
Kessler
be punished for this. Oh no, spots out. Kiana does throw the slow there, and 4 people are potentially going to be pushing into Kessler. Bucky almost gets Kessler, but the pull-out time is just not fast enough.
Yeah,
Kessler decides to dash away to safety. And I'm surprised this A pressure hasn't been sped up yet.
I don't... Why are they shift walking the entire way?
Yeah, I mean, I would honestly play off of here. They have Breach Ult, they have Fade Ult to retake the site, so this would be risky if they want to stay on the site.
I was gonna say, now you should have just rotated at that point, but
Look how far Kessler is.
I don't even know why
Team
Kessler...
has to stall here extensively. 2 people are holding hell. Coming through.
Stay down.
Jaquavius gets the first pick. Gets traded out early, but Aldo is there to help him out. Oh, great Fade Eye break.
Stern?
Guys? They're coming through.
Kessler?
Bomb is sticking. Oh my goodness.
Kessler. Okay.
Jiren able to secure the round with the spam through the smoke, and now we are 8-12. 4 more rounds for Hangetsu. If they can get this, we're gonna go into OT again for our final map. And what better way to finalize the day with an OT for grand finals?
Absolutely, and so an important thing too is you absolutely now, I think you can afford to be a little bit more bold, I think now finally for the side of the side of Hangetsu, where you can, I would peek the mid. I would absolutely peek the mid, just because the fact that, like, you know that they're on a really, they're gonna be scared, because for a Team Old Guys Club, they've lost so many rounds in a row, so momentum's absolutely in your favor. You gotta just keep the foot on the gas pedal.
But at the same time, if Hangetsu is not able to execute their attack side perfectly here, that's GG. That's game over. And all the work they've done to get this far will be at a cost. And Kiana gets Jaquavius here with a top angle. Rotates are now coming in for the B side.
Kiana's got a really good read, but doesn't have the TP.
Yeah, it's just solo Kiana here. I mean, Trip is gonna hopefully stall if it does get triggered.
Okay. I was saying, please shoot the Trip.
They're waiting for some sort of utility to come through.
Whoa, the TP there is crazy.
Oh no!
Oh, okay.
The scaling there was not good. But that's okay. Aldo does get the trade there.
Okay, what's important though, they need to take space post plan because you know that Breach has Rolling Thunder available. You cannot afford to play offsite because
and the Fatal.
And the Fatal too. Yeah, don't do this.
Oh no.
You know Breach and Fatal. No.
Jiren,
leaving Jiren alone is gonna. And now they know that.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, ow! PK on the
That
flank
was about
there.
to say. I was about to say.
And the game is now over, 13-8 for Old Guys Club.
Wow.
We didn't even get to see the 3K from the flank there. And we finally have our grand finals winners.
Wow, that was crazy. Yeah, I mean, a valiant, comeback attempt coming out from Hangetsu, right? But I mean, the gap was just too big at the half, I think, to where they started figuring out what was working for them, but it was a little bit too late to where, like you were pointing out towards the end, they can't afford at this point to make any mistakes, and they have to play perfect in order to send it to OT. Unfortunately, too, that last round, they got the site taken and the spike was planted, but then everyone immediately is like, we have to play off and then just play off of I'm assuming off of like the Astra pool and whatnot. But then you don't have anyone watching flank, which ended up costing them the tournament. But then also too, kind of like I was pointing out, if you're just leaving Jiren on site, again, breach ult, fade ult, he has to TP. He can't afford to stay on site. You have to TP. That's where I'm like, you got to push and just cause them a little bit of de-stress to where that fade ult and that breach ult isn't so safe enough to just be like, okay, let's just go, right? Because once they go, it's the most info gathering combo ult like known to man, I think, of just like, okay, the two, you know exactly where everyone is. So, but I mean, that was a great overall tournament showing from Old Guys Club, who learned from their mistakes, right? Game one, absolutely, they did not play to their comp at all. And then game two, they brought us to a nail biter, brought it to OT, and then were able to come out on their map pick, leading into the decider. And for the decider, again, what did you learn from the first two games? Bring it into this one, ended up playing in the favor.
Yeah, I really think that Hangetsu lost some of their momentum once they lost that OT on Bind for sure. And not only that, not having any reps on Abyss with their current roster was a bit rough for them. As we saw, they only got 3 rounds on their defense side. I mean, they did get a little bit of momentum in their attack side, but ultimately made some mistakes there for that final round. And Alvis just with a nasty 1v3 there. And as I say that, we are joined by the Demon Alvis themselves. Congratulations on winning that grand finals. How are you feeling after such an intense best of 3?
I was pretty nervous going into that third game, but my teammates, they lifted my spirit up, because first 2 games I played, it wasn't that good. And I knew that myself, but after the third game, after the first half, I was pretty confident. But I'm glad everything worked out.
Yeah, I was gonna actually let's go through, I guess, really quickly each one of the games, overall for the series, which again, the fact that it went to game 3 is already crazy. But let's start with game 1, the one where being a little bit plain, you guys kind of got stomped for that game 1 on the split. Talk to us about, I guess, first off, like the idea of the team comp going into it, because it seemed like from the idea for what you guys wanted to do was cook around a comp centered around you. Or at least around the Raze in particular, right? Maybe not necessarily you, but like the Raze, where it's like, okay, we had the breach stun ready, Raze could take pressure, get the first pick, and then just go with Raze, and then I guess the adjustments from there. Talk to me about that game 1.
Game 1, to be honest, we were kind of happy we got split. But to be honest, the single duelist thing, that's like our main lineup, I guess. They always put me on there, so we were just hoping just to, I don't know, just to try and work it. Like those first 3 rounds or whatever, we were pretty confident, but y'all saw how it went after that. My Raze isn't I wouldn't say the best. I'm not too comfortable, but I have an idea. So it was just a testing, and we knew that was their map. We knew they had warm-ups or whatever, everything ready. So we were just hoping for the best.
Right. Okay, and then let's move into game 2, where all of a sudden now it is your guys' map pick, but and I know that Kiana had an absolutely monster performance. I think she had 11 first bloods at the end of that, which is absolutely insane. But then talk to us about game 2, because while you guys did win, they took you to OT and it wasn't looking that great for the first half. But then the second half came around, and then you guys just started to run away with it, right? Leading into OT, I mean. So yeah, talk about like the second game now.
Second game, that was our map pick. We were pretty confident going into it. I just want to say, first of all, shout out to Kiana. That's my GOAT. Clutched up. But we were pretty nervous because it was like kind of just back and forth rounds where they take a round, then we would take a round. But I don't know. It was just a pretty like nerve-wracking game. My raise there. Oh,
yeah. Sorry. No. Keep going.
Yeah, my raise that game was a little better. Like I was more comfortable since it's like a raised map kind of thing.
Yes.
But I did sub Rosa once again. But it's
yeah,
okay.
you're talking about the ult into the hookah that it ended up hitting you. I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. That one was a little bit tragic there. But I mean, hey, then it leads to game 3 where all of a sudden we not only did you end up playing really really good on the Waylay, you also won it for your team. You won the series for your team off of a triple kill flank and whatnot. And then so talk to me about, I guess, that final decision to go from the raises from the first 2 game, and then all of a sudden now I understand the raise isn't necessarily greatest for Abyss, but what made you decide Waylay?
Waylay, just to have like a dash character that could be able to like recall and gather info off of that, I think that was really good.
Yeah.
And also our 2 initiators, Breach and Fade, scan and like util is just really good for Waylay. And especially for B side, I feel like Waylay is really like dominant, especially because you could just dash, throw your slow and everything. And to be honest, I'm like way more comfortable on Waylay than Raze, I feel like. So it was just like a no-brainer going into it.
Gotcha. Cross, I'm gonna hand it to you for any questions.
I mean, I'm sure you guys are feeling absolutely happy and relieved that you guys won such a stressful BO3 there. So again, I just want to say congratulations on winning such an intense match for the grand finals. And since you guys are the winners and will be receiving the grand prize of $200 on behalf of IRIAM, what are you guys going to do with that money now?
I have no idea. Maybe buy a VALORANT skin, maybe DoorDash some food.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Nice.
We'll see what we feeling.
Okay. Well, I mean, I don't got much else in terms of questions other than I'm thankful that I got to witness a beautiful Valorant between you and Hangetsu. So thank you for showing us such amazing gameplay there. And again, congratulations on winning the grand finals.
Thank you so much. Thank y'all. Thank y'all for letting us play as well.
I got a message here. This is Browntul, the tournament organizer, speaking right now. And on behalf of the IRIAM team, the IRIAM US team, I want to congratulate you on winning this tournament, and the IRIAM staff. Definitely, as we showed the flyer on the screen, the old guys club to Aya, to Alvis, Kiana, Paulo, Steve, Surya, and Teddy. Just big congratulations to you, and IRIAM hopes that with this victory you will spend very good use of that money, and you'll also download the IRIAM app in the iOS App Store and Google Play Store. Will you do that?
Yes, sir.
All right.
I got y'all.
Thank you very much. Congratulations, Alvis, and to the old guys clubs. Back to you, casters.
All right, thank you, Brown. And so yeah, GG's once again to you though, Alvis. Congrats on winning the 200 for your team and old guys club as a whole. Maybe any final shout outs you want to give real quick to team or to anyone in particular before we let you go?
I just want to say shout out to my team, man. Second game, first games were really rough, but we pulled through. I don't want to be like cocky, but we did dominate the Abyss map, so I appreciate all my teammates. Shout out to Surya, Miguel, Steve, Teddy, Kiana, and Paulo, man. It was fun playing with them. And thank y'all for letting us play in the tournament. My first time playing this tournament, it was really fun. I had a really good experience. So I just want to say thank y'all.
So you'll be coming back for future ones, right?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, that's what we like to hear. That's what we like to hear. All right, GG's to you, though, Alvis. And again, congratulations once final time to Old Guys Club.
Thank you, guys.
GG's. And then next, we're going to be having, I believe it's... Oh, yes. Okay, yeah. So we will be having Kessler now for coming in for Team Hangetsu. And then, Cross, why don't you lead off with the question here for Kessler once we... Oh, Ari and Kessler. Or sorry, no,
Yeah.
just Kessler. My bad. There we go.
We are joined now by Kessler, who was playing the duelist for Hangetsu. First of all, just want to say my condolences for the loss today. But with that being said, we saw some great Valorant come out for you guys today. I just want to open the floor really quickly. And I just want, is there anything that you want to say? First of all, just, talk about your team or anybody you want to thank for the tournament.
Yeah, of course. Their tournament has been so great. This is one of our first experiences playing in a tournament as a team, and it's been one of the most welcoming tourneys that I've personally been a part of. I don't know if I could probably say the same for a lot of my teammates. It's been super welcoming, and it was just super fun. Like, even though we lost, I still had a great time. We've all learned, and we were just. It's an honor to be able to even be in the grand finals to begin with.
Yeah, and hopefully you guys can take these mistakes and learn from them and move forward into maybe potential future Brownie Val tournaments? Question mark?
Ooh, maybe. No spoilers. No spoilers.
No spoilers there. But I mean, again, like even though the scoreboard didn't show maybe some of the beautiful Valorant we saw, I still think you guys played absolutely well. Really quickly, just talking about the gameplay today in that BO3 there. We saw the map picks. We saw Split, Bind, and Abyss. Talk to us about how that map ban and pick went. Like, what was the strategy behind choosing those maps for your team?
Those picks, like, we knew Split. We wanted to go for Split. That was our headstrong. We want to do Split. This is our best map, no matter what. And then our second map, it was really a toss up for what it could be. And JQ did a great decision and got us Bind. I think that was a great decision. We were able to do some great work on Bind as a team, and even some great individual play, as you saw from especially Jiren in that semifinal. And even today, I feel like we may not have gotten as many gotten aces on Bind. I still feel like we did great work as a team together, comms, and of course we had a lot of little mistakes that led us to go into overtime and eventually lose, as you saw with our losing round being that clutch defuse in that post plant, which was very unfortunate. But
yeah,
we realistically we put it up to luck. We were like, we lost off luck. But with the third map being Abyss, truthfully, we have never played Abyss as a team. We have never done it. So we were like, okay, we're kind of in the blind here. We're gonna listen to our IGL Jaquavius. We have everything. He had so much on his shoulders to try to do. He deserves all my respect and more. And this is a great experience for us to develop as a team. And so when we saw Abyss and we were getting into it, it was very rough. It was kind of like, all right, it's win or lose. At this point, it's not about team play. It's about our individuals and getting kills and seeing what we could do off that, just off of unpredictability, since we didn't know what we were doing. But we had some calls, and I feel like we had some great calls with almost a comeback.
Yeah, you guys almost came back, securing, I think, about 5 rounds in a row on your attack site there. So I think we all believed that we were going to see a potential OT. Just a follow-up question to that. I know Abyss is not a map that you guys have any reps on, but I mean, what do you think was the biggest issue for you guys on that map specifically, other than just not having any practice on it?
The biggest issue was, for me personally, was figuring out how they were going to play it. Are they going to play aggressive? Are they going to play passive? Like, what are their retake strategies, and how are we going to get into a site? It was really like, how are we going to play this? Like, I know you said it's like, other than like not being able to play the map, it was just more of also being like, we've played Abyss. We know how to play Abyss. We haven't played as a team. We're thinking of like ranked strategies that they could potentially use. And I feel like that was the hardest part. It was figuring out what they're going to do and what plays they had, and kind of working around those even in a loss of a round. And it was
a lot of things added up to
Yeah.
why we lost on Abyss.
Yeah,
Like, sorry, continue what you
good.
were saying.
No, I just wanted to say, I mean, like I said, the scoreboard didn't show how beautiful the Valorant was, but you guys still had some really great rounds and really great plays there. Lubu, do you have any questions for Kessler here before I start yapping away a little bit more?
Yeah, honestly, let's try to bring on a more happy note, Kessler. Why don't we talk about maybe you want to like think of the entire tournament experience as a whole, right? For you and Team Honga too. Maybe talk about like maybe like you have a favorite tournament moment for yourself or your team, something like that. You want to share with the crowd?
Oh, I have so many. I would watch after we would play our games. I would watch the mainstream and I would just have a good time. Like, it was so good. My favorite, I would have to say, I'm gonna be a little biased. Jiren's ace on bind on the semis. I think that alone gave us the momentum to win to where we are, and it was just so. We were also happy, and that made me happy, and that was one of my favorite moments. But besides that, I would say the casters and the admins, like they were there, they were talking to us, they gave us concise, and they weren't afraid to just like talk like normal people. They weren't like suit and tie, just like work only. Like, we have become friends with a lot of the admins, and I love all of your casters. Your casters are so great. Like, I had a great time as a player and as a watcher. Like, I have, it's so cool to be a part of this.
Well, I'm glad that you enjoyed the tournament, and I'm glad you enjoyed us as casters too. And shout out to the admins for doing such a wonderful job for the entire tournament there. But just I guess to finalize the interview, I want to open the floor, and if there's anybody or any person or any general group of people you want to give a shout out to, the floor is yours.
I have a lot to shout out. I want to shout out as many people as I can, so I'll try to do a lightning round. Shout out the observers, shout out the admins, shout out everybody, shout out Trade Plaza Discord, shout out my teammates, Jiren, Aldo, Armando, Jaquavius, our IGL, who was insane. Shout out my friends in my chat while I'm streaming, Kylie, Peyton, Zach, Joey, Spider-Man. Like, I could go on and on about who really deserves a shout out, but I don't want to take up too much of your time, but everyone deserves a shout out. You're all so great.
Well, thank you, Kessler, and condolences for the losses, but hopefully we can learn from these mistakes and move on to our next tournament, and maybe we'll see you win the next one. You know what I mean?
Maybe.
So it's not over yet.
It's never over. You will most likely see us again. This is not the end. You will see us in another grand final and possibly win it. Not
We're excited to see
we will
that.
win it. Stay
I love the
tuned.
confidence. Well, with that being said, thank you for joining us, Kessler, and good luck to your future endeavors, and we'll see you soon for another potential tournament there. So GG's to you guys.
We gotta hand it off to Brown, though. We gotta hand it off to Brown.
Yes.
Brown has something
Of course.
Yes. The tournament organizer is speaking now. Browntul is here.
Yes.
It was some great gameplay from you all. And on behalf of our team over on IRIAM US, we want to thank you all for playing. We'll take a look at your flyer once again. Just the 5 of you, but a very strong group of 5.
Yeah.
Aldo, Jaquavius, Jiren, Kessler, and Sparrow G. Y'all are amazing, and IRIAM wants to thank you for playing and supporting. And a couple of us were watching some of your streams, and you were very excited about the halftime shows as well.
Yes.
So we hope that you download the IRIAM app on the iOS App Store or Google Play Store in the US, Canada, or Japan. And of course, you do go home with $100. Where do you think the $100 is going to go?
Oh, I was talking about this with some of my teammates and some of my chat. My goal is to get all of the Minima bundle. I need to get all of it. I need it. I know it's a low-key hated bundle, but it's one of my favorites. I need that Karambit. I need that thing. Exactly.
God, okay. I see where this is going. Yeah, the Karambit. You're onto something.
Yes.
All right, well, enjoy that on behalf of IRIAM US, and congrats on making it to the grand finals. Back to you, casters.
With that being said, $100 going into the pocket of Hangetsu there. Thank you, Kessler, for joining us in this interview. And enjoy the $100 and buy all the minimum skins you want while you have it. So
I will.
enjoy it. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you all. Thank you, all of you guys.
GG's,
This was
Kessler.
great. GG's. Good luck with everything.
Bye-bye.
All right. And now, as we are slowly finalizing the games today, great BO3 there that we saw. I'm glad that it got to map 3. I would have been a bit disappointed if it was a Stomp 2-0. So I am happy that we got to see that final map on Abyss. And that OT on Bind, by the way, was absolutely insane. That final round, crazy.
15 health. 15 health, right?
Yeah.
2-0 and then game 3.
Exactly. And so as we look at the scoreboard for one last final time, we see that Old Guys Club grand finalist and winner there, closing that last game 13-8 on Abyss. So GG's to everybody, and GG's to Old Guys Club for winning that. So congratulations to them. That's all for me there. I mean, is there anything else you want to add on to that, Lubu?
Yeah, I mean, I guess GG to every single one of the teams that competed, because, you know, it is already really tricky to, you know, organize a tournament with as many people as, you know, something like this, right? But then it's also really tricky, I know, individually for teams where, you know, real life comes first, right? Like IRL life is the most important.
Absolutely.
And so things happen to where you need to get subs and come in. And I know that there are certain teams, and I mean, all teams would have liked to play, you know, maybe with like the starting 5 or maybe would like to change a couple of things too. But the cruel thing about, you know, all this stuff is that, you know, for the teams that, you know, whenever these players want to attempt to, you know, to join another tournament like this in the future, you're already going to be familiar with one another, right? Next time it's a new tournament, things are going to be different. You know, I do hope that everyone had a really, really good experience with it, because it was already a huge pleasure to be able to shoutcast for all the games that I did. But then I also saw some of the games that I didn't even shoutcast to. And again, it's just, it can be a really, really stressful environment for something that, you know, I know for a lot of people it's like sort of a first time thing. So I do hope all these, like, you know, participants and everything like that, I do hope everyone like pats themselves on the backs, because again, it's a time commitment, right? And it's a time commitment to do a tournament like this and to be able to invest in it, and you got a VOD review. So really, to be able to do that and to put up the performances that everyone did, again, shout out to everyone for doing so.
Yeah, shout out to all the teams, all the players coming in and playing their hearts out. That's it for me, guys. My name is Cross Unity. Just a quick little promo for myself. If you want to see me on Twitch, it's Cross Unity 1, and my Twitter is Cross Valorant. I will be playing in the upcoming Game Changers Open Qualifier soon. So if you want to see me play, I'll be there. So keep an eye out for that. And Lubu, is there anything you want to shout out to yourself, or for yourself, excuse me?
Yeah, I don't really do the social media, so I don't really have any socials, anything to plug. I stream once a year maybe, so I guess you can follow my Twitch. Like, you can see me in like Brown's chat and everything like that, or like the viewer list. I mean, I'm not even I'm a pop-up, like, what is it? Like a pop-up restaurant. Like, oh, I show up once a year and they're like, oh my God, he's alive. And it's like, yeah. And then I'm gone, but you'll see me shoutcasting for a bunch of different tournaments, like the upcoming New Nation tournament. I'll be shoutcasting for that too, so you can see me there. But yeah, that's about it for me.
Perfect. Well, keep an eye out for Lubu for all of their tournaments they'll be casting, or their maybe yearly annual streams. So keep an eye out for that. Well, that's it for us casters here. Thank you, everybody, for joining us in this wonderful Grand Finals BO3. And now we're going to send it back to Browntul.
Okay, thank you very much to Cross Beauty and to Lubu for casting that great Grand Finals. And a big shout out to our observer Venus for recording the observing this gameplay and getting that on the record. Such a great best of 3 match led to the result that you see here. Just absolutely fantastic. What a great way to end this tournament, this 10th event in the history of Brownie Val, including main series and side events. Old Guys Club repeating as the champions. They defeat Hangetsu. Just absolutely fantastic. Now, this broadcast would not be possible without our wonderful staff, and we've prepared a very nice video. So please take a look at this. Okay, so here we are. There we are. Took a little refresh there, but there is our oh no, it's cutting off the pronouns for Nuna. I was not prepared for it. This is like a new line. What have we done? Oh, it actually does show up there. Well, there's everyone. All of the admins that are here. All of the people that you saw on the credits helped out with this event. And the admins are the ones that really helped with the behind-the-scenes logic. So I really want to thank them. And let's go ahead and start with Aerie. Hi, Aerie.
Hi.
Look at your PNG.
I love this thing.
Isn't it so cool? Well, Aerie, you wanted to help with Brownie Val for a long time, and that time has come. What do you think about your experience?
Yeah, I think it's been about a year now that I've been wanting to help in a a Brown specific event. I think it lived up to my dreams and hopes. So I'm very glad I can help you out in this.
Absolutely fantastic. Thank you very much for your help, Aerie. And do you have any shout outs that you want to make?
I mean, if you guys want to follow me on Twitch, I'm ttv/Arelay. And I mean, shout out other admins, Smile. As well, thank you, Brown, for hosting the events.
Thank you, Aerie, for your help. Very
We love
inspirational.
Brown.
Good job, Aerie. All right, we got Claire. Claire.
Hey.
Claire's actually my only mod in terms of streaming. So Claire has to be here, but she's also wanted to help with the tournament stuff as well. So thank you, Claire. You are so cool. Did you have fun?
Yes, I have a lot of fun. I met so many amazing players this year around. Fun fact, I played for the last Brownie Bow.
That's right.
Yeah, I came back as an admin, and it was such a wonderful time.
Very, very fun. Thank you, Claire. You have any shout outs you want to give?
I want to shout out to all my admins, all my friends that signed up for the tournament, for this tournament as a player, and for the team that have really great vibes, and they were just making I was making a lot of friends with the players. It was great.
Yeah, the players were just absolutely amazing. Shout out to them. Okay. Good job, Claire.
Yay!
Okay, there's an admin that's not here right now, but was very instrumental in our first weekend, and it's Wasabi, aka Mayor. And these are the words from Wasabi. I love Brownie Val, and Brown should never retire. Okay, well, we'll see about the retirement part, but without Wasabi, there would be, I wouldn't say there's no Brownie Val, but I think the influence that she has on this tournament is next level. Always thinks logically, and it's just nice to have someone that can put together logistics and really give great opinions on how to approach different circumstances and different situations. We love Wasabi. Good job, Wasabi. Okay, head admin Nuna. Hello, Nuna.
Hello.
Nuna is someone where I would say if there was no Nuna, there might not be a Brownie Val.
No.
And I don't say this lightly. Obviously, we had some great head admins throughout the years. That first one in January 2023 up until now in 2026. And Nuna has helped out with the last two. I gotta say, the circumstances for the first one, we were taking a chance on you. And even you knew, like, this was something you wanted to try, and you had helped in other things before, and we had a great time there. And now you got your own tournament. Is that crazy?
I know, right? How crazy does that,
How do you feel about your experience this time around?
Oh, honestly, like, I love working brownie tournaments, to be honest. The first one was so much fun, especially since it was the first time being head admin. But then the second time, I don't know if it was something about this production or like our admin team or like just the teams that we had that came through. It just felt so felt so wholesome. I don't know. It felt so good, to be honest. And I think this is definitely one of the best productions I've been a part of. And so I'm really thankful for this opportunity.
Yeah, Nuna is just someone that you want to have on your team. And if you can't find a Nuna in your life to help you with the tournament, well, then you're unlucky. I consider myself very, very lucky to have a Nuna. So, thank you, Nuna. You have any shoutouts?
Yeah, I mean, shout out to the entire admin team. Like I feel like you guys had like more like the harder like behind the scenes because you were with the players and everything, and then keeping us updated for anything. So I mean, the tournament wouldn't have ran without Ari, Claire, and Mare. And then shout out to Brown for even hosting, and coming out of the retirement, which is great, and hosting another great tournament. And then shout outs to all the casters, the observers. Shout out to all the sponsors because this was so much fun, especially with the halftime shows, and then like the skirmish challenges and everything. And then I guess if you guys want to follow me, I play Valorant as well, and I host tournaments like Brown said, TTV/Nunar. So yeah.
Very good. Thank you, Nuna. Alrighty, now before I give a shout out to the rest of our staff, remember that you can still enter the giveaway. Once I'm done thanking everyone, I'm closing the giveaway and pressing the button. And remember, your Twitch whispers must be open, and you have to answer the form within 24 hours or we will re-roll. So this is the Elysian Tower voice pack giveaway part 2. Ari actually won the first one. Congrats, Ari. I can see it on stream on the record. Congrats, Ari, on winning the first pack. We'll see who wins the second pack. Last chance to enter. So big shout outs. Real quickly, Lavi Bakaneko with the flyers you saw on social media. Ash Blossom. Such a beautiful overlay package. Truly inspirational. Our team video editors from KAZOKU. Eloker, Questjay, and Vilreal. The ad reader is Surya. The casters, Drew and Wet Towel. Frost Beauty, Lubu, and Sleepy Boy. Neon, also casting and observing. We got Amber, Venus, and Azrael on observers. And then the halftime shows, we got Humi Subaru for today. And also brought back our good friend Star Kitagawa, Mei, and Zafira Cordis. Thank you to our sponsors, and especially to Emiko from IRIAM US. Thank you for this great opportunity and for funding the prize pool. Thank you to Kristi from drawwithkristi for this special collab with the free sticker. Thank you to KAZOKU, as mentioned earlier. Thank you to the Elysian Tower, and specifically the floor bosses, Renaza Thorn, Starry Muse, and Kazutoshi Norizuki. And thank you to all the players. All of you truly made this a fantastic tournament. Just the great gameplay that we saw, and the grand finals. We didn't know what could happen when we looked at that overtime game, and it was just amazing. Now, will I retire? We joke about this every Brownie Val, but I'm always open to all sorts of different opportunities, a lot of different ideas. I'm lucky that I can help with Nuna in Donation Arena. I know that's going to be coming up in a couple of weeks, and that has been a very rewarding experience for me. So, Brownie Val will always be here when the time is right. And when it came back this time around, this definitely proved that it was the right time. So, thank you, everyone. Thank you very, very much. Now, it's time to do the giveaway. I'm sure this was enough time. Let us now close the giveaway. And now let us draw the winner, which is, out of 153 tickets, Mei. Congratulations, Mei. You have to open your Twitch whispers to claim the prize. Oh, maybe it was actually the halftime show performer from yesterday. So, well, this is going to be great. A lot of IRIAM rewarding going on over there. Make sure to check out Elysian Tower if you want to see more of the voice acting and lore, and you can buy the packs yourself. Okay, well, I think this is the end. This is the end of our broadcast. Thank you to everyone, and thank you to our sponsors. Just thank you very, very much. for the great support. Well, we'll see you next time on Brownie Val. For all of us here at Brownie Val, this is Browntul saying goodbye.